ठीक है ना, मगर मेरे पास एक शॉर्टकट है। अगर भवानीपुर वाले एक ही सीट जिता दे तो परिवर्तन अपने आप हो जाएगा। अरे शुभेंदु दा हमारे नंदीग्राम से लड़ना चाहते थे। मैंने शुभेंदु दा को कहा था कि सिर्फ नंदीग्राम नहीं, ममता के घर में जाकर उसको हराना। और इनका रिकॉर्ड है, गत चुनाव में ममता बंगाल में सरकार तो बना पाई थी, मगर ममता दीदी नंदीग्राम में शुभेंदु दा के सामने चुनाव हार गई थी। इस बार ममता जी पूरे बंगाल में भी हारेगी और भवानीपुर में भी हारेगी। आज सुबह कुछ पत्रकारों का फोन आया कि वातावरण तो बहुत अच्छा है, बंगाल की जनता चाहती है कि ममता बनर्जी चली जाए, तृणमूल के गुंडे जेल में जाए, भाजपा कार्यकर्ताओं की हत्या करने वाले को चुन चुन कर जेल में डालना चाहिए। तो मैंने बोला भाई तकलीफ क्या है? तो उन्होंने कहा टीएमसी के गुंडे वोट नहीं करने देंगे। मैंने कहा है इस बार कोई डरना मत, कोई गुंडे की औकात नहीं है जो बंगाल के वोटर्स को रोकता। इस बार भय मुक्त होकर वोटिंग करना है और सिर्फ हराना नहीं है, टीएमसी को मूल समेत उखाड़ कर बंगाल की खाड़ी में फेंक देना है। भाइयों बहनों, जिस प्रकार से बंगाल में भ्रष्टाचार का शासन हो गया, टोलबाजी फैल गई, सिंडिकेट ने बंगाल की जनता का जीना हराम कर दिया है और घुसपैठ इतनी बढ़ा दी कि पश्चिम बंगाल का अस्तित्व ही खतरे में आ गया है। इस सारी चीजों का एक ही रास्ता है, नरेंद्र मोदी के नेतृत्व में बंगाल में भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार बनाना। 2014 से जिस राज्य ने मोदी जी पर भरोसा रखकर सरकारें बनाई, वो सभी राज्य विकास के रास्ते पर आगे चल गए। अब बारी हमारे बंगाल की है। मुझे बताओ भवानीपुर वालों, बंगाल में परिवर्तन करना है या नहीं करना है? बंगाल में तो परिवर्तन होगा ही, भवानीपुर में परिवर्तन करना है या नहीं करना है? मैं भवानीपुर की जनता को करबद्ध निवेदन करने आया हूं, दो हाथ जोड़कर विनती करने आया हूं। पूरे बंगाल की मुक्ति के लिए हमारे प्रत्याशी शुभेंदु अधिकारी को प्रचंड बहुमत के साथ आप जिताएंगे और ये परिवर्तन पश्चिम बंगाल के लिए शुभंकर होगा। विवेकानंद जी, कवि गुरु टैगोर, बंकिम चंद्र चट्टोपाध्याय और श्यामा प्रसाद मुखर्जी का कल्पना का सोनार बांग्ला हमें बनाना है, इसलिए परिवर्तन करना है। तो फिर से एक बार शुभेंदु दा, हमारे डॉक्टर सपन दास गुप्ता, बहन शत्रुता घोष, संतोष पाठक, हमारे चारों प्रत्याशियों को चुनाव जीतने की बहुत बहुत शुभकामना कर भवानीपुर वालों को पूरे बंगाल के परिवर्तन की जिम्मेदारी आपकी है, इसका एहसास कराकर मेरी वाणी को विराम देता हूं। मेरे साथ बोलिए, जय श्री राम, जय जय श्री राम। वंदे 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 भारत माता की।
Home Minister Amit Shah accompanying West Bengal leader of the opposition Suvendu Adhikari during the nominations, in fact taking on Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee yet again, saying that voted to power jungle Raj in Bengal will now come to an end. In fact, as we speak, multiple instances of pre-poll violence that has been reported from the state of West Bengal. In fact, there has been a massive escalation that we have essentially seen with judicial officers being gheraud in the state of Bengal. In fact, this comes after direct threats that have been issued by political workers there in the state, taking on the entire SIR process that has actually taken place. In fact, we're going to take you through some of those images that are now coming in. Earlier today, where 7 judicial officers were gheraud in West Bengal's Malda. These are officers who were basically working for SIR. And not just this, TMC workers violently protested and even blocked highways. On your screens right now, these are images that came in late last night from Kaliachok in West Bengal, where attempts were essentially made to gheraw the judicial officers. In fact, the matter has now been taken up by the top court. In fact, in the Supreme Court, this matter was also essentially discussed. I'm going to quickly take you through some of the details that were basically discussed in what we are given to understand in the Supreme Court. In fact, the judicial officers were basically gheraud, and the officers were stranded for several hours, that too without any protection. Eventually, they were basically rescued late at night. This was after midnight. So these are images that are now coming in. I'm going to just pull out those images once again and show to you. In fact, while leaving their vehicles, were basically attacked with stones and sticks. The delay and the lack of response raised serious concerns about their safety. In fact, the Chief Justice of India has noted that the Chief Secretary was not available, the DGP was not available, and what essentially looks like the state machinery essentially failed. In fact, we're going to take you through some more details right now of what exactly happened when the judicial officers were basically returning, and it seems that political workers who gathered there gheraud the officers, not allowing them to move out. Well, in fact, these were images that came in late last night. Around midnight is when the judicial officers were basically returning, and a large number of people had basically gathered there. Trinamool Congress workers who were also present in the crowd that had basically gathered, and there was a massive violence that actually took place in Kaliachok in West Bengal. In fact, the SIR process has largely become a political tool. In fact, the SIR, what we are given to understand, this SIR process that was basically largely debated in the state of West Bengal, where Trinamool Congress has been alleging that this entire process has been done to basically weed out what they believe have been their own voters, and the fact that legal voters have also been eliminated in this entire process. Now, that's the allegation that has been levelled by the Trinamool Congress, an accusation that has been rejected by the court in multiple pleas that have been filed so far. But shifting focus now back to the battlefield, where we're now given to understand there are some more breaking news now coming in with on your screens right now. These are latest images coming in from Iran, where latest Iranian missiles have hit an American base in Jordan. In fact, despite President Trump's first address to the nation, where he's essentially said that while there would be an escalation in the days to come, where he says and he threatens that he's going to send back Iran to the Stone Ages. In fact, it seems that there is no clarity that has basically emerged as to whether at all there is going to be any sort of a ceasefire. Iran, on the other hand, has essentially taken on United States of America, saying that none of their assurances can be taken into account, given the fact that in the past too, they've betrayed them when the negotiations were actually going on. Iran still maintains that no negotiations are on. In fact, saying that there are no direct negotiations between the United States of America and Iran. In fact, indirect messages have been coming in through their mediators, but there hasn't been much that has changed. On your screens right now, these are the latest images now coming in of Iranian missile hitting an American base in Jordan. In fact, Gulf nations have been one of the worst hit, with Iran basically indicating that they will continue with the strikes, particularly allies of America will be targeted. And that is the reason why what we have seen in the last few hours also, particularly coming in from UAE, where multiple interceptions have actually taken place. In fact, UAE has once again responded by simply stating that this, they believe, is an unprovoked aggression by the Iranians, despite assurances that have been given by the Gulf nations that their space will not be used. Let me once again go back to these images now coming in from Kolkata. In fact, this is coming in from outside Bhabanipur, where Home Minister Amit Shah is carrying out a rally. In fact, along with him, flanked by his side, is West Bengal leader of the opposition, Suvendu Adhikari. In fact, this is Suvendu Adhikari's yet another time of taking on Mamata Banerjee directly. Earlier it was in Nandigram, and this time the other constituency of Bhabanipur is where Suvendu Adhikari will be contesting, pitted against Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee. A short while back, Amit Shah once again taking on Mamata Banerjee's government, saying that minority appeasement has been one of the highlights of the Trinamool Congress government, saying that the jungle raj that has been going on under Mamata Banerjee will finally come to an end on 5th of May when the BJP is voted to power. In fact, it has been an uphill task for the Bharatiya Janata Party, keeping in mind that even last time, in the last assembly elections, what we have essentially seen an high-octane campaigning that is done by the BJP. Here, once again, Home Minister Amit Shah leading from the front, this time accompanying Suvendu Adhikari during the nomination. In fact, just after the nominations were basically over, you've had Amit Shah stating that they are going to be back. They are going to be in power in West Bengal, and with the promises that action would be taken against illegal immigrants, and not just that, promises have also been made that they are going to weed out what they believe is the appeasement politics of Mamata Banerjee. We'll try and play out that response that came in from Amit Shah a short while back. In fact, this was one of his first speeches that he has made in Kolkata. In fact, this is in Bhabanipur, where we are given to understand that Amit Shah has spoken.
তাদের নামাঙ্কন দাখিল করবেন। এই অনুষ্ঠানে যিনি এসেছেন তার প্রবল ব্যস্ততার মধ্যে থেকে একটু গাড়িকে আগে হ্যালো এখান থেকে তিনি
But in high-octane campaigning that is now being done by the Bharatiya Janata Party, in fact, Suvendu Adhikari, West Bengal's leader of the opposition, takes on the fight directly to Mamata's turf in Bhabanipur. In fact, this last elections, assembly elections, a big shocker for Mamata Banerjee was losing from Nandigram. In fact, Bhabanipur is another place from where she has contested the elections. But this time, Suvendu Adhikari, along with Nandigram, he is taking on Mamata Banerjee in Bhabanipur, where a short while back he's filed the nomination and sending across a very strong message from perhaps the central leadership, with the Home Minister by his side, where the nominations were essentially being filed. You've had Amit Shah making it very clear that Suvendu Adhikari is leading the party, and the fact that all efforts are going to be made for bringing in what he says a double-engine sarkar in the state of West Bengal. Scathing attack by Home Minister Amit Shah against West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee and her government, stating that there hasn't been much development that has taken place. In fact, she has scuttled central funds, not allowing central funds to percolate down, and welfare schemes that have been started by the centre have been blocked by Mamata Banerjee's government, and essentially indicating that West Bengal has basically suffered under West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee. Slipping into a short break, news and updates continue on the other side.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा और मसाला।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, ये संकट अलग प्रकार का है और इसके समाधान भी अलग प्रकार से ही तय किए जा रहे हैं। हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। आदरणीय सभापति जी, जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। इस युद्ध के दुष्प्रभाव लंबे समय तक रहने की प्रबल आशंका है, लेकिन मैं देशवासियों को भरोसा देता हूं
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
Corrector, the taste of success.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MTH का जल जीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, ये संकट अलग प्रकार का है और इसके समाधान भी अलग प्रकार से ही तय किए जा रहे हैं। हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। आदरणीय सभापति जी, जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। इस युद्ध के दुष्प्रभाव लंबे समय तक रहने की प्रबल आशंका है, लेकिन मैं देशवासियों को भरोसा देता हूं, सरकार सतर्क है, तत्पर है और पूरी गंभीरता से रणनीति बना रही है, हर निर्णय ले रही है। देश की जनता का हित हमारे लिए सर्वोपरि है।
These talks go well and you reach a ceasefire agreement with Iran. Do you believe Israel would abide by that agreement?
I think Israel will be very happy with what we have. We just spoke to Israel a little while ago. I think they'll be very happy. This will be peace for Israel, long-term peace, guaranteed peace. If this happens, and I can't guarantee it, but I think it's going to. My life is a deal. That's all I do is deals my whole life. I think this is something that's going to happen. And why wouldn't it happen? So tomorrow morning sometime, their time, we were expected to blow up their largest electric generating plants that cost over $10 billion to build. It's a very good one. There was no dearth of money. And one shot, it's gone. It collapses. Why would they want that? So they called. I didn't call. They called. They want to make a deal. And we are very willing to make a deal. It's got to be a good deal. And it's got to be no more wars, no more nuclear weapons. They're not going to have nuclear weapons anymore. They're agreeing to that. Any of that stuff, there's no deal.
Mr. President.
A top person. Don't forget, we've wiped out the leadership phase 1, phase 2, and largely phase 3. But we're dealing with the man who I believe is the most respected and the leader. It's a little tough. We've wiped out everybody.
Is that the Supreme Leader?
No, not the Supreme Leader. We don't. Well, nobody heard of the second Supreme Leader, the son.
Are these direct?
Nobody. We have not heard from the son. Every once in a while, you'll see a statement made, but we haven't. We don't know if he's living. But the people that seem to be running it, and they seem that based on really fact, because things they've said have taken place.
מוקדם יותר היום שוחחתי עם ידידנו הנשיא טראמפ. הנשיא טראמפ מאמין שיש סיכוי למנף את ההישגים הכבירים של צה"ל וצבא ארצות הברית כדי לממש את יעדי המלחמה בהסכם, הסכם שישמור על האינטרסים החיוניים שלנו. במקביל, אנחנו ממשיכים לתקוף גם באיראן וגם בלבנון. אנחנו קודשים את תוכנית הטילים ותוכנית הגרעין עד דק וממשיכים לפגוע קשות בחיזבאללה. רק לפני ימים אחדים חיסלנו עוד 2 מדעני גרעין והיד עוד נטויה. אנחנו נשמור על האינטרסים החיוניים שלנו בכל מצב.
Ehtaram, you are fired. You are familiar with this sentence. Thank you for your attention to this matter. The sentence
Viewers, top headlines. Supreme Court pulls up Mamata government over judicial officers being held hostage. The Supreme Court notes how judicial officers were carried out and threatened. Union Minister Sukanto Majumdar blames Mamata Banerjee's provocation for 7 judicial officers being carried out for hours in Malda over electoral roll deletions.
अरे सुवेंदु दा हमारे नंदीग्राम से लड़ना चाहते थे। मैंने सुवेंदु दा को कहा था कि सिर्फ नंदीग्राम नहीं, ममता के घर में जाकर उसको हराना।
West Bengal LOP Suvendu Adhikari to file nominations as Bhabanipur candidate in presence of Home Minister Amit Shah. LDF releases election manifesto in Kerala, promises jobs, women empowerment and poverty eradication. Tamil Nadu Deputy CM Udayanidhi Stalin likely to file his nomination today. Rahul Gandhi to make announcements of candidates for 27 constituencies where Congress is contesting from in Tamil Nadu. Okay, pictures coming in from Bhabanipur in West Bengal, and a short while back we just heard Home Minister Amit Shah speak there. He is participating in Suvendu Adhikari's nomination filing at Bhabanipur. A huge rally can be seen there. So the BJP leader Suvendu Adhikari is filing his nomination from this constituency. This is a Bhabanipur Assembly constituency, and there's a roadshow that is happening as we speak. So, Suvendu Adhikari is the leader of opposition in West Bengal, and this is a big show of strength that we are seeing there of the BJP. And this place, Bhabanipur, is very important because this is also a very important political bastion of the TMC and Mamata Banerjee. So this roadshow has begun, and multiple BJP leaders are accompanying Home Minister Amit Shah. The roadshow is going through different parts of Bhabanipur before ending at the survey building, where Suvendu Adhikari will be filing his nomination papers. So those are the visuals that we're getting in for you on Republic. Amit Shah joining Suvendu Adhikari for the Bhabanipur nomination, which is happening. It's a very important update coming in here on Republic TV as we count down to the West Bengal elections. So big updates coming in here. Amit Shah, he also addressed a rally a short while back, and He made a very important statement saying have to defeat Mamata Banerjee in her own home. This was a statement coming in from Amit Shah. His poll pitch in West Bengal's Bhabanipur and addressing supporters during the campaign, Shah asserted that victory in the constituency would accelerate political change across the state. He says that he told Suvendu Adhikari that we have to win this constituency. This is a very strong hold of the TMC. And big updates coming in here as Shah expressed confidence that BJP will secure a strong mandate in the state, claiming that people are looking for an alternative government under Prime Minister Modi's leadership. Pictures coming in from Bhabanipur in West Bengal as Suvendu Adhikari is all ready to file his nomination. Amit Shah, like we said, was speaking a short while back and stepping up his criticism of the Mamata Banerjee government. Shah alleged the state has witnessed rising corruption and a lack of employment opportunities for the youth. Amit Shah said that youth have no employment. A record of corruption has been made by Mamata. Amit Shah has highlighted the BJP's development agenda and said the party's aim is to transform the state into a Sonar Bangla. That means a golden West Bengal. So pictures coming in of the roadshow that is taking place. Amit Shah had made multiple statements just before as he was addressing a major rally. Kishule is joining us live. Kishule, this is a big update because we see that Amit Shah is participating in Suvendu Adhikari's nomination, filing from the Bhabanipur Assembly constituency, and now the roadshow has begun. Yes, Kishule.
Well, exactly. This is a live visual from Bhabanipur where Suvendu Adhikari is doing this huge rally, and accompanying him is Amit Shah, the Home Minister of India. And we can see the sea of people, the huge number of people, BJP supporters, common people who have arrived in order to support Suvendu Adhikari and to support BJP is, in a word, stunning. This number of people gathering in Bhabanipur is something that has not been seen in the recent past. This is quite shocking for the Trinamool Congress as well, that such large number of people are gathering in order to support Suvendu Adhikari. We see that this huge rally is in support of Suvendu Adhikari, who is going to file his nomination from Bhabanipur today on the auspicious occasion of Hanuman Jayanti. We know that Suvendu Adhikari is fighting this election from two consecutive seats. One is from Nondigram and one is from Bhabanipur. In Nondigram, Suvendu Adhikari has already filed his nomination. Today he is going to file his nomination with Home Minister Amit Shah and several other state and national leaders. They are doing this rally from Hajra to Bhabanipur, where a sea of people, thousands of BJP supporters and thousands of common people of West Bengal who want a change this time has gathered in order to support Amit Shah, support Suvendu Adhikari, support the BJP. We see that both Suvendu Adhikari and Amit Shah are on a car with an open hood, and in this particular car, in this particular vehicle, both Amit Shah and Suvendu Adhikari is standing while they are waving hands to the supporters and common people who have gathered on both sides of this road. This is core area of Mamata Banerjee's rule. This is the area constituency from where Mamata Banerjee has several times won election, and she has been fighting election from this constituency for several times. This is spectacular that such a large number of people from this core area of Trinamool Congress supporters have gathered in order to support BJP and support the leader of opposition currently, Suvendu Adhikari. Also from the same vehicle, we see Shomik Bhattacharya, the state president of BJP, is present. We also see Shopon Dasgupta, senior journalist and also a candidate, ex-journalist and also a candidate from the BJP, is also in the same vehicle, and Dr. Shatarupa, who is also fighting elections from a seat in South Kolkata, is in the same vehicle. All of them will be submitting nomination today. Suvendu Adhikari, Shopon Dasgupta, Dr. Shatorupa and several other BJP candidates from various constituencies of South Kolkata will be submitting their nomination today, and therefore Amit Shah is holding this rally in order to support all these candidates from the Bharatiya Janata Party. We also see State BJP President Shomik Bhattacharya, who is a veteran BJP leader of West Bengal, also present in this same vehicle where Amit Shah is currently standing and waving hands. This is a spectacular rally. This is a huge rally. And as a resident of Kolkata, as a person who has been covering several incidents in Kolkata, I would surely say that this kind of crowd has not been seen in the recent past. Even in the rallies where Mamata Banerjee was leading in several issues, she has done rallies in the past, in the last few days, but this number of people we did not see. So this is a huge rally, a huge boost up for the BJP, a huge boost up for Suvendu Adhikari and several other candidates who are right now in this vehicle with Amit Shah. Apart from these leaders, there are also several other state and central leaders. We also have several drone shots which make it clear that the whole area is covered with a sea of people. Only heads of people are visible in this particular area. Amit Shah making a statement there, making it clear that BJP has garnered enough support in order to form a government. In fact, Amit Shah has been saying several times that he's assured that this time BJP will be forming a government. They will be hitting the majority. 148 is the number of seats, that is majority. But why this seat is important? Why Bhabanipur is important? Bhabanipur is important because here is this is the seat from where the Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee is fighting election. This is the seat from where Mamata Banerjee has been fighting elections from the past several decades. She has been winning these seats, this particular seat several times in a row. If Suvendu Adhikari manages to win this particular seat, it will be a history that Suvendu Adhikari will create. And we have seen in the past, in the last assembly elections, in Nondigram seat, Suvendu Adhikari managed to defeat Mamata Banerjee. And it made almost a mockery how Mamata Banerjee herself was defeated while Trinamool Congress got enough seats to come to power in 2021. But the chief ministerial candidate was herself defeated. On the other hand, this time again, Suvendu Adhikari is going to file his nomination from Bhabanipur, from the same place where Mamata Banerjee has already filed her nomination. And we know that this time it will be a very high voltage fight between Suvendu Adhikari and Mamata Banerjee. If Suvendu Adhikari manages to defeat Mamata Banerjee again, this will be a history that will be created in Bhabanipur. On the other hand, Suvendu Adhikari is very sure about this, about his win in this particular seat. In fact, while talking to Republic Bangla, he has already made it clear that he is sure that he is going to win by 25,000 votes. That's the margin he is expecting. We see saffron flags, we see BJP flags, we see several BJP leaders in the vehicle in the center of this rally, along with Amit Shah, heading towards Bhabanipur, where Suvendu Adhikari will be filing his nomination today.
All right, okay, let's put out those pictures which are coming in for our viewers. Now, those are pictures left and right. So left hand side, Amit Shah's road show is happening as we speak. The live pictures which are coming in. Amit Shah's poll pitch in Bengal's Bhabanipur. Amit Shah has intensified BJP's campaign in West Bengal's Bhabanipur, asserting that Mamata Banerjee must be defeated in her own home to bring political change in the state. On your right hand side, we see that a short while back in Tamil Nadu, because Tamil Nadu is also heading to polls. We saw that TVK Chief Vijay filing his nomination for the the East, the Tiruchi East constituency. Vijay had filed his nomination from the other constituency that he's nominating himself from. This is the Perambur constituency in Chennai. So that happened around 2 days ago. And now Vijay is filing nomination from the second seat that he will be contesting from. So we can see that the battle is getting very, very intense. The battle for West Bengal, the battle for Tamil Nadu, really heating up here. And we keep getting you all the top updates as multiple states are going to polls very shortly. So campaigning is happening. We are seeing that campaigning is happening all across in multiple states just ahead of the assembly elections. So we can see that on the left hand and right hand, this is Tamil Nadu and West Bengal. In Kerala as well, LDF and UDF have released their manifestos, so we see simultaneous developments.
எல்லாருமே தமிழ்நாட்டுல எந்த மூலையில இருந்து எங்க வேணாலும் தமிழ்நாட்டுக்குள்ள எந்த பஸ்ல வேணாலும் ஃப்ரீயா சொன்ன மாதிரியே ஃப்ரீயா
He's pointing out that the DMK has already been promising for free when everything on free is not a label that the Tamil Nadu should be scared of. He says as promised he would be building toilets in every school and every basic facilities is required in the rural areas. He says that he'll keep up his promise if he wins that particular election, requesting the people in Trichy East to vote for him.
அதனால என்னுடைய தாய்மார்களே உங்களுக்கு
Says that not even a basic facility is available under the DMK government for the people who are going to schools on a daily basis. As you can see, Vijay is campaigning in Trichy East. He is blaming the DMK government for not even giving the basic facilities to the people of Tamil Nadu. He is also pointing out that the DMK scam on receiving 25 to 35 lakhs per person, promising them. He's pointing out the DMK's job scam that was recently out for the people of Tamil Nadu. He's asking the people that if they can promise him to make sure that they will throw away the DMK government from the state of Tamil Nadu. Questions like even in one section of the department of the government, there's more than 1,200 rupees of corruption done by the DMK government. Imagine what would be the cost that they would have done in all other departments as well.
இந்த கல்லூரி உதவி பேராசிரியர்களுக்கு அந்த போஸ்டிங்க்கு 2000 பேருக்கு மேல அந்த வேலை கொடுப்போம்னு சொன்னாங்க. கடைசில எத்தனை பேருக்கு கொடுத்தாங்க தெரியுமா? வெறும் 5 பேருக்கு.
Talking about the vice chancellor of the education department, 2,000 rupees is taken as amount of corruption. Vijay points out that the DMK is requesting so much money from the people, and doing this corruption has led the DMK government to a lot of
All right. Okay. So we're getting these pictures coming in. This is Suvendu Adhikari, who is about to file his nomination just right now. This is Bhabanipur, by the way, and this is coming in as Amit Shah is with Suvendu Adhikari. And I think we will try to go across to our newsroom for more on this update. But live pictures coming in for our viewers as Suvendu Adhikari will be filing his nomination papers. Now we see that BJP putting up a united front as Suvendu Adhikari is filing his nomination. Okay, I think we have Kishore with us. Kishore, let's go to you now. So we see that Amit Shah is participating in Suvendu Adhikari's nomination filing in Bhabanipur, and now we see Suvendu Adhikari filing his nomination. Yes, let's go to you because this is a very important constituency. This is a political bastion of the TMC.
There's a breaking news right now. I'll try to update you about what happened just now. And you can cut to Bangla PGM. There's a Trinamool Congress protest in the Shah rally in Bhabanipur. And while Shah was holding his rally, these people, these TMC supporters, we can see them with TMC flags. We see those TMC flags. They tried to stall that rally that Amit Shah was holding. And for security reasons, Amit Shah had to be taken down of that vehicle in which he was holding the rally. And he had to be taken in his own personal vehicle, in his own personal car, and he had to leave this rally. TMC tries to stop Amit Shah's rally. They try to protest, and we see there's a standpoint right now. At one hand, there is a standstill right now. At one hand, there is TMC supporters with TMC flags. And on the other hand, on the other part of the screen, we see BJP supporters with BJP flags. There's this situation which has arisen right now. This is a breaking news. While Amit Shah was holding a rally with Suvendu Adhikari, they were holding this rally on a vehicle, on a car, open car that was going through Bhabanipur. A certain sections of TMC supporters, they tried to stall that rally. We see those TMC flags. These are TMC supporters who came in the rally, in Amit Shah's rally, tried to stop the rally, protested in front of the rally, and then they also had black ribbons on their forehead. They were protesting against Amit Shah and Suvendu Adhikari, and for security reasons, Amit Shah had to be, he had to vacate the car, the vehicle in which he was traveling, the open vehicle in which he was traveling. He had to get down from that. He had to go inside his personal car in which he was traveling while he was coming to the venue, and he had to leave the rally. So this is the breaking news that's happening at Bhabanipur, one of the most high voltage constituencies in West Bengal this time. And what happened was Suvendu Adhikari was going to file his nomination. A huge rally was being held. Amit Shah was present with Suvendu Adhikari in this particular rally. And while the huge rally was going peacefully, TMC cadres, they gathered in front of the rally, and they, in order to stop the rally, they started protesting. Just in front of the rally, they started protesting, holding Trinamool Congress flags and also wearing black ribbons on their forehead. They were also shouting Joy Bangla slogans, and they were shouting slogans against the BJP and against Amit Shah. We see there's a standstill right now. A huge deployment of police officials are present. At one hand, we see at one side of the barricade, we see BJP workers with BJP flags. It's very visible on the screen right now for the viewers. At one hand, we see BJP workers. On the other hand, we see TMC workers. They are protesting against each other. They are sending out slogans against each other. But it's very important that a rally which was held by Amit Shah himself, the Home Minister himself, that rally was stopped and stalled by the TMC. And TMC cadres, TMC goons tried to create a situation out of it. They tried to stall the rally. They tried to protest and raise slogans. And for security reasons, the Home Minister of the country had to vacate the open vehicle in which he was traveling, the vehicle from which he was waving at his supporters and the crowd. And then he had to go inside his own personal vehicle, the white car in which he came to the rally, and he had to leave the venue. Amit Shah has left the venue right now. Amit Shah is not present in the rally anymore. Suvendu Adhikari is still going to file his nomination. He is present in that particular rally, but however, it has come to a standstill. TMC workers have stopped this rally. Therefore, there is a standstill right now. Additional police deployment has been sent. We have to see whether central forces will also be sent in this particular rally, because it's a high voltage situation. It's a very sensitive seat. Mamata Banerjee, who is hugely popular, is very clear. Mamata Banerjee is quite popular in this seat because she has been winning elections in this seat several times in a row. On the other hand, Suvendu Adhikari has garnered a huge support from this seat as well. In fact, in this particular rally, we see such number of people, in fact, a sea of supporters have gathered in order to support Suvendu Adhikari. So huge number of people in supporting Suvendu Adhikari, huge number of TMC cadres. On the other hand, this is a standstill situation. The situation is turning tense. Amit Shah had to vacate the open vehicle. He had to stop being in the rally. He had to leave in his car because of security reasons. There were threats. The Home Minister's own officials and security personnel had to decide on this. They had to take away the Home Minister from this rally, and he had to leave this rally. On the other hand, we see police officials in between. At one hand, we see TMC cadres. On the other hand, we see BJP supporters. Suvendu Adhikari, Shopon Das Gupta, Shomik Bhattacharya, and several other leaders like Tathagato Rai and other leaders are also present in this rally. All of these leaders were going to submit their nomination along with Amit Shah. However, Amit Shah had to leave the rally because of security reasons. And right now, this is a standstill situation that we see.
That's right. Okay, just staying with these pictures which are coming in. We're getting these updates on Republic. TMC tries to stall Home Minister roadshow in Bhabanipur and Bengal. We're getting some simultaneous developments as well. So simultaneously, we are seeing EDs conducting searches at several premises linked to the IPAC. So searches are also being they're being conducted in connection with West Bengal coal smuggling case. So many developments coming in right now, Kishore. We're sticking with these pictures. And we have seen so much of drama really play out. We remember the IPAC case when we saw that Mamata Banerjee had come in, and while the searches were ongoing, Mamata Banerjee had taken those files, and we saw the entire case go up to the Supreme Court later on. I'm coming back to you, Kishore. Let's also now talk about these pictures here on Republic from Bhabanipur and West Bengal. So this is a very important area, like you were saying. This is a political bastion of Mamata Banerjee. But talking about purely the support here, we can see there, and like you were mentioning, a lot of support coming in for Suvendu Adhikari. However, we can also see a lot of TMC flags. Yes.
Well, exactly. Live visuals coming in a high voltage seat right now, as you rightly pointed out. Mamata Banerjee has herself fighting in this particular seat, in this particular constituency. On the other hand, Suvendu Adhikari was going to file this nomination, and Amit Shah, in order to support Suvendu Adhikari, was present in this rally. While this rally was ongoing, this situation arose where a huge number of TMC supporters suddenly arrived in this rally, tried to stall this rally, tried to stop this rally. They were carrying TMC flags. They were also wearing black ribbons on their forehead, and a huge number of TMC supporters stalled this rally. And there was a security situation that was apprehended, and Amit Shah's own security personnel thought it best to take Amit Shah out of this open vehicle in which Amit Shah was traveling, and he had to be taken inside his own personal secured vehicle in which he had to leave the rally. That is what we are getting to know now. We are getting to know Amit Shah has left this particular rally right now. On the other hand, Trinamool Congress is, as usually, trying to disrupt BJP rallies. They have been trying to disrupt BJP rallies in several parts of the state. And now, while Amit Shah was present, while Home Minister was present, TMC has again tried to stop this rally and create a ruckus. This is, the BJP is saying that TMC goons, the BJP is alleging that TMC goons tried to compromise the security situation where the Home Minister himself was present in this rally. And on the other hand, Amit Shah, along with Suvendu Adhikari, along with Dr. Shatorupa, along with several other leaders like Tathagato Rai, Shapon Das Gupta, Shomik Bhattacharya, who all of whom were present in this open saffron vehicle which was decorated for this particular rally. They were traveling in this rally while this road show was going on, while this rally was going on, with huge number of BJP supporters and common people who came to support Suvendu Adhikari, who came to support the BJP. Suddenly, this situation arose where security was compromised and Amit Shah had to be taken out of this car and he had to vacate and leave. That is what we are getting to know. And on the other hand, Suvendu Adhikari is still going to file his nomination. He is going to file his nomination at the survey building. That is what we are getting to know. And in the survey building where he is going to file his nomination, Amit Shah is also supposed to be present. We have to see whether that happens, because that's a few kilometers away from where Suvendu Adhikari's vehicle is right now. So that few kilometers of stretch has to be still covered by Suvendu Adhikari and all the other candidates from southern part of Kolkata who were there present with Amit Shah in this particular rally a while back, while Amit Shah was in this vehicle, waving at the crowd, waving at the huge number of people. As I was pointing out, a stunning number of people, astounding number of people gathered. And in recent past, in recent history, such large number of people has not been seen. Even in Mamata Banerjee's rally, the number of people that gathered today. And probably that is the reason why suddenly in Kalighat region, where Mamata Banerjee's residence is very close by, a huge number of TMC supporters suddenly came in with TMC flags and black ribbons on their forehead. They tried to stall the rally. They tried to create a ruckus. They tried to compromise the security situation for the Home Minister, the second most important person in the country's cabinet right now. And he had to vacate the rally and he had to leave in his car. That is what we are getting to know right now. The situation, the police is trying to calm down the situation and trying to manage both the sides, because we know a huge number of BJP supporters are present there, and on the other hand, a huge number of TMC cadres also pulled in this area. So it's a very sensitive situation, volatile situation. The police is trying to bring down the situation as we speak.
Right, yes. Kishore, now we see the campaigning has hit a high voltage phase. That's why we are showing these pictures to our viewers, because, the BJP TMC face-off, which we just mentioned a short while back and which you also broke right now on Republic TV, where TMC tried to stall the rally of Home Minister Amit Shah. And this is not something that is new in terms of BJP's complaint. BJP has time and again spoke about how they are facing a lot of problems during campaigning. They have seen that what they allege, this is the allegation, by the way, coming in from the BJP, that some TMC workers are creating a lot of ruckus there. Yes, Kishore.
A ruckus, but also the BJP is alleging that they are compromising with the security of the Home Minister of the country. Just imagine that Amit Shah had to leave the rally before time. He was supposed to complete the whole rally till the survey building, and Suvendu Adhikari was supposed to go inside the survey building in order to file his nomination. But Amit Shah had to come down of this particular decorated vehicle in which they were traveling and waving at the crowd. We still see that visual in the left-hand side of the screen, where Amit Shah was present in this decorated vehicle from where he was waving. He had to vacate that because this vehicle was open from all sides. This vehicle was open and anything could have happened. Stones could, just yesterday midnight, we saw a very volatile situation in Kaliachok in Malda, where TMC supporters blockaded a highway for the entire night, and they held ransom 17 judicial officials. So it's a very volatile security situation in whole of West Bengal right now. Therefore, the security personnel of Amit Shah did not take a chance. That is what we are getting to know from our sources. He was taken out of that vehicle in which he was traveling and he left the rally. On the other hand, this is according to sources. We know that he is not present in the rally, and according to sources, we are getting to know that this might be because of security situation. This is a possibility. On the other hand, Suvendu Adhikari is right now walking towards the nomination, towards the survey building, going to file his nomination. Bangla PGM right now, Suvendu Adhikari walking. Along with him, we also see several other BJP leaders, and we see that he's going to file his nomination. He has, along with him, there are other BJP leaders, BJP candidates as well. Rally, in that road show, there was a situation. The TMC tried to block his way. The TMC tried to blockade the rally, and they tried to create a ruckus. We will try to hear what Suvendu Adhikari is saying. So, Suvendu Adhikari there. A huge crowd present around him, and a huge crowd of BJP supporters around him. Suvendu Adhikari is walking. The rally, the road show is over right now. Amit Shah has left the road show. Suvendu Adhikari has already filed nomination. Okay, that is what we are getting to know. Suvendu Adhikari has already filed his nomination, and now he has left the survey building. Suvendu Adhikari has already filed his nomination. There was a TMC crowd outside the survey building. That is why he did not speak to the media much. He entered the survey building, filed his nomination, and he left the survey building as well due to the security situation that is prevailing in that area. So Suvendu Adhikari has filed nomination from both of these seats, from Nandigram and from Bhabanipur. Both of these seats, and we are also breaking right now that Suvendu Adhikari has already filed nomination. He has come out of the survey building from where he has filed this nomination inside this building, and he has left as well. Both Suvendu Adhikari and Amit Shah has left the venue. Suvendu Adhikari has also spoken to the media for a brief moment. He has said that BJP will win the Bhabanipur constituency, and he has also said that the thousands of people who have come to support Suvendu Adhikari, the BJP makes it clear that it's the BJP which is going to win the elections in this particular seat. We see Suvendu Adhikari has already filed his nomination. This is a visual outside the building where he has filed nomination. So there was a security situation, there was a chaos and ruckus that was created by the TMC goons, and the TMC has created this chaos right in front of Amit Shah's rally. And Amit Shah, along with Suvendu Adhikari, who were present in this rally, that rally was stalled. Amit Shah left the venue, and Suvendu Adhikari went to the survey building to file nomination. He has already filed the nomination, and he has exited the survey building. While exiting the survey building, he has also spoken to the media, saying that today's crowd, the thousands of people who have gathered today, has made it clear, it's very clear that the BJP is going to win this particular seat, and also the BJP is going to win West Bengal's assembly elections this time. And Suvendu Adhikari is very confident that BJP will be winning Bhabanipur, which means Suvendu Adhikari will be defeating the Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee, sitting Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee. He has done so in the last elections. 2021, there was a high voltage contest at Nandigram. Suvendu Adhikari defeated Mamata Banerjee and it made a history, in fact, where a sitting chief minister was defeated. And now again, Bhabanipur is the same. In Bhabanipur, a similar situation has been seen where Suvendu Adhikari has filed his nomination. Mamata Banerjee is also fighting from this seat, and we have to see what happens in the final result day. But today what we see is the TMC goons and cadres, according to the BJP, as alleged by the BJP, has created a ruckus at Amit Shah's rally, which proves that the TMC is scared of the fact that thousands of people who have supported Amit Shah, Suvendu Adhikari and the BJP, they have scared TMC to the core, and that is why TMC is creating ruckus and trying to stop this rally. That is what the BJP is saying. So latest update is Suvendu Adhikari has filed his nomination. He has exited the survey building. Amit Shah has left the roadshow. And in this particular roadshow, thousands of people gathered in order to support the BJP, and this crowd was unprecedented. We have Shukanto Mojumdar, Central Minister, on the phone line. Mr. Shukanto Mojumdar, this is Kishaloy from Bangla Newsroom. Today we see a huge number of people coming in for Amit Shah's rally, but we also see the TMC is creating ruckus, and Amit Shah had to leave early because of that ruckus. What would you say on this?
It was, it was done it was done planfully, and the Mamata Banerjee is the master planner behind this all kind of chaos that happened. And today, the date and the time was given by the Election Commission of India for the file of nomination of Sri Suvendu Adhikari ji and other BJP candidate. And Amit Shah ji was present there in the roadshow. But TMC has created this kind of hegemony because they know that they are going to lose the battle of West Bengal as well as the battle of Bhabanipur. So that's why they are unable to accept the defeat, and that's why they are creating such kind of ruckus there, and they have created a hegemony over there.
Mr. Majumdar, Dr. Majumdar, it's very clear that the TMC is scared of the fact that such huge number of people have come out in Bhabanipur area, the constituency of Mamata Banerjee. But it's also a question that the Home Minister himself is present there. So the security threat is very serious in this matter, Dr. Majumdar.
Yes, the Honorable Home Minister of this country, he was leading the roadshow there. And in presence of the Honorable Home Minister, even the administration could not maintain the law and order. That means it imposed a great question over the law and order situation of the state. And though the law and order is now maintained by the Election Commission, but the thing is that all the machinery, that means from IC to the other officer of the police station, those belong to TMC. TMC, they have been appointed by the TMC rule government, and the commissioner, ward councillors, they play a pivotal role in appointing these police officials in Kolkata and the other areas of West Bengal. That's why those police officers is just working like a TMC Karyakartas. Those are working like a TMC Karyakartas, and that's why they are unable to maintain the law and order even in presence of the in presence of the Home Minister of this country.
Dr. Majumdar, I'll ask you one last question. This is about the security situation in West Bengal. Yesterday we saw the whole night Kalia Chowk was burning. 17 judicial officials were in fact in a way kidnapped. They were confined in a place. On the other hand, today we see when the Home Minister's rally is being stopped, ruckus is being created. Where are we heading, Dr. Majumdar?
Actually, Mamata Banerjee and her party is trying to create this kind of situation that, all these things are happening, whether it is in Bhabanipur or in the Kalia Chowk. Behind all this, intimidation, there is the inspiration of TMC and TMC leadership. Mamata Banerjee herself stated that only once, if a community takes charge, only within 1 second, everything will be vandalized. And yesterday's incident was thus the demonstration of the Mamata Banerjee's provocation and provoking war. And this is the condition everywhere in the state of West Bengal. And the Mamata Banerjee and her party is really actually they are in fear of losing the election because lots of people are
Okay, that was Shukanto Mojumdar. Thank you very much, Dr. Shukanto Mojumdar. He was clearly saying that security situation in...
All right, viewers, we are getting a big breaking news right now. Aam Aadmi Party asks Rajya Sabha Secretariat not to allot time to Raghav Chadha. This is a very big development. Aam Aadmi Party wants to remove Raghav Chadha from deputy leader post. Now, AAP writes to Rajya Sabha Secretariat asking for appointment of Ashok Mittal. A massive speculation over AAP moving to replace Raghav Chadha. Big breaking news development coming in as we speak. Aam Aadmi Party has informed the Rajya Sabha Secretariat that MP Raghav Chadha should not be allotted time to speak in the parliament. And the Aam Aadmi Party has submitted a letter to Rajya Sabha Secretariat to appoint MP Ashok Mittal as the deputy leader of the party in the Rajya Sabha. So what exactly was the reason for this change? We'll have to wait and watch. But this is a very big development coming in from Aam Aadmi Party. Aam Aadmi Party, which has informed the Rajya Sabha Secretariat that MP Raghav Chadha should not be allotted time to speak in parliament. A big setback for Raghav Chadha. Big reshuffle in Aam Aadmi Party. All right, we have Harsh for more details on the story. Harsh, what is the latest that you are fetching on this developing story? Aam Aadmi Party has informed the Rajya Sabha Secretariat that MP Raghav Chadha should not be allotted time to speak in parliament.
Well, right, this is a big political development here in New Delhi. Aam Aadmi Party has informed the Rajya Sabha Secretariat that MP Raghav Chadha should not be allotted time to speak in parliament. This is a big breaking we are fetching for our viewers. And Aam Aadmi Party, in fact, has also submitted a letter to Rajya Sabha Secretariat to appoint MP Ashok Mittal as its deputy leader of the party in Rajya Sabha. Now, this will officially mean that Raghav Chadha will be replaced as the deputy leader of Aam Aadmi Party in Rajya Sabha. This is a big political development that we are fetching for our viewers. AAP wants to remove Raghav Chadha from its deputy leader post. In fact, they have in fact informed the Rajya Sabha Secretariat that MP Raghav Chadha should not be allotted time to speak in parliament. This is a big political development that we are fetching in for our viewers.
But has there any reason been given on why this change is happening, the reshuffle that is taking place? He's one of the most famous faces in Aam Aadmi Party.
Well, right, Shivam, as we speak of Raghav Chadha, he is one of the most prominent leaders. In fact, he has always been seen as a young, emerging political leader, and he was one of the top representatives of Aam Aadmi Party throughout its campaigns, not just in Delhi but across India. Now, this is a big political development. We have to wait for some more time to fetch more details that why this decision has been taken, why Raghav Chadha has been, why Aam Aadmi Party is in fact submitting a letter to Rajya Sabha to, in fact, remove Raghav Chadha as the deputy leader of the party. This is a big political development. However, no clear intent has been conveyed by the party top management at this time. But this is the big breaking that we have with us. And in the due course of time, this will be cleared. We'll get, in fact, more clear details that why Raghav Chadha is being removed as the deputy leader of Aam Aadmi Party.
Can this also be related to the kind of issues that are raised by Raghav Chadha in the parliament? And is the party trying to maybe limit his visibility in the parliament?
Definitely. This comes as a big political development here in New Delhi. Now, when we talk about this big political development in New Delhi, this can definitely be linked to the issues that Raghav Chadha as an MP has been raising at the parliament.
Now, this comes as a big political development. However, we'll have to fetch more details on this as the story develops. But this is the big breaking at this hour that we are fetching, that MP Raghav Chadha is being replaced as the deputy leader of Aam Aadmi Party. In fact, Aam Aadmi Party has written to Rajya Sabha Secretariat to not allot time to MP Raghav Chadha to speak in parliament. This is the big political development here in New Delhi.
But this also hints towards internal differences in the party. Now, the kind of news that we are getting, they are removing Raghav Chadda and replacing him with somebody else. It's kind of a messaging not just to Raghav Chadda, but also to other people also. Now, how the other parties would react to this? Have any reactions come on this?
Now, Shivam, as we speak of Raghav Chadda, Aam Aadmi Party informing Rajya Sabha Secretariat that MP Raghav Chadda should not be allotted time to speak in Parliament. This is a very fresh development that we are fetching for our viewers. This comes as a big political breaking, also because of the fact that this is a condition of crisis, and Aam Aadmi Party has faced setbacks in the past few months, especially after getting defeated in New Delhi Assembly polls. Now, this also comes as a big setback for MP Raghav Chadda, who has been seen as a young leader, who has been seen as a young emerging leader. He's prominent among youngsters, and he has been raising multiple issues in Parliament. Now, this comes as a big political development. However, more details has to be fetched in this regard, that why this decision has been taken by the top party members of Aam Aadmi Party. But this is definitely a big breaking that we have with us, that Aam Aadmi Party has decided to replace Raghav Chadda as its deputy leader.
Yeah, but that also hints that they want somebody who is a senior figure to be representing Aam Aadmi Party.
Well, right. In fact, as we speak, we have another breaking with us. Raghav Chadda has been officially, and it is confirmed that he has been officially removed from his position as deputy leader of Aam Aadmi Party, and Ashok Kumar Mittal is set to be the new deputy leader of Aam Aadmi Party in Rajya Sabha. Now, this comes as a big setback for young Raghav Chadda, who has been seen as a prominent leader, especially amongst youngsters. Now, this is a big political development. It is confirmed, top sources have in fact confirmed Republic, that Raghav Chadda has been officially removed from his position as deputy party leader of Aam Aadmi Party in Rajya Sabha.
Yes, it's a very big development that is coming in. Earlier, this was coming from sources. Now, it is confirmed that Aam Aadmi Party has informed the Rajya Sabha Secretariat that MP Raghav Chadda should not be allotted time to speak in Parliament. He has been removed from the post. The Aam Aadmi Party has submitted a letter to Rajya Sabha Secretariat to appoint MP Ashok Mittal as deputy leader of the party in Rajya Sabha. So now we will have MP Ashok Mittal as a replacement for Raghav Chadda. A big setback for Raghav Chadda, the kind of statements and the news that is coming in. He is one of the most prominent faces, a young leader in Aam Aadmi Party. There must have been some sort of political differences in the party, and this is the reason that he might have been removed. It's a developing story. It's a fresh story. We're trying to fetch more details on this, but Aam Aadmi Party replaces Raghav Chadda. That's the big breaking news development, and they've clearly asked the Secretariat, the Rajya Sabha Secretariat, not to allot any time to speak in the Parliament. So does it pertain to the kind of issues that were raised by Raghav Chadda in the last session? This is also one of the big concern that we need to get more details on. Big shake up within the Aam Aadmi Party. Big development. All right, viewers, now let's move on and get you all the top national stories in Bharat in 1 minute. An illegal racket running out of a vacant plot has been busted by the staff of Palam Village Police Station. 3 accused, including a driver and delivery boys, were apprehended at the spot, and about 45 Bharat gas cylinders and a tempo were recovered. According to the police, during interrogation, the accused persons disclosed that they had taken the plot on rent for illegal storage. LPG cylinders were stored without a license and gas was refilled using nozzles. A prominent spiritual destination, Tirupati, has now opened its arms to Courtyard by Marriott Tirupati. The first Courtyard by Marriott in Andhra Pradesh has been established in one of India's busiest pilgrimage destinations. It is thoughtfully designed for discerning pilgrims and modern travelers alike, blending timeless styles with contemporary comfort, creating an atmosphere that is both peaceful and inviting. Adani Green Energy Limited, AGEL, India's largest pure-play renewable energy company, added over 5 gigawatt of renewable energy capacity in the financial year 2025-26, taking its total operational portfolio to around 19.3 gigawatts. It is the highest greenfield annual capacity expansion globally challenged by any other company, excluding China. It proved that ultra-large-scale renewable energy deployment is not only possible but also executable. All right, viewers, it's time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere. Coming up next, TVK Chief Vijay files nomination from Trichy East. Vijay holds mega roadshow after nomination filed. And Tamil Nadu Deputy CM Udinidhe Stalin files his nominations today.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, ये संकट अलग प्रकार का है और इसके समाधान भी अलग प्रकार से ही तय किए जा रहे हैं। हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। आदरणीय सभापति जी, जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। इस युद्ध के दुष्प्रभाव लंबे समय तक रहने की प्रबल आशंका है, लेकिन मैं देशवासियों को भरोसा देता हूं, सरकार सतर्क है।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा और मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, ये संकट अलग प्रकार का है और इसके समाधान भी अलग प्रकार से ही तय किए जा रहे हैं।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से, MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome. You're watching live and breaking on Republic TV with me, Ishita Mitra. Now, viewers, high voltage drama unfolded in West Bengal when TMC workers tried to stall Home Minister Amit Shah's roadshow when he was on his way with the Suvendu Adhikari, the leader of opposition, for him to file his nomination. Now, this led to clashes between the TMC and BJP workers, and how it unfolded on the ground. We'll get you all the details. But first up, a quick check at the headlines. BJP guest for Bengal polls, Amit Shah holds a mega roadshow in Bhabanipur ahead of Suvendu Adhikari's nomination. TMC workers disrupt Amit Shah's rally in Bhabanipur. TMC workers protest during Amit Shah's roadshow. Supreme Court pulls up Mamata Banerjee government over judicial officers being held hostage. Supreme Court notes how judicial officers were geared out and then threatened. TVK Vijay files a nomination from Trichy East. Vijay holds a mega roadshow after nomination. LDF releases an election manifesto in Kerala, promises jobs, women empowerment and poverty eradication. Tamil Nadu Deputy CM Udayanidhi Stalin likely to file his nomination today. And now viewers, our top focus, what unfolded in the election-bound state of West Bengal. Now there were clashes reported between TMC and BJP workers at Amit Shah's rally. Now this unfolded right after TMC workers tried to stall Home Minister Amit Shah's rally when he was on his way along with the leader of opposition Suvendu Adhikari in the state to file his nomination. Now Shah was holding a mega road show in West Bengal, and this was of course as Suvendu Adhikari was on his way to file a nomination, and this is when TMC workers started protesting, leading to clashes between the BJP as well as TMC workers. And now, in fact, we're getting you visuals of the same on your screen, how the clashes erupted between TMC and BJP workers, leading to high voltage drama unfolding on the streets of Bhabanipur as the state is now due to go for elections. Now, In fact, in this rally, Suvendu Adhikari was accompanied by Home Minister Amit Shah. He was on his way to file his nomination from Bhabanipur seat, where in fact he is set to contest against Mamata Banerjee, the government, the Chief Minister of West Bengal. And as they were on their way, there were TMC workers who tried to stall the rally, disrupt the rally, leading to clashes unfolding between the BJP and TMC workers on ground. Now we're getting you visuals of the mega roadshow that was held by Home Minister just a short while ago. And this is how exactly it started. Suvendu Adhikari flanked by Home Minister Amit Shah. They were on their way as Suvendu Adhikari was set to file his nomination from Bhabanipur seat, as he's contesting now against Mamata Banerjee. In fact, before this, Amit Shah also launched scathing attacks against the Mamata Banerjee government, saying that she will be losing this election, and not just the election but her own seat as well from Bhabanipur, as the people of Bengal now want a change. Just after that, we look at clashes now erupting on the streets of Bhabanipur as the TMC workers try to disrupt the rally of Home Minister Amit Shah. In fact, we'll also get you the shots of the clash that took place between TMC and BJP workers. All right, viewers, it's not just in Bhabanipur. In fact, in other areas of West Bengal also, we are looking at more and more disruptions. And now fresh violence was reported in Malda. Road protesters and goons vandalized a police vehicle and assaulted the driver, causing deep injuries in his head. Now, it's another incident of violence that's now been reported from West Bengal, Malda. In fact, in this case, there were several road protesters and goons who vandalized a police vehicle and also assaulted the driver, causing deep injuries in his head. So, a major incident that's now unfolded in Malda. Remember, not just a one of a kind. We have seen several pre-polar violence incidents unfolding, and now these are the visuals on your screen showing you how the incident, in Malda unfolded. This is where police vehicle was attacked by several protesters and several goons, leading to even a driver having some incurred injuries on his head. Now my colleague Kishore joins me on this. Kishore, give us more details about this violent incident that's been reported from Malda. We understand a police vehicle was damaged and even the driver was assaulted.
Since yesterday, we see that Malda is in fact burning. And these protesters, I don't know whether to call them protesters or goons and miscreants who are causing large-scale violence since yesterday. Yesterday, 17 judicial officials were in fact held ransom in a way. They were confined in a place, and later on police had to go, the central forces had to go to bring them out of that area. Today, fresh violence is reported in Malda again, and we see live visuals from English Bazaar where a police vehicle was vandalized. Not only that, we see a huge crowd of miscreants charging towards that police vehicle and trying to vandalize that, breaking the glasses, shattering the glasses down, and also assaulting the police driver. And in fact, we are getting to know that he has grievous injuries on his head and he is taken to the hospital where he is being treated. So Malda is burning right now, and the BJP is saying that this is all because of the insinuations by TMC Supremo Mamata Banerjee, who has time and again given out statements which infuriated the crowd, which made the crowd angry. And a large section of people, in fact these miscreants, are also from the TMC. They are TMC supporters according to sources and as alleged by the BJP. So TMC is taking all its might in order to create nuisance and ruckus all over Bengal. This is in order to stop the process of SIR. They're trying to stop the process of SIR, and they're trying to stop the judicial officials. That is why these miscreants are causing this violence all over Malda and West Bengal.
Right. Kishore, it's a very, very concerning development that we're now witnessing in the state of West Bengal. ED is flagging safety issues for their officers, CBI too, and police officers now are coming under assault, and even judicial officers being held hostage.
Well, exactly. Yesterday, 17 judicial officials who were working for the SIR process in order to finalize the lists that are coming out, the supplementary lists. They are working under the direction of the Supreme Court. They are not working for the election commissions per se. They are working under the instruction of the Supreme Court. If we point out if we clear out the situation in which, the process in which the whole work is happening, all the judicial officials are reporting to the Supreme Court itself. Now 17 judicial officials were held ransom. They were locked down, and central forces had to be sent in order to rescue them, bring them out and take them to a secured location. In fact, the highway that leads to Malda and towards the northern part of West Bengal, that was completely blockaded, and that blockade existed, remained there for about 24 hours. That is what we are getting to know. And also several areas in Malda and Murshidabad are erupting in violence as we speak. The latest such incident is reported from English Bazaar. This is Badhapukur area in English Bazaar of Malda district, where we see a huge number of people, a crowd with sticks, with huge bamboos and other weapons in their hand, charge towards the police vehicle. They shatter that police vehicle, injure the driver grievously, and the driver had to be taken to the hospital for immediate treatment. Now, who is inspiring this crowd? Who is insinuating things to this crowd is a question. BJP is saying it's Mamata Banerjee who is instigating the people of West Bengal and her supporters in order to create violence and ruckus, so that the process of SIR is stalled and Mamata Banerjee has her way during these elections. In fact, Mamata Banerjee has time and again spoken out in open public platform, where she has said that I won't allow the SIR process to happen. And now we see several instigating remarks from the Chief Minister, and then such violence all over the state point out to one fact, that the Chief Minister of West Bengal right now is probably, according to the BJP, as alleged by the BJP, instigating a certain section of people in order to create violence, and such situation is now happening all over West Bengal, especially in Malda and Murshidabad.
Right, Kishore, so it does seem that everything now boils down to the process of SIR, which Mamata Banerjee, in fact, has been contesting against, opposing from day one. But I want to come to you on the remarks that were given by Supreme Court today. Now, Supreme Court pulled up Mamata Banerjee government over the way. Judicial officers were get out in Malda. They were held hostage. If we could just break it down for our viewers, what exactly the top court said on this?
Well, time and again, the Supreme Court has observed in favor of SIR. Mamata Banerjee herself went to argue against SIR at the Supreme Court, and that was according to the BJP, it was a drama that unfolded, and Mamata Banerjee in fact tried to do this for visual optics. Now again, Supreme Court has come down heavily on Mamata Banerjee's government and administration. Now what we are getting to know is that under the directions of the Supreme Court, the judicial officials are working. These judicial officials, 17 of them, were gherowed last night for hours together. They were held ransom in a way, and they were confined to a place, and they had to be rescued. The Supreme Court has questioned the way in which the administration has handled the issue, and the way in which judicial officials, who are in fact judges in several courts of West Bengal and other parts of the country, how they were held, how their security was breached, and how they were in fact had to be rescued by the central forces, was questioned by the Supreme Court, and Mamata Banerjee's administration was questioned in the way how things were being dealt with. As we rightly know, Mamata Banerjee has been, and Abhishek Banerjee as well, has been speaking against the SIR. They have been speaking against the Election Commission and also the judicial officials. So such instigations are causing eruptions of violence, is what the BJP is saying. And they are saying that it's Mamata Banerjee who is insinuating and instigating the crowd. And that is the reason why such violences are happening all over West Bengal just before the election begins, and just as the SIR process is about to complete.
Right, of course. And, when we talk about these multiple incidents of violence which have been reported, we have seen most of the time it is a TMC supporters or TMC workers also in certain cases which are involved, specifically the case which took place at Amit Shah's rally today. Now, there were disruptions caused by the TMC workers. They tried to stall the rally, disrupt the rally. So what is the reaction coming in from the BJP on this?
Well, we spoke to Shukanto Mojumdar, Central State Minister, a while back, and he was very angry about the situation in West Bengal. In fact, Suvendu Adhikari was going to file his nomination. At one hand, Suvendu Adhikari's nomination rally, where Amit Shah was present, was stalled. On the other hand, several areas, several pockets in Malda and Murshidabad are again burning. And right now, as we see the visuals, a huge crowd with sticks and bamboos and several weapons in their hand are charging towards a police vehicle. This is a visual taken from a distance where we see this crowd charging towards this vehicle. So such violence going out of hand since yesterday night, and today Amit Shah's security was also breached in the rally where he was present at Bhabanipur.
Right. Kishali, coming back to the incident that took place in Malda, you talk about how the driver was injured, in fact, and the car was vandalized. What exactly triggered this incident?
Well, according to local sources, these vehicles are being used by the Election Commission. The police vehicle that we see is a pilot vehicle, and these pilot vehicles are used to escort the judicial officials who are working for the Election Commission under the instruction of the Supreme Court. So they are working in order to make the final supplementary lists, and these judicial officials, their vehicles are being escorted mostly by these kind of police vehicles that we see are being attacked here. So there is a possibility that the crowd which charged and attacked this police vehicle might have considered the fact that judicial officials who travel with such vehicles as their escorts, as their pilot cars, they have been traveling like this since the SIR process began. So there is a possibility that this is the reason why this police vehicle was attacked. The exact reason why this vehicle was targeted is being right now seen and investigated by the police, by the district police in Malda, who are working under the instructions of the Election Commission. The Election Commission is also looking into all of these matters. They are taking these matters very seriously and considering what remedies are required in order to stop such violence in several parts of the state, especially the epicenters such as Malda and Murshidabad, especially in English Bazaar area. We have seen several instances of violence since yesterday night, and in Kaliachok yesterday we saw 17 judicial officials were held confined to a place, and also we saw the NH12, the highway that goes towards the north of Bengal from the South Bengal was blocked for the entire night, and tires and several other objects were burned in order to stop movement of vehicle in this particular highway. Therefore, it's very clear that the state administration has failed in containing such violence. On the other hand, it's very clear that the Election Commission is taking these instances very seriously and considering remedial measures in order to not let such instances repeat again in the future.
Right, of course, it does seem that election officials and even judicial officials are now being targeted all across the poll-bound state of West Bengal. Viewers, let's go back to the Malda incident where the car was damaged and the driver, in fact, was assaulted. Let's take a listen.
Rinku ki?
বাইকে যাও গাড়িতে যেও না বলো না ওকে আচ্ছা দাঁড়া অ্যাম্বুলেন্স আছে লাইন থেকে একটু দাঁড়িয়ে পারছি না সদরপুর ঢুকছে না আমি যাবো তোমার সাথে যাবো নাকি একদম যাবো
And now, viewers, while Amit Shah's rally has now been disrupted in Bhabanipur, pre-poll violence, it does not seem to be ending in the state. Now, earlier there were 7 judicial officers which were get out in West Bengal's Malda, officers who were working for the SIR. And not only this, TMC workers also violently protested and even blocked the national highway. The situation, it seems, in Malda is now escalating into a major political and legal crisis following the special intensive revision of electoral rolls. 7 judicial magistrates, including 3 women, were held hostage for several hours at Kalaichak Block Development Office. Now, these officers, in fact, were deployed to oversee the SIR process. A court-mandated exercise to clean up the electoral rolls. But we are now looking at protesters trying to hold them hostage. In fact, huge violence broke out on the streets as now these instances of pre-poll violence continue in the state. We're getting you visuals of multiple incidents that have taken place, one from Malda, another one from Bhabanipur. This is where Amit Shah's rally was stalled, was disrupted by TMC workers. And on the other side, you can also see how 7 judicial officers were geared out by these protesters who are backing a TMC. And in fact, they were held hostage for several hours before central forces had to intervene. So multiple incidents of violence are now being reported in the poll-bound state of West Bengal, which is due for a very high-stake assembly elections. Not just political leaders, not just their security perimeter has now been breached, but also judicial officers. We are looking at police, a vehicle coming under attack. ED as well as CBI are now flagging safety issues in Kolkata. And now these instances also coming to light, highlighting how it has become a safety situation for these officers.
और कांचटा को भांग दिला
All right, viewers, on your screen you can see how the National Highway was blocked. 7 judicial officers were in fact held hostage. My colleague who's continuously tracking the story, Kishale, now joins us. Kishale, give us a whole sequence of how exactly these 7 judicial officers were held hostage, how they were geared out, threatened, and then eventually how they were rescued when central forces had to intervene.
Well, it's a very serious concern where 7 judicial officials, judicial magistrates, while they were inside a secure location, that particular location where they were staying in order to complete their SIR work in Kaliachok in Malda, they were geared out and that entire area was blockaded. In fact, the police officials and the central officials, central Jawans had to take another route in order to reach that area because the whole area was blockaded by thousands of people, mostly TMC supporters as alleged by the BJP. Supreme Court has come down heavily on the state government today. The Chief Justice Surya Kant has in fact gone this far to say that I was myself awake till 2 a.m. in the night. Do you think I don't know what's happening in West Bengal? It's a very serious situation and I'm very disappointed. This is what the Supreme Court had to say. Now, why the Supreme Court had to intervene? Because all these judicial officials, judicial magistrates are working under the directions of the Supreme Court. In fact, the Supreme Court itself has directed the judicial officials to complete the supplementary lists of West Bengal's SIR, and in order to complete it within time, the Supreme Court has involved a huge number of judicial officials in the process. Now, among these judicial officials or magistrates, if 17 of them were almost on the verge of complete security collapse, they were geared out.
Right. Right, Kishale, thanks so much for joining us and giving us the whole sequence and breaking down for our viewers how exactly this incident unfolded. Now, viewers, we're looking at several incidents of pre-poll violence now taking place all across the state of West Bengal, and not just in Malda but also in Bhabanipur as well as in other places. Now, in Bhabanipur, in fact, Amit Shah's rally was stalled, disrupted when TMC workers tried to create disruption and then leading to clashes with BJP workers. While in Malda, in fact, 7 judicial officers were geared out by these protesters backed by TMC, who were held hostage for several hours before central forces had to intervene. Now, take a look at this report which tells you how exactly this unfolded on the ground.
Massive political row broke out ahead of elections in Kaliachak in West Bengal after revised list of special intensive revision. Seven judicial magistrates held hostage for several hours in West Bengal's Malda district over the deletion of names from the electoral rolls. The officers remained trapped inside the building late into the night, and their vehicles were vandalized by protesters. According to officials, the protesters initially sought a meeting with the judicial officers and began the agitation after being denied entry. Trinamool Congress supporters blocked the national highways, effectively cutting off North Bengal and South Bengal. After several hours of high tension, the police and district administration managed to evacuate the officers. However, the evacuation was not without danger. Union Minister of State Sukanta Majumdar condemned the incident and blamed Mamata Banerjee government for the violence.
महिला जो हमारे ये थे जुडिशियल मजिस्ट्रेट थे, उनके गाड़ियों को तोड़फोड़ किया गया। कॉन्वॉय ना जा पाए इसके लिए वहां पे रास्ते के अंदर बांस डाले गए, बम्बू डाले गए कि कॉन्वॉय आगे ना बढ़े। और जिस तरीके से के लेफ्ट फ्रंट के जमाने में अनीता देवान को इसी तरीके से एक महिला जस्टिस को गाड़ी से उतार कर पीट कर मार डाला गया था, उस तरीके की पूरी अभिसंधि थी, उस तरीके की पूरी प्लानिंग थी। और ममता बनर्जी का जो लगातार जो उसकाना, 1 सेकंड वाला उसकाना, उनका जो बयान, वो बयान इसके पीछे जिम्मेदार है।
Meanwhile, BJP IT cell head Amit Malviya also said law and order cannot be allowed to collapse like this and urged for normalcy. Following instructions from the district judge, the officers stayed together and avoided individual movement to minimize risk. However, the situation continued to deteriorate even as all judicial officers have been evacuated as blockade continues. Meanwhile, the Supreme Court has pulled up the Mamata Banerjee government over the incident, calling it a brazen attempt to obstruct justice. The top court has issued show cause notice to senior officials and directed ECI to deploy security for more safety.
All right, viewers, coming up on the other side, TVK Chief Vijay files nomination from Trichy East, holds a mega roadshow right after nomination. Tamil Nadu Deputy CM Udayanidhi Stalin also likely to file his nomination today.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा प्योर मसाला।
हम धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, ये संकट अलग प्रकार का है और इसके समाधान भी अलग प्रकार से ही तय किए जा रहे हैं। हमें
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है, स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है, अरे मेरे राजा। मसाला।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ
Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome. You're watching live and breaking on Republic TV with me, Amit Shah. Now, viewers, on day 34 of the war in West Asia, Donald Trump has now hinted at more escalation, saying the US will be hitting Iran extremely hard in the coming 2 to 3 weeks. Now, what does this mean for the country and for the war at large? We'll discuss all of that. But first up, a quick check at the headlines. Amit Shah holds a mega roadshow in Bhabanipur ahead of Suvendu Adhikari's nomination as Bengal gears up for crucial assembly polls. TMC workers disrupt Amit Shah's rally in Bhabanipur. TMC workers protest during Shah's roadshow. Supreme Court pulls up Mamata Banerjee government over judicial officers being held hostage. SC notes how judicial officers were geared out and then threatened. Another instance of pre-poll violence reported in Malda. Protesters vandalized police vehicle. Big shake-up within Aam Aadmi Party. Aam replaces MP Raghav Chadda as a deputy leader in Rajya Sabha. TVKT Vijay files nomination from Trichy East. Vijay holds a mega roadshow right after nomination. Tamil Nadu Deputy CM Udayanidhi Stalin likely to file his nominations today. All right, viewers, the top focus at this hour, a big boost to defence manufacturing in India. Now, defence exports have skyrocketed to a record high level to about rupees 38,424 crore in the financial year from 2025 to 26. It's a massive 62.66% increase of the previous fiscal year's exports. In fact, we're looking at the exports now rising by 151%. Private sector contribution in this is up by 14%. And this as India is now marching ahead towards becoming a global defence manufacturing hub, according to Defence Ministry. Now, all these numbers, in fact, have been released by Defence Ministry, talking about how India's defence manufacturing is now rising. And also, the exports have now risen to skyrocketing to a record high level, taking the revenue to about rupees 38,000 crore in the financial year 2025 to 26. My colleague Ishan now joins me on this. Ishan, it's a big boost for Indian defense manufacturing and also for the goal to become Atmanirbhar in defense manufacturing.
Absolutely. Now, this 38,400 crore rupees in export does not only showcase that India has achieved a staggering amount, but it also showcases maturing of the industries. Now, we are seeing that not only larger players are participating in this export, but a lot of players from smaller MSMEs have also started exporting. We saw the number of MSME involved in defense export increase to a record high level, and apart from that we also saw a 14% increase on year volume of exports to countries. Now, earlier India used to export in the beginning of around 2014 to 4 to 5 countries. Now we are seeing that more than 80 plus countries have started purchasing their arms ammunition, from small arms and ammunition to larger BrahMos missile systems and to larger aircraft components that have been exporting by the Indian manufacturers abroad. Now, apart from all this, we have also seen a very large-scale component manufacturing setup come up in India, wherein larger amount of components for tanks, aircrafts and other things are being manufactured in India and being exported to these advanced countries such as France, United States, and they thereafter manufacture these larger platforms. Now, apart from that, we also saw a lot of platform-based exports such as the Dhanush systems and a lot of support vehicles that were manufactured by Mahindra Defence and other larger players be exported to Africa, United Nations, and recently also United Nations has purchased around 30,000 crores of equipment from India. Now, this is also a significant boost because this also shows technological achievements by the Indian manufacturers, because they are producing one of the best type of equipment and that can compete across the world. We saw that BrahMos missile showcased its capabilities and precision weapons to multiple places, and we saw that BrahMos was exported to Philippines in the most recent times. All this showcases a maturing of the industry and that India is now becoming a serious player in defense exports. Back to you.
Right, so big boost to Indian defense manufacturing. Thanks, Ishan, for joining us and giving us all those details. And now, viewers, moving on to another breaking news we're getting from the war zone in West Asia. Now, Iranian army chief has released a statement saying no enemy must escape if they attempt to carry out a ground operation. So, in direct reference to reports suggesting that US could now carry out a ground operation inside Iran. Now, the army chief also goes on to say the specter of war must lift from the United States, and it is unreasonable that other places be safe while our people are in danger. The army chief also mentions that no enemy must survive if they attempt to carry out a ground operation. So it is in direct reference to the reports claiming that as US is now mobilizing troops around Iran, it could go in for ground operation as a final and a massive blow. But Iranian army chief now warning directly to US, saying that the specter of war must be taken away from Iran. It is not wise that everyone else remains safe while our people continue to be in danger. It's a big warning, a big statement coming in from Iran's army chief on a potential ground operation by US troops. He also goes on to say that no enemy must escape if they try to carry out a ground operation. So also a warning to US forces if there is a plan, if a US administration is in fact mulling to undertake a ground operation inside Iran. The army chief now clearly warning that no one will be spared if they step a foot on Iranian soil. Now that's the warning coming in from Iran's army chief. Now remember also this comes after Donald Trump's war address, wherein he mentioned that he will be hitting Iran extremely hard in the coming 2 to 3 weeks, while taking the country back to Stone Age. So right after Trump's war address, we're now looking at Iran's army chief also releasing a statement on potential ground operation that could take place inside Iran. He says no enemy must escape if they try and attempt a ground operation inside Iran. He also goes on to say that it's been enough, sort of also reflecting the war fatigue growing on Iran's side as well. He says that a specter of war must be lifted from Iran, and the people of Iran deserve to be safe and not under constant danger. also reflecting the war fatigue growing on Iran side, as well as issuing a warning to Donald Trump administration if they are mulling over a plan to put their boots on ground, that no one will in fact escape if they attempt to undertake a ground operation inside Iran. It's a clear warning to a potential ground invasion that could come in from the US forces, and this statement has now been released by Iranian army chief right after Donald Trump also gave a wartime address. He addressed his nation. He talked about the escalation that could come in the coming 2 to 3 weeks, while saying that Iran will be hit hard extremely, as well as US will take Iran back to Stone Age. So in direct reference to those statements, and also in line with the kind of mobilization, troop mobilization we have been seeing all around Iran. Now, viewers, to give you some numbers, at present over 50,000 US troops are present in West Asia. It's the biggest build-up that US forces in fact have seen since 2003. Since 2 decades, such a build-up has not been seen. And in direct reference to that, we're looking at Iran's army chief now releasing a statement. All right, viewers, now moving on, Israel says that in the wake of extensive strikes in Tehran, the Air Force has now struck the base of the ground forces of Revolutionary Guards. Now, they've not just struck their base, but also mobile headquarters of the regime's commanders. Israeli army now says, we targeted in Tehran a military base of the infantry arm belonging to Iranian Revolutionary Guard, as well as their headquarters. So 2 key high-profile targets are now being hit in Tehran by the Israeli forces. They have in fact released a statement on this, highlighting how they have now struck a military base of the ground forces of Revolutionary Guard, along with a mobile headquarters of the regime's commanders. So 2 essential targets are being hit by the Israeli army. One, a base of the ground forces of the Revolutionary Guard, as well as a mobile headquarters. All the targets have now been hit inside the capital city of Iran. This as Israel, of course, continues with its targeted bombing all across the Iranian landscape. And now 2 key military targets are being struck by the Israeli Air Force. One is a mobile military headquarters, and the other one is a ground base. All right, viewers, now just a short while ago, in fact, early in the morning, US President Donald Trump addressed the nation on the war in Iran from the White House. Now, in this case, the president claimed that the war will end soon, while also claiming that Iran will be hit even harder in the coming 2 to 3 weeks. Now, he also reiterated that most of his remarks on the... All right, let's cut across to BJP's press conference. Gaurav Bhatia now speaking live.
स्टेट और एसएसपी को फोन किया, किसी ने कोई उत्तर नहीं दिया. The Honorable Chief Justice of the Calcutta High Court had to then call the Director General of Police and the Home Secretary to ensure the safety. Safety is a very important word. Judicial officers who are performing their duties under the Supreme Court order were worried about their own safety in the lawless state of West Bengal under Mamata Banerjee. The other senior judges of the Calcutta High Court were also in touch with the Chief Justice. ये जुडिशियल ऑफिसर्स को रात में 12 रिलीज कराया गया, और जब ये जा रहे थे तो इनकी गाड़ियों पर पथराव हुआ, हाथापाई हुई. ये है ममता बनर्जी जी का जंगल राज. और ये किस लिए है? ये इसलिए है कि शपथ ली है संविधान की, लेकिन प्यार किया है रोहिंग्या से. बचाना था पश्चिम बंगाल के नागरिकों को, उनकी रक्षा करनी थी, उनको अधिकार देना था. ममता बनर्जी कार्य कर रही है रोहिंग्या के अधिकार के लिए. एसआईआर की प्रक्रिया का विरोध केवल इसलिए the most important part, the Honorable CGI-led bench, of which Justice Joy Malia Bagchi and Justice Vipin Pancholi were also part of, a three-judge bench, had this to say. As reported, the bench remarked, there was an abdication of duty by West Bengal government and its officers. पहला, जो कर्तव्य था उसका निर्वहन नहीं किया. ममता बनर्जी शर्म आती है, पश्चाताप होता है, इस्तीफा देंगी. दूसरा रिमार्क कोर्ट ने किया, this incident is a brazen attempt not only to browbeat judicial officers but also challenges the authority of this court, that is the Supreme Court. जो न्यायिक अधिकारी हैं उनको धमकाना, बंधक बनाना, ब्राउ बीटिंग ऑफ जुडिशियल ऑफिसर्स. और दूसरा, आप सर्वोच्च न्यायालय का जो क्षेत्र अधिकार है, जो उसकी ताकत है, उसको चुनौती दे रही हैं ममता बनर्जी. तीसरा, जो बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण टिप्पणी है, not routine incident but appears to be calculated, motivated, move to demoralize the judicial officers and stop the ongoing process of adjudicating of objections in left out cases. हिंदी में कहें तो सोची समझी साजिश, इरादा है डराने का न्यायिक अधिकारियों को. सर्वोच्च न्यायालय के फैसले के तहत जो एसआईआर प्रक्रिया सुनवाई चल रही है, उसमें बाधा उत्पन्न करना ममता बनर्जी का मंशा है. जब ये सामने आता है तो ममता बनर्जी के ऊपर से विश्वास उड़ जाता है. उनकी प्राथमिकता पश्चिम बंगाल के निवासी भारतीय नागरिक हम लोग नहीं हैं. उनकी प्राथमिकता केवल रोहिंग्या है. रोहिंग्या के लिए हिंसा होगी, रोहिंग्या के लिए संविधान नष्ट होगा, रोहिंग्या के लिए सर्वोच्च न्यायालय को चुनौती देंगी, रोहिंग्या के लिए न्यायिक अधिकारियों को बंधक बना लिया जाएगा और ममता बनर्जी जी मूक दर्शक बनी रहेंगी. दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण, काला धब्बा. और पश्चिम बंगाल की जनता भी आज कह रही है, 4 मई भक्षक ममता पश्चिम बंगाल से गई. 4 मई भक्षक ममता पश्चिम बंगाल से गई. और इन कुकर्मों की वजह से, संविधान को नष्ट करने की वजह से सर्वोच्च न्यायालय यहां नहीं रुका. सर्वोच्च न्यायालय ने जो निर्देश दिए हैं वो भी बड़े अहम हैं, मैं आपके समक्ष रखता हूं. पहला, इलेक्शन कमीशन ऑफ इंडिया टू डिप्लॉय सेंट्रल फोर्सेस फॉर द सेफ वर्किंग ऑफ जुडिशियल ऑफिसर्स. न्यायिक अधिकारियों की सुरक्षा के लिए निर्वाचन आयोग केंद्र की जो सेंट्रल फोर्सेस हैं उनको डिप्लॉय करेगा. दूसरा, निर्वाचन आयोग सुनिश्चित करेगा कि ये सेंट्रल फोर्सेस जहां पे जुडिशियल ऑफिसर्स रह रहे हैं वहां पे भी डिप्लॉय की जाए. इलेक्शन कमीशन ऑफ इंडिया और स्टेट गवर्नमेंट सारे वो रेमेडियल मेजर्स, वो निर्देश देंगे जिससे कि ये सुनिश्चित हो कि ये न्यायिक अधिकारी जो अपने कर्तव्य का निर्वहन कर रहे हैं ये सुरक्षित हों. सुरक्षित इस शब्द पे सर्वोच्च न्यायालय ने जोर दिया है. हमारे न्यायिक अधिकारी पश्चिम बंगाल में जब ममता बनर्जी मुख्यमंत्री हैं तो सुरक्षित नहीं है. स्टेट गवर्नमेंट को क्या निर्देश दिए हैं? वो निर्देश देंगे जिससे कि ये सुनिश्चित हो कि ये न्यायिक अधिकारी जो अपने कर्तव्य का निर्वहन कर रहे हैं ये सुरक्षित हों. सुरक्षित इस शब्द पे सर्वोच्च न्यायालय ने जोर दिया है. हमारे न्यायिक अधिकारी पश्चिम बंगाल में जब ममता बनर्जी मुख्यमंत्री हैं तो सुरक्षित नहीं है. स्टेट गवर्नमेंट को क्या निर्देश दिए हैं? Home Secretary, DGP, District Magistrate and all police officials are directed to ensure that not more than 2 or 3 persons shall be allowed to enter premises for filing objections. जब objections filing होगी तो 2 या 3 लोगों से ज्यादा नहीं होंगे. DGP, Chief Secretary, Home Secretary, पुलिस ऑफिशियल, सबको ये निर्देश दिया गया है. जब सुनवाई होगी तब 5 से ज्यादा लोग वहां पे उपस्थित नहीं रहेंगे. यह बड़ा महत्वपूर्ण है कि चीफ सेक्रेटरी, डीजीपी एंड द स्टेट चीफ इलेक्टोरल ऑफिसर आर डायरेक्टेड टू सबमिट अ कंप्लायंस रिपोर्ट. सर्वोच्च न्यायालय में कंप्लायंस रिपोर्ट फाइल की जाएगी. 6 अप्रैल को जब मामले की सुनवाई पुनः होगी तो चीफ सेक्रेटरी, डीजीपी, डिस्ट्रिक्ट मजिस्ट्रेट एंड एसएसपी उस जिले के ये कोर्ट में प्रेजेंट रहेंगे और ये बताएं, शो कॉज देके दिया गया है कि आप बताइए क्यों आपके खिलाफ कार्रवाई ना हो कि आपने संविधान को तार-तार किया है, कानून का उल्लंघन किया है. और बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण, the Honorable Supreme Court has decided to hand over the investigation of the said incident to central agencies. सीबीआई या एनआईए से इस पूरे प्रकरण की जांच हो और कंप्लायंस रिपोर्ट सर्वोच्च न्यायालय में दी जाएगी. ऐसा फैसला आजाद भारत में चुनाव के दौरान कभी भी पहले नहीं दिया गया है. और यह क्यों जरूरी हुआ? जो न्याय का मंदिर है, जो हमारे ऑनरेबल जजेस हैं, उनको हस्तक्षेप इसलिए करना पड़ा क्योंकि एक भक्षक मुख्यमंत्री ममता बनर्जी जी संविधान को तार-तार कर रही थी. मेरे कुछ सवाल हैं ममता बनर्जी जी से जो पश्चिम बंगाल की जनता भी पूछ रही है. पहला, क्या ममता बनर्जी आपको शर्म आ रही है? क्या आप इस्तीफा देंगी? अगर आप कानून व्यवस्था बनाए रखने में सक्षम नहीं हैं, संविधान को आगे बढ़ाने में आप सक्षम नहीं हैं, तो ये पश्चिम बंगाल के लिए भी अच्छा है कि आप इस्तीफा दें. और वैसे भी जैसा मैंने कहा, 4 मई भक्षक ममता बनर्जी गई. जनता ने तो आपका रिपोर्ट कार्ड एफ करके लिख दिया है. भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार पश्चिम बंगाल में बनने जा रही है. लेकिन सवाल यह भी है, ये जो बचे कुछ दिन हैं, इसमें आप न्यायिक अधिकारियों को वो बंधक बनाएंगे, सारी संवैधानिक मर्यादाओं को तार-तार करेंगी. ये आज पश्चिम बंगाल की जनता पूछ रही है. दूसरा, जैसा मैंने बताया, 2 बजे से जो प्रकरण शुरू हुआ, रात के 12-1 बजे तक चला. एम मां माटी मानुष और एम मौन व्रत. ये मौन व्रत क्यों था? ममता बनर्जी जी, आपको उत्तर देना पड़ेगा. और यह स्पष्ट करता है कि आपके इशारे पे जुडिशियल ऑफिसर्स को धमकाना, जनता को डराना और चुनाव को प्रभावित करना, क्योंकि आप जान गई हैं कि आप चुनाव हार रही हैं, इसलिए आपने अपने टीएमसी के गुंडों से यह कार्य कराया. तीसरा, आपकी तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति क्या अब संविधान, कानून, सर्वोच्च न्यायालय, इलेक्शन कमीशन इस सबसे ऊपर हो गई है? आपको यह लगता है कि आपका जंगल राज ऐसा होगा कि सभी संवैधानिक संस्थाएं, आम आदमी डर के नतमस्तक हो जाएगा? तो यह होने वाला नहीं है. और यह कहना गलत नहीं होगा, कभी निर्वाचन आयोग पे सवाल उठाना, कभी सर्वोच्च न्यायालय पे सवाल उठाना, सर्वोच्च न्यायालय के आदेश का पालन ना करना, ये बहुत ही दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है और चिंताजनक है। और ये एक तस्वीर, जिस तरह से गाड़ियों पे पत्थरबाजी हो रही है, टीएमसी के गुंडे हिंसा के लिए जाने जाते हैं, ममता बनर्जी उनको संरक्षण देने के लिए जानी जाती है, लेकिन संविधान और कानून से ऊपर कोई नहीं है। ममता बनर्जी जी, आप भी नहीं हैं। इस देश में सर्वोच्च न्यायालय है, निर्वाचन आयोग है, भारतीय जनता पार्टी एक मजबूत विपक्ष बन के अपना कार्य कर रहा है। और सबसे बड़ी बात है, जनता है, जनता जनार्दन होती है, और जनता ने मन बना लिया है। आपके पापों का घड़ा अब भर गया है, ये फूटेगा और आपको सजा मिलेगी। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। If there are any questions on this topic, I'd like to take them.
Mamata Banerjee has responded to all the allegations. She says that BJP and ECI are playing with fire. They removed and transferred experienced state government officials and senior officials. Now these outsiders are ill-equipped to handle the local situation, and she is pinning the blame on Home Minister Amit Shah. How do you see this?
So first of all, it doesn't matter what the anarchist destroyer of constitution Mamata Banerjee says. What really matters, what is credible, what inspires confidence, what comes as relief and succor for the people of West Bengal and the entire country is the interference of the Honorable Supreme Court, the scathing remarks against Mamata Banerjee's government, the directions that make it clear rule of law does not exist and it cannot exist when Mamata Banerjee continues to be the Chief Minister of the state. Two, most importantly, the kind of remarks that are being made against the Honorable Home Minister of the country, Shri Amit Shah ji, itself reflect the sick anti-constitution mindset of Mamata Banerjee. She is destroying the federal structure of the country. A Chief Minister of West Bengal cannot respect the Home Minister of India. What is the message she is trying to send out?
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, ये संकट अलग प्रकार का है और इसके समाधान भी अलग प्रकार से ही तय किए जा रहे हैं। हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। आदरणीय सभापति जी, जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं।
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, ये संकट अलग प्रकार का है और इसके समाधान भी अलग प्रकार से ही तय किए जा रहे हैं। हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। आदरणीय सभापति जी, जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर
A very good afternoon. We are live and we are breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in. So, entire day today we've been tracking different stories, President Trump's address and the election-related updates. So, a lot of parties are filing their nominations and holding rallies in West Bengal and Tamil Nadu. All this and much more coming right up. But the headlines first. Let's get started. BJP gears up for Bengal polls. Amit Shah holds mega roadshow in Bhabanipur ahead of Suvendu Adhikari's nomination. TMC workers disrupt Amit Shah's rally in Bhabanipur. TMC workers protest during Amit Shah's roadshow. Supreme Court pulls up Mamata government over judicial officers being held hostage. Supreme Court notes how judicial officers were out and threatened. Another instance of pre-poll violence in Malda. Protesters vandalized police vehicles. And TVK chief Vijay files nomination from Trichy East. Vijay holds mega roadshow after nomination was filed. A big shake-up within the Aam Aadmi Party. Aam Aadmi Party replaces MP Raghav Chadha as deputy leader. Getting a big breaking news coming in, where the Delhi High Court has granted Arvind Kejriwal, Manish Sisodia and other accused a final opportunity to file replies to the ED's plea in the excise policy case. This comes after Rouse Avenue Court discharged all accused in a related CBI case, with the court making observations against the ED. The ED has challenged these remarks, stating that they are unwarranted and legally incorrect, potentially impacting ongoing investigation and prosecution. Delhi High Court granting Arvind Kejriwal, Manish Sisodia and others a final opportunity to file replies to the ED in the excise policy case. So big updates coming in here on Republic TV. And let's go straight across to my colleague who's joining us right now. We're being joined by Sarthak. Okay, let's go to Sarthak. Sarthak, now, we know the ED had moved the Delhi High Court against Arvind Kejriwal's acquittal and summons case. And if you could just once again take our viewers through what the Delhi High Court has said. Is given a final chance to Kejriwal and the others to respond to the ED play.
Yes, absolutely. But before that, let me just give a little background of the case. This case is different from the original petition, the revision petition that was filed by CBI after the discharge of Arvind Kejriwal, Manish Sisodia, and other Aam Aadmi Party leaders who were discharged by the Rouse Avenue Court in the excise policy case. This is a case by ED where they filed a petition in the Delhi High Court against some certain remarks that were passed by the Rouse Avenue Court while discharging the members of the Aam Aadmi Party in the excise policy case. And uh, at this point, what ED says is that certain remarks or certain observations were made against ED while discharging the Aam Aadmi Party leaders in the excise policy case, which challenges the investigation that is being done with ED. Although this should not be included in the CBI case. So, and this weakens the investigation that is being done by ED. The accused were supposed to file replies after the last date of hearing, and two opportunities have already been granted by the Delhi High Court to file replies in the plea by ED. But it seems like they have failed to file a reply in this case, and therefore the court has asked them an order to file a final reply to the ED's plea before the final arguments take place. Besides that, there is another case that the CBI has filed. They have filed a revision petition in the High Court. ED has also filed another petition where they have said that certain remarks that were made by the Rouse Avenue Court while discharging the members of the Aam Aadmi Party, this may weaken the investigation that has been done by ED. So
Yes,
at this point,
Sarthak.
what we know of, there are multiple
Sarthak,
cases
I also
pending.
want to ask you, I want to know a little bit more about what the ED has said. The ED is claiming that Kejriwal is raising frivolous objections and is creating grounds not to attend the probe. And this is what the ED is saying. Kejriwal, by the way, is right now on interim bail in the money laundering case. So we are seeing these allegations coming in from the ED. So what is the ED really saying right now?
Well, ED is still investigating the money laundering case. However, the remarks that were made by Rouse Avenue case, which says that since the members of the Aam Aadmi Party have been discharged in the CBI case, the ED case itself weakens. However, that case is still pending. ED is still investigating the members of the Aam Aadmi Party under PMLA, and then therefore, at this point, making any sort of remark or observation on the ED case that is separate from the CBI case could weaken the entire investigation. ED is at the same time has also challenged Kejriwal's acquittal in the summons case, because another case was filed in the Rouse Avenue court where they said that Kejriwal has failed to comply with the summons that were issued to him for the investigation in the PMLA case by ED. And in that case as well, the Arvind Kejriwal was acquitted and he was discharged, saying that there wasn't strong enough reason there wasn't much substance in the accusations that were made upon him. ED has also challenged that case. So at this point, there are multiple cases pending in the Delhi High Court. There is one CBI revision petition. There is this summon acquittal case that is pending, and the observation again, and a petition against the observations that were made by the Rouse Avenue Court while discharging Arvind Kejriwal, Manish Sisodia, and other Aam Aadmi Party leaders in the CBI case. So at this, and along with that, a big political development has also taken place, where it seems like Aam Aadmi Party has removed Raghav Chadha. So there are multiple political and legal developments taking place at this point. What we know of in this particular case, ED has argued against the remarks that were particularly passed by Rouse Avenue Court while discharging the Aam Aadmi Party leaders in the CBI case.
Okay, thank you for getting those details. Thank you so much, Saad, for getting us top updates coming in here on Republic TV. Now, I really have to move ahead right now. We're getting some more updates. Now, we shift the focus to what Rajnath Singh is saying. Defense Minister Rajnath Singh has reassured the nation that India is prepared to deal with any energy crisis in the West Asia conflict, stating that there's no shortage, I repeat, there's no shortage of petrol, diesel or gas in the country. He criticized the opposition for indulging in petty politics instead of standing with the nation during the crisis. Singh highlighted that the Indian Navy is safely escorting Indian tankers out of the Strait of Hormuz, ensuring the safety of Indian citizens and interests. He also emphasized the government's commitment to protecting Indians working in West Asia, particularly those from Kerala. So big updates coming in here. Rajnath saying no shortage of petrol and diesel. Okay, we have that statement. Let's play it out.
भारत का एक्शन अनप्रेसिडेंटेड होगा और डिसाइसिव होगा। और साथियों, आज हम सब एक बड़े परिवर्तन के दौर से गुजर रहे हैं। आज हम देख रहे हैं कि वेस्ट एशिया में बड़ा कॉन्फ्लिक्ट चल रहा है। केरल के बहुत सारे लोग इन देशों में रहते हैं और काम करते हैं, मगर उन्हें चिंता नहीं करनी चाहिए, क्योंकि हम अपने भारतीय नागरिकों की रक्षा और सुरक्षा के लिए हर कदम उठाने में किसी भी तरह पीछे नहीं रहेंगे, बल्कि उसके लिए हम पूरी तरह से तैयार हैं। साथियों, कुछ लोग वेस्ट एशिया के इस कॉन्फ्लिक्ट के कारण कई तरह झूठ फैलाकर पैनिक फैलाना चाहते हैं। न तो देश में पेट्रोल डीजल की कमी है, न तो कुकिंग गैस सिलेंडर की कमी है, और भारत इस किसी भी एनर्जी क्राइसिस से निपटने के लिए पूरी तरह से तैयार है। हमारी नेवी स्ट्रेट ऑफ हार्मुज से भारतीय टैंकरों को सुरक्षित तरीके से निकाल रही है। हमारे प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी बहुत ही कासस हैं इस मामले में, और मोदी जी रोज अपने डिप्लोमेटिक स्किल्स का प्रयोग करते हुए इंडियंस के इंटरेस्ट की वह रक्षा कर रहे हैं। जबकि अपोजिशन इस संकट के समय देश के साथ खड़े होने के बजाय पेटी पॉलिटिक्स करने का काम कर रहा है। आप सब लोग समझदार हैं और अच्छी तरह जानते हैं।
And viewers, US President Trump addressed the nation on the war in Iran from the White House. The president claimed that the war will end soon, while claiming Iran will be hit even harder the next 2 to 3 weeks. He has reiterated most of his earlier remarks on opening of the Strait of Hormuz, military and weapons facilities in Iran, and regime change. Here is more.
While Iran was continuing strikes in West Asia, not ready to back down, US President Donald Trump delivered a war address from the White House.
Never in the history of warfare has an enemy suffered such clear and devastating large-scale losses in a matter of weeks. Our enemies are losing in America, as it has been for 5 years under my presidency, is winning, and now winning bigger.
The US president again reiterated the claim that Iran has been decimated.
Tonight, Iran's navy is gone. Their air force is in ruins. Their leaders, most of them terrorist regime they led, are now dead. Their command and control of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps is being decimated as we speak.
Trump further said US forces in Iran are on track to complete their military objectives, and they will end this very soon.
Operation Epic Fury, targeting the world's #1 state sponsor of terror, Iran. In these past 4 weeks, our armed forces have delivered swift, decisive, overwhelming victories on the battlefield.
The US president asserted regime change has in fact taken place in Iran, and all big Iranian leaders are killed.
In the meantime, discussions are ongoing. Regime change was not our goal. We never said regime change, but regime change has occurred because of all of their original leaders' death.
Though Trump said talks are in place, he warned Iran that US will next hit electrical plants if a deal is not reached.
The new group is less radical and much more reasonable. Yet if during this period of time no deal is made, we have our eyes on key targets. If there is no deal, we are going to hit each and every one of their electric generating plants very hard and probably simultaneously.
On the global energy crisis, Trump said,
Getting you some breaking news coming in. Let's go straight across to Malda. We see that protesters are vandalizing a police vehicle in Malda, West Bengal. Okay, we see a lot of security has been stepped up there. Let's go straight to Kishore. Kishore, what is happening in Malda? We have seen a lot of updates in terms of drama playing out there, and now further clashes being reported in Malda.
Well, these are live visuals from Jodhpur in Malda, where we see that a huge crowd has erupted in protest, and this is on the national highway, where a large number of people are burning tires and protesting against the SIR process and how they are alleging that names of legal voters have been deleted by the Election Commission, and they are protesting against the judicial officials. So these are live visuals of Malda, Jodhpur. This place is called Jodhpur. We see a huge crowd, and this crowd has gathered there. They are burning tires, multiple tires. The tires that are used in vehicles, in cars, rubber tires, those are being burnt on national highway. The whole national highway has been blocked. Therefore, people cannot travel from one point to the other due to such protests which are happening. BJP is alleging that it's Mamata Banerjee who is inspiring and instigating the crowd in order to protest against the SIR process. And Mamata Banerjee, on the other hand, today as well, she has been speaking a while back, and she said that she is continuing to protest against the SIR process in the way in which legal names, according to her, have been deleted by the Election Commission. And she's also alleging that Election Commission is hand in gloves with the BJP. So this is why the protests are happening all across Malda and Murshidabad. We saw Kalia Chowk yesterday. We saw Naranpur today. We saw several other areas like Malda, English Bazaar today. And also in Malda, we see that such situation is in Jodhpur, such situation is arising. And these are live visuals from the spot.
Yes, Kishore, I really wanted to stay on with us because we'll keep our focus on Malda. Now, Supreme Court, a short while back, directed Election Commission to deploy central security forces in the areas of West Bengal where judicial officers are adjudicating claims and objections under the SIR process. What about that? You know, when speaking about security, what does it look like to you from the pictures that we are getting?
Well, in Malda, Jodhpur, we see a large number of special forces have been brought in. But as usual, the BJP is saying that the central forces are not being used in the most effective way. The BJP is alleging that there are scopes to use central forces in a more effective way so that such situation of violence do not erupt again and again. Now, Malda has been an epicenter of such violence. Since yesterday, 17 judicial officials were blocked. They were held inside a campus and they were not allowed to move away by the protesters. And BJP is alleging that these are not protesters. These are miscreants and goons inspired, instigated and insinuated by the TMC and by Mamata Banerjee herself. Now today again, since morning, we have seen several such instances where in Malda, protests are happening. Also in other districts such as Coach Bihar, there have been protests and clashes among the TMC workers and the BJP. So as we approach the election dates, as the dates are closing by, we see that several areas, pockets are erupting in violence and protests. The visual that we are showing right now, in the left-hand side, we see that the protests happening in Coach Bihar, a clash between TMC BJP. In the left-hand side window, what we are showing is a clash between TMC BJP in Coach Bihar, not Amit Shah rally. In the middle, we are showing violence in Malda, where fresh violence is erupting in Jodhpur area. On the other hand, in the right-hand side, we are showing in English Bazaar area of Malda, a police vehicle was vandalized and the driver who was driving that vehicle was injured in that rally. So 3 visuals on air. Left-hand side, Coach Bihar, clash between TMC and BJP. In the middle, violence in Malda, in Jodhpur area. On the right-hand side, police vehicle vandalized in English Bazaar in Malda. Pre-poll violence erupting in various parts of West Bengal, and that is what we are showing live right now.
Okay, we'll stay with these pictures which are coming in. And speaking about the West Bengal CM Mamata Banerjee, she looks like that looking like she distanced herself from this incident in Malda. Has she reacted?
She has reacted in a way that she should have. She is saying that BJP instigating the people and BJP is causing such violence all over Bengal. That is what she is saying. She has been speaking a while back in a rally, a political rally, and what she is saying is that BJP is instigating the crowd in order to ensure that violence erupts in Bengal and there is a chance to promulgate president's rule in Bengal. That is what the BJP wants. That is what Mamata Banerjee is saying right now.
All right. Okay, we're staying with these pictures which are coming in. And Kishila is getting us top updates coming in here on Republic from Malda, because we're also seeing that Mamata is blaming the Election Commission, and Malda being a very sensitive zone, we have seen multiple clashes and incidents, specifically coming in from Malda. Kishila, why do we see so much of political tension in Malda?
Well, as we know, Malda, Murshidabad, North 24 Parganas, these areas are very volatile and very sensitive. Now, why this is sensitive and volatile has been in several times analyzed by several political analysts, and also BJP has alleged again and again, due to the larger number of population the larger number of Muslim population in these areas. It's Mamata Banerjee who has instigated time and again this particular community, and she has caused such violence. This is what BJP is saying. Malda, Murshidabad, parts and pockets of North 24 Pargana and South 24 Pargana, these are areas where we see that the most number of violences happen. The clashes happen in these areas time and again. In the last elections as well, we have seen such violence erupting in these areas. Now, right now what we see is that again Malda and Murshidabad have become epicenters of violence since last 3 days, especially since last night. Violence has erupted in Kaliachok area of Malda, in English Bazaar area of Malda, in several other parts of Malda like Jodhpur and other areas. And also in pockets of Coach Bihar, similar situations have been seen. Live visuals of, and right now what we are showing is Coach Bihar. SDO office visuals in Coach Bihar. I'll request the team to work on that. This is Coach Bihar. And in Coach Bihar, there is a clash between TMC and BJP. This is what we are showing right now live on air. Coach Bihar district in West Bengal, clashes between TMC and BJP on air right now. And protests against SIR turning violent in several areas. And what we see right now is just in front of the SDO office in Coach Bihar, a violent protest has erupted and clash between TMC and BJP has ensued in Coach Bihar. What we see live now, pre-poll violence all over Bengal, in several parts of Bengal, including Malda, Murshidabad, Coach Bihar and North 24 Pargana. This visual is Coach Bihar. Coach Bihar and not Malda. So right now what we see on air is BJP workers clashing, TMC workers and BJP workers are clashing. Why are they clashing? we are getting to know that BJP candidates were going to file nomination when they were stopped by TMC workers. And at that point of time, clashes ensued. And right now what we see is our reporter reporting live from Coach Bihar area, where high voltage situation in West Bengal, in Coach Bihar, where we see clashes erupting in between TMC and BJP. So at one hand, in Malda, we see violence erupting where people, where goons and miscreants are protesting against SIR. On the other hand, in Coach Bihar, we see TMC workers and BJP workers are protesting and clashing against each other while they are going to file their nomination at the SDO office. In fact, this is just outside the SDO office in Coach Bihar.
All right. Well, thank you for getting us all those details. Kishalai getting us top updates coming in from. We have updates from Coach Bihar, Malda, West Bengal. We see clashes breaking out all across West Bengal in a couple of areas. A lot of updates coming in here. And this is ahead of local elections, high voltage clash in Malda. Stay tuned. We will be getting you top updates.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा सिप असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है, अरे मेरी राजा। सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, ये संकट अलग प्रकार का है और इसके समाधान भी अलग प्रकार से ही तय किए जा रहे हैं। हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। आदरणीय सभापति जी, जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। इस युद्ध के दुष्प्रभाव लंबे समय तक रहने की
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
Character, the taste of success.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, ये संकट अलग प्रकार का है और इसके समाधान भी अलग प्रकार से ही तय किए जा रहे हैं। हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा सिप असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, ये संकट अलग प्रकार का है और इसके समाधान भी अलग प्रकार से ही तय किए जा रहे हैं। हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। आदरणीय सभापति जी, जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। इस युद्ध के दुष्प्रभाव लंबे समय तक रहने की प्रबल आशंका है, लेकिन मैं देशवासियों को भरोसा देता हूं, सरकार सतर्क है, तत्पर है और पूरी गंभीरता से रणनीति बना रही है, हर निर्णय ले रही है। देश की जनता का हित हमारे लिए सर्वोपरि है।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome viewers, you're watching live and breaking on Republic TV with me, Ishita Mitra. Now viewers, on day 34 of the war in West Asia, Donald Trump says he will be hitting Iran extremely hard while Iran goes on to mock his repeated claims of victory in the ongoing war. We'll get you all the details on that, but first up, a quick check at the headlines. BJP gears up for Bengal polls. Amit Shah holds a mega roadshow in Bhabanipur ahead of Suvendu Adhikari's nomination. TMC workers disrupt Amit Shah's rally in Bhabanipur. TMC workers protested during Shah's roadshow. Supreme Court pulls up Mamata Banerjee government over judicial officers being held hostage. Top court notes how judicial officers were garroted and then threatened. Another instance of pre-poll violence reported from Malda. Protesters, in this case, vandalized police vehicles. TVK chief Vijay files a nomination from Trichy East. Vijay holds a mega roadshow right after nomination. Big shake-up within Aam Aadmi Party. AAP replaces MP Raghav Chadha as a deputy leader in Rajya Sabha. All right, viewers, we begin with top developments we're getting from West Asia now. A major statement has come in from Kremlin which says, for Russia, NATO is a hostile alliance. Kremlin has now made the statement on Trump talking about Iran as well as his possible exit from NATO. Now, Russia says if needed, Moscow is ready to help to contribute to resolving the Iran war, while Kremlin also goes on to say that President Putin will be discussing events in the Middle East and Gulf with Egypt's foreign minister. So all the latest developments about Moscow's engagement on the ongoing war and the latest statement on NATO as well from Kremlin coming in. Putin is now set to discuss and also offered to mediate between the warring parties in West Asia. He's set to discuss the West Asia conflict with Egypt's foreign minister as well. And on the possible exit of the United States from NATO, Russia calls it a hostile military alliance. Those are the three big statements coming in from Kremlin on the ongoing war in West Asia, and also United States a possible or potential exit from NATO, the transatlantic military alliance that has in fact been standing tall for over 77 years. But there were reports that US is now mulling over the idea of potential exit. And on this, Russia has now commented with the Kremlin, in fact, releasing a statement saying that NATO for Russia is a hostile alliance. He also talks about Iran, saying that if needed, Russia is ready to help to contribute to resolving the ongoing conflict, while adding that President Putin will be discussing the Middle East and Gulf situation with Egypt's foreign minister. So we have seen Russia almost taking a very hardened stance on this, calling out the US and Israeli aggression, while at the same time offering to mediate between the warring nations. And still in these statements also reiterating its stance, calling for diplomacy, calling to mediate between the two countries, while also noting that for Russia, NATO is and will remain a hostile alliance. And at last, also more developments on the fact that President Putin will be discussing the situation in the Middle East with Egypt's foreign minister. Now, that's the latest statement coming in from Moscow on the war in West Asia. All right, viewers, now shifting focus, former Iranian foreign minister Kamai Karazi seriously has now been wounded following strikes on his home. He was in fact overseeing potential negotiations meeting with US Vice President J.D. Vance through Pakistan. So another member involved in negotiation, it looks like, has now been wounded. This is former Iranian foreign minister who's now been wounded. Kamal Karazi has been seriously wounded following Israeli strikes that took place at his home. Now, he, in fact, was the person who was overseeing potential negotiations, a meeting which was set to take place with the US Vice President J.D. Vance through Pakistan. But now we're given to understand that former Iranian foreign minister has now been wounded. Now, as of now, the state and his condition, that's not been revealed. It's a breaking development. Some more details are awaited on this as to exactly know his status and his health condition. But the latest update we have is about the foreign minister, former in fact of Iran, has been seriously wounded in the US-Israeli strikes at his home. Now, the crucial point is that he was the man involved in negotiations taking place at the back channel talks, taking place through several mediators between the US and Iran. He was the one who was handling the negotiations and the meeting set to take place with US Vice President J.D. Vance through Pakistan. So these messages were being sent through several mediators, including Pakistan. And from the Iranian side, one of the men who was in fact negotiating, was involved in the back channel talks, was this former Iranian foreign minister, Kamal Karazi, who has now been seriously wounded following the strikes at his home. So this could also derail the negotiation or the back channel talks that have been taking place between the warring parties. All right, viewers, now U.S. President Donald Trump addressed the nation on the war investigation from the White House this morning. Now, in this address, the president claimed that the war will end soon, while also claiming that Iran will be hit even harder in the next 2 to 3 weeks. Now, he reiterated most of his earlier remarks on opening of Strait of Hormuz, the military weapons as well as facilities in Iran regime, saying that all the military objectives of the United States have now been achieved. More in this report. Take a look.
While Iran was continuing strikes in West Asia, not ready to back down, U.S. President Donald Trump delivered a war address from the White House.
Never in the history of warfare has an enemy suffered such clear and devastating large-scale losses in a matter of weeks. Our enemies are losing in America, as it has been for 5 years under my presidency, is winning, and now winning bigger.
The U.S. president again reiterated the claim that Iran has been decimated.
Tonight, Iran's navy is gone. Their air force is in ruins. Their leaders, most of them terrorist regime they led, are now dead. Their command and control of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps is being decimated as we speak.
Trump further said U.S. forces in Iran are on track to complete their military objectives and they will end this very soon.
Operation Epic Fury, targeting the world's #1 state sponsor of terror, Iran. In these past 4 weeks, our armed forces have delivered swift, decisive, overwhelming victories on the battlefield.
The U.S. president asserted regime change has in fact taken place in Iran and all big Iranian leaders are killed.
In the meantime, discussions are ongoing. Regime change was not our goal. We never said regime change, but regime change has occurred because of all of their original leaders' death.
Though Trump said talks are in place, he warned Iran that U.S. will next hit electrical plants if a deal is not reached.
The new group is less radical and much more reasonable. Yet if during this period of time no deal is made, we have our eyes on key targets. If there is no deal, we are going to hit each and every one of their electric generating plants very hard and probably simultaneously.
On the global energy crisis, Trump said the high prices will come down once the war is over.
In any event, when this conflict is over, the strait will open up naturally. It'll just open up naturally. They're going to want to be able to sell oil because that's all they have to try and rebuild. It will resume the flowing and the gas prices will rapidly come back down. Stock prices will rapidly go back up.
The U.S. president said that U.S. does not need Hormuz for energy needs and those who do can secure it themselves.
There's no country like us anywhere in the world, and we're in great shape for the future. The United States imports almost no oil through the Hormuz Strait and won't be taking any in the future. We don't need it. We haven't needed it, and we don't need it.
Trump, however, repeated his earlier remarks that the war will soon come to an end as most of its military objectives has been achieved.
All right, viewers, now moving on to more breaking developments. Iran here has now proposed an emergency UNESCO meeting to present a detailed reports on serious damage that has taken place on its cultural heritage sites. Now, this is caused by recent U.S.-Israeli aerial attacks, according to Hassan Fartusi, the Secretary General of Iranian National Commission for UNESCO. So we are seeing not just military targets are being attacked in this war, but also hundreds of cultural heritage sites which have taken a hit during this conflict. And now, in fact, Iran proposing an emergency UNESCO meet on the sites which have been damaged all across its landscape. Now, these are civilizational sites holding years and years of history inside them. In fact, now they have taken a hit during this conflict as Israeli strikes have hit these several historical sites. And now Iran on that proposing an emergency UNESCO meet. All right, viewers, now moving on to more developments. Bahrain's defense has now released a number saying about 188 missiles and 429 drones have targeted Bahrain. They have been intercepted and destroyed since the start of this Iranian aggression. This is what Bahrain is calling all the strikes which have taken place on its landscape from Iran's side. They've also put out a number on this. Now they say about 188 missiles and 429 drones have targeted Bahrain. Since the war began, they have been intercepted and destroyed since the start of this conflict. They call it as Iran's aggression, Iran's terror. And in the recent, now they've put out a number highlighting that the scale of the attacks that have taken place on Gulf countries from the Iranian side. Now it mentions about 400 drones which have been intercepted by Bahrain since the beginning of this war, and about 188 drones fired from the Iranian side. So those are the two big numbers put up by Bahrain's defense force, also showing the scale of the attacks that have taken place all across its landscape. And now, viewers, US President Donald Trump delivered an address from the White House this morning on the ongoing war in West Asia. And minutes later, missiles were launched from Iran towards the northern areas of Israel. Now, they were intercepted with no casualties caused, but it does show the strong retaliation that is coming from Iran's side, because Donald Trump in his war address claimed that US has essentially destroyed Iran's missile capabilities. And in contradiction to that, another reality unfolding on the ground as Iran launches a barrage of missiles towards Israel right after Donald Trump ended his address. Take a look at this report.
The US President Donald Trump made the claim that the commander control of Iran is decimated. He reiterated that the US has attained all of their military objectives.
Tonight, Iran's navy is gone. Their air force is in ruins. Their leaders, most of them, terrorist regime they led, are now dead. Their command and control of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps is being decimated as we speak. Their ability to launch missiles and drones is dramatically curtailed, and their weapons, factories, and rocket launchers are being blown to pieces. Very few of them left.
With the change of regime in Iran, the US confirmed that Operation Epic Fury will continue. President Trump also highlighted during his speech that Iran had weapons that no one had and that they will hit harder if there is no deal.
Just 1 month since the United States military began Operation Epic Fury, targeting the world's #1 state sponsor of terror, Iran. In these past 4 weeks, our armed forces have delivered swift, decisive, overwhelming victories on the battlefield. Victories like few people have ever seen before.
Trump further stated the primary objective was to destroy Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity and stop the threat to the United States and its allies.
For this reason, in June, I ordered a strike on Iran's key nuclear facilities, an Operation Midnight Hammer. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. Those beautiful B-2 bombers performed magnificently. We totally obliterated those nuclear sites. The regime then sought to rebuild their nuclear program at a totally different location, making clear they had no intention of abandoning their pursuit of nuclear weapons.
In fact, he went on to thank the US allies in the Middle East and assured them that the US will not let harm come their way. Trump, while stating that it does not need the Middle Eastern oil, warned that the US has spared Iranian oil infrastructure, but going ahead, it could strike it. Uncle Sam also urged other countries to buy oil from the USA while claiming that the US produces more oil than Russia and Saudi combined.
Remember, because of our Drill Baby Drill program, America has plenty of gas. We have so much gas. Under my leadership, we are #1 producer of oil and gas on the planet, without even discussing the millions of barrels that we're getting from Venezuela. Because of the Trump administration's policies, we produce more oil and gas than Saudi Arabia and Russia combined.
With the war nearing completion, he asserted that we will bring back Iran to Stone Age.
We are on track to complete all of America's military objectives shortly, very shortly. We are going to hit them extremely hard over the next 2 to 3 weeks. We're going to bring them back to the Stone Ages where they belong.
Iran's response to Trump's address was a sharp rebuke. It mocked Trump, calling it out to be living in a wonderland. The Iranian media also said Trump has the history of lying and bluffing. The response came not only in the form of words, but also missile launches towards Israel, right after Trump claimed he had annihilated its military and navy and air force.
All right, viewers, now moving on to more attacks that are taking place all across the landscape of Iran. Now, in the latest, United States has bombed a dental university in Kermanshah, western Iran. Now, in this effort to combat Iran's nuclear and missile programs, a university, in fact, has been bombed in the latest by United States. Now, it's a university in the western part of the country, in Kermanshah. It's a dental university which has now been struck by the United States as it tries to make more efforts to combat Iran's nuclear and missile programs. Now we're getting you visuals of the damage caused at the university campus by these strikes, and you can see how the glass in fact has been shattered all across due to the strikes by US and Israel. Now these are the latest strikes conducted by the United States on this dental university in Kermanshah, but not the university. In fact, we have seen Urmia University has also been hit before by the United States, claiming that there were research going on for advanced missile program inside the university, and this time also a dental university has been struck by the US in its effort to combat Iran's missile and nuclear program. Now visuals on your screen show you the damage caused by these attacks by the United States on the university campus. It's in western Iran, in Kermanshah in fact, where the university has been struck. All right, viewers, in fact, it's not just a dental university which has been struck, but also a medical research center in Tehran has now been struck in the US-Israeli strikes. Now, it has in fact hit centuries-old Pasha Institute in Tehran, causing extensive damage, according to Iran's health ministry. So, time and again, we are looking at ramping off of the attacks by the United States. First, it was a dental university, and now it's a medical research center in the capital city of Tehran, which has been struck, and the visuals on your screen show you the site of the attack. You can see a column of smoke, in fact, rising from the medical research center, which has been struck in these latest strikes. We have highlighted those visuals for you. You can also see the explosion taking place first, and then a plume of smoke rising, a column of smoke rising from the medical research center, which has been struck by the US and Israeli strikes in the latest attacks. We are looking at more and more attacks now taking place all across the Irani landscape, and not just in the capital city. All right, in fact, another incident of a research center coming under attack. This time it's a medical research center that has been struck in the capital city. All right, viewers, now moving on to another statement that is coming from Iran's army chief. Now, he has clearly stated that no enemy must escape if they try to carry out a ground operation. Now, Iran's army chief also goes on to say that the specter of war must lift from us, which means Iran, and it is unreasonable that other places be safe while our people are in danger. The chief of the army in Iran also goes on to say that no enemy must survive the attempt to carry out a ground operation. So this, viewers, is in direct reference to the kind of mobilization we are witnessing of American troops on ground and the reports that US could now go in for a potential ground operation. So in direct reference to that, the statement has come in from Iran's army chief. My colleague Gesu now joins me with more details on this. Gesu, it's a direct warning with regards to a potential ground operation by the US forces. Iran's army chief now says that no one must escape or survive if they try to attempt a ground operation.
From the US's side in the Israeli forces remains a huge possibility in the escalating West Asia tensions. And remember, now Iran has responded after Trump also gave a speech where he did not give any exit clear plan. Now Iran responds. Iran's army military leader says that they will take down each and every invader, and that in case of a ground incursion, nobody who invades the Iranian territory will go back alive. Now remember, this comes closely after the IRGC also said that in case the US soldiers put any foot on the Iranian territory, they will be turned into shark fodder in the Gulf region. And in case, the US has been planning these incursions, it's also important to now understand that the simple answer for an incursion right now seems like a big no for the US. Geographically, their soldiers are not trained for a terrain that Iran is based out of. Not just that, they have moved about 50,000 troops. Iran has already said that they are moving about 1 million troops. That's a huge parity in the numbers of the troops that are moving towards, fighting each other. Not just that, their airborne divisions have been mobilized, but airdrops will straight up happen in the mouth of the kill. That was the IRGC statement. They said that US soldiers will be turned into shark fodder in the Gulf. And now Iran's senior military leader has claimed that in case of an invasion, all the invaders, all the US soldiers will be killed in case there is an invasion of the Iranian territory. Ishita.
Right. Thanks so much, Gesu. Continue to stay with us. I'll come back to you for more breaking developments we're getting at this moment. Now, IRGC Aerospace Force Commander Saeed Majid Musavi has released a statement saying it is you who are taking your soldiers to their graves, not Iran, whom you seek to drag back to the Stone Age. So direct reference again to what Donald Trump earlier said in his war address. Donald Trump has said that he will be hitting Iran extremely hard in the coming 2 to 3 weeks while trying to take Iran back to Stone Age. So in direct reference to that, now IRGC Aerospace Commander, in fact, has given out a statement. Viewers, as of now, cutting across to oil briefing that we're getting, the inter-ministerial briefing about the developments in West Asia.
इससे कि हमारे जो प्रोडक्ट्स हैं उनका इंटरनल मूवमेंट विद इन देश हम उसको कोऑर्डिनेट कर सकें, और पर्टिकुलरली जो हमारे स्ट्रैंडेड एक्सपोर्ट्स थे, कंटेनर्स थे, उनको हम सपोर्ट प्रोवाइड कर सकें. इसी तरह इंडस्ट्री डिपार्टमेंट के द्वारा हम लोग सर्विस इंप्रूवमेंट ग्रुप के तहत कार्य करते हैं, और रिजर्व बैंक, जैसे कि आप सबको अवगत है, पिछले 2 दिनों में ही कई सर्कुलर इश्यू किए गए हैं जिससे ट्रेड को, चाहे वो जो क्रेडिट पीरियड है उसकी समय अवधि, प्री शिपमेंट और पोस्ट शिपमेंट एक्सपोर्ट क्रेडिट की समय अवधि बढ़ाई गई है. इसी तरीके से पैकिंग क्रेडिट जो है उसमें लिक्विडेशन उस क्रेडिट का हम ऑल्टरनेट सोर्सेज के द्वारा कर सकें या डोमेस्टिक सेल के द्वारा कर सकें, उससे रिलेटेड एग्जम्पशंस दी गई हैं. इसी समय पर डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ कॉमर्स की तरफ से भी कुछ की इंटरवेंशंस ट्रेड को सपोर्ट किए गए हैं. आप सबको अवगत है, कुछ स्कीम्स जैसे कि एडवांस ऑथराइजेशन और एक्सपोर्ट प्रमोशन फॉर कैपिटल गुड, इन स्कीम के द्वारा हम एक्सपोर्ट फैसिलिटेशन करते हैं, एक्सपोर्ट्स को सपोर्ट करते हैं, और उसमें ड्यूटी फ्री इंपोर्ट किया जा सकता है इनपुट्स का, ताकि हम एक्सपोर्ट्स को बढ़ावा दे सकें. ऐसे समय पर उसकी समय अवधि को, जो उसका एक पीरियड होता है उसको हमने 3 महीने, क्योंकि हमारे को एक्सपोर्ट कम्युनिटी से यह रिक्वेस्ट आई थी तो उसको बढ़ाया गया है कि वे 3 महीने की अधिक अवधि में भी अपना एक्सपोर्ट कमिटमेंट फुलफिल कर सकते हैं. कोई लाइसेंस या कोई एडिशनल पेनल्टी पे नहीं करना है, जिससे कि उनको फायदा हुआ कि उनकी सप्लाई चेन बनी रहे, उनके शिपिंग डिसरप्शन के समय में जो डिलेज हैं वो मैनेज कर सकें, और साथ ही उनकी बिजनेस कंटिन्यूटी को हर्ट ना हो. इसी तरह से हमारी एक मुख्य स्कीम है जिसको हम रोडटेप कहते हैं, जिसके अंतर्गत हम जितने भी सेंट्रल, स्टेट और लोकल टैक्सेस होते हैं जो कि किसी और स्कीम में रीइंबर्स नहीं होते, लेकिन अगर वह एक्सपोर्ट के लिए इस्तेमाल किए जाते हैं तो उसको सरकार रीइंबर्स करती है. उसमें जिस फरवरी के समय में उन टैक्सेस का परसेंटेज घटाकर 50% किया गया था, लेकिन जब यह वॉर की सिचुएशन हम लोगों के सामने आई तो उसको हमने 23 मार्च से फिर से रिस्टोर किया, जिससे कि जो हमारे एक्सपोर्टर्स हैं, अगर वो राइजिंग फ्रेट, इंश्योरेंस या इनपुट कॉस्ट के चैलेंज को जब अगर वो इस समय मैनेज कर रहे हैं, तो उनकी प्राइस कॉम्पिटिटिवनेस बनी रहेगी और वो ग्लोबल ट्रेड को कंटिन्यू कर सकते हैं। इसी के साथ ही एक वर्किंग कैपिटल, जैसे कि हमारा एक कंपोनेंट होता है एक्सपोर्ट ऑब्लिगेशन डिस्चार्ज सर्टिफिकेट, यानी कि प्रति एक्सपोर्टर को एक समय अवधि दी जाती है जिसमें कि वो अपना एडवांस ऑथराइजेशन या जो ईपीसीजी स्कीम के अंतर्गत अपने एक्सपोर्ट की ऑब्लिगेशन को पूरा करे, और उसके पूरा होने के बाद वह अपनी जो वर्किंग कैपिटल की बैंक गारंटी उसने प्रोवाइड की है, उस पर्टिकुलर बैंक गारंटी को डिस्चार्ज करा सकते हैं। तो हमने इस समय पर एक ड्राइव ली और 12,000 एक्सपोर्ट ऑब्लिगेशन डिस्चार्ज सर्टिफिकेट्स को पिछले एक महीने में इशू किया गया, जिसके द्वारा ब्लॉक्ड वर्किंग कैपिटल हमारे एक्सपोर्टर्स के पास फिर से अवेलेबल होगी, ताकि वो अपनी प्रोडक्शन कंटिन्यूटी और री इन्वेस्ट कर सके नए ऑर्डर्स में। वाइल ये सारे कार्य जब किए जा रहे थे, इसी तरह जेम एंड ज्वेलरी एक्सपोर्ट, जैसे कि इससे पहले हमने आपको बताया, उसमें उनका एक्सपोर्ट ऑब्लिगेशन पीरियड भी हमने 1 माह की अवधि से बढ़ाया, जिससे कि हमारे जेम एंड ज्वेलरी सेक्टर को उनके एक्सपोर्ट क्रेडिट वर्दीनेस बैंक्स के साथ बनी रहे, और हम एक पर्टिकुलर, जैसे आज भी वर्ल्ड लार्जेस्ट कट एंड पॉलिश डायमंड हब के रूप में अपनी स्ट्रेंथ को कंटिन्यू कर सकें। इसी तरह से हमारी एक और डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ कॉमर्स की संस्था एग्रीकल्चर एंड प्रोसेस फूड्स प्रोडक्ट्स एंड एक्सपोर्ट डेवलपमेंट एजेंसी, जिसे शॉर्ट में हम अपेडा कहते हैं, उसने हमारी तरफ से एक एक्सपोर्टर्स की हेल्पलाइन को एस्टैब्लिश किया। मेजर एग्रीकल्चर एक्सपोर्टर्स पर्टिकुलरली पेरिशेबल्स और बासमती राइस, मीट और पोल्ट्री के लिए उन्होंने एयर कार्गो ऑपरेटर्स के साथ
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है, अरे मेरे राजा। सबका राजा आरती और मसाला,
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है, स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, ये संकट अलग प्रकार का है और इसके समाधान भी अलग प्रकार से ही तय किए जा रहे हैं। हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। आदरणीय सभापति जी, जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं।
Good afternoon, viewers. You're watching Live and Breaking. I am Rakshita Mishra with you. We get you all the latest updates coming in as far as the war in West Asia is concerned. The reaction coming in on Donald Trump's address and much more. First, quick check of the headlines. BJP gears up for Bengal elections. Amit Shah holds massive roadshow in Bhabanipur ahead of Suvendu Adhikari's nomination. TMC workers disrupt Amit Shah's rally in Bhabanipur. TMC workers protest during Shah's roadshow. Supreme Court pulls up Mamata government over judicial officers being held hostage. A Supreme Court notes how judicial officers were carried out and threatened. Another instance of pre-poll violence in Malda. Protesters vandalized police vehicles. TVK chief Vijay files nomination from Trichy East. Vijay holds a mega roadshow after the nomination is filed. Big shake-up within the Aam Aadmi Party. AAP replaces MP Raghav Chadda as the deputy leader. The IRGC commander hits back at Pete Hegseth, the war secretary, of the Stone Age tweet, saying that it is the US who is taking the soldiers to their graves. Now, this is a counter-attack that's coming in from the IRGC to Pete Hegseth's Stone Age tweet. Now, I quote the IRGC, "It is US who are taking your soldiers to their graves, not Iran. Hollywood delusions have so poisoned US minds that, with their paltry 250-year history, threaten a civilization over 6,000 years old," unquote. So that is the IRGC hitting back at Pete Hegseth over what he talked about as far as Iran is concerned. And this was Pete Hegseth, in fact, had given a threat to Iran that it will go back to the Stone Age. And now the IRGC, in fact, has also hit back. We've seen that how Pete Hegseth, in his address, had said that Iran could be Donald Trump also warned that Iran could be taken back to the Stone Age if the conflict escalates further. Meanwhile, viewers, we have some more breaking news coming in. So Iran is unrelenting, and now in the latest, its army chief has said that no enemy should escape if they attempt to carry out a ground operation in Iran. Iranian army chief says, and I quote, "The specter of war must lift from us, and it is unreasonable that other places be safe while our people are in danger. No enemy must survive if they attempt to carry out a ground operation," unquote. So as Donald Trump says that Iran will be hit hard, Iranian army chief now says that no enemy should escape now, and that it is warning US against any ground operation. So this is the war of words. Amidst the war of words, the war of narratives also, of course, is amplifying. And we see that Tehran says that the war will go on till US does not back down. Donald Trump, of course, has made statements today that war is nearly over, but vows that there will be extremely hard hits in Iran. All right, so let's tell you about Donald Trump, go in detail about his address from the White House on the ongoing war. Just minutes after his address, there were missiles launched from Iran towards the northern areas of Israel, and that were intercepted with no casualties caused. Now, a new wave of missile attacks began soon after Trump announced that he had destroyed Iran's missile capabilities.
The US President Donald Trump made the claim that the commander control of Iran is decimated. He reiterated that the US has attained all of their military objectives.
Tonight, Iran's navy is gone. Their air force is in ruins. Their leaders, most of them, terrorist regime they led, are now dead. Their command and control of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps is being decimated as we speak. Their ability to launch missiles and drones is dramatically curtailed, and their weapons, factories, and rocket launchers are being blown to pieces. Very few of them left.
With the change of regime in Iran, the US confirmed that Operation Epic Fury will continue. President Trump also highlighted during his speech that Iran had weapons that no one had, and that they will hit harder if there is no deal.
Just 1 month since the United States military began Operation epic fury, targeting the world's #1 state sponsor of terror, Iran. In these past 4 weeks, our armed forces have delivered swift, decisive, overwhelming victories on the battlefield. Victories like few people have ever seen before.
Trump further stated the primary objective was to destroy Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity and stop the threat to the United States and its allies.
For this reason, in June, I ordered a strike on Iran's key nuclear facilities, an Operation Midnight Hammer. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. Those beautiful B-2 bombers performed magnificently. We totally obliterated those nuclear sites. The regime then sought to rebuild their nuclear program at a totally different location, making clear they had no intention of abandoning their pursuit of nuclear weapons.
In fact, he went on to thank the US allies in the Middle East and assured them that the US will not let harm come their way. Trump, while stating that it does not need the Middle Eastern oil, warned that the US has spared Iranian oil infrastructure, but going ahead, it could strike it. Uncle Sam also urged other countries to buy oil from the USA, while claiming that the US produces more oil than Russia and Saudi combined.
Remember, because of our Drill Baby Drill program, America has plenty of gas. We have so much gas. Under my leadership, we are #1 producer of oil and gas on the planet, without even discussing the millions of barrels that we're getting from Venezuela. Because of the Trump administration's policies, we produce more oil and gas than Saudi Arabia and Russia combined.
With the war nearing completion, he asserted that we will bring back Iran to Stone Age.
We are on track to complete all of America's military objectives shortly, very shortly. We are going to hit them extremely hard over the next 2 to 3 weeks. We're going to bring them back to the Stone Ages where they belong.
Iran's response to Trump's address was a sharp rebuke. It mocked Trump, calling it out to be living in a wonderland. The Iranian media also said Trump has the history of lying and bluffing. The response came not only in the form of words, but also missile launches towards Israel, right after Trump claimed he had annihilated its military and navy and air force.
There was a lot of course, curiosity as to what Donald Trump is going to say, what is he going to say in his address, but he repeated most of the earlier statements as far as the Strait of Hormuz is concerned, again claiming without any fact or figure, without any evidence that the war is nearly over, that US has won the war. Meanwhile, it said that Iran will be hit even harder in the weeks to come. And that, of course, has elicited that response from Iran we just showed you. Let's take a closer look at Donald Trump's address this morning.
While Iran was continuing strikes in West Asia, not ready to back down, US President Donald Trump delivered a war address from the White House.
Never in the history of warfare has an enemy suffered such clear and devastating large-scale losses in a matter of weeks. Our enemies are losing in America, as it has been for 5 years under my presidency, is winning, and now winning bigger.
The US president again reiterated the claim that Iran has been decimated.
Tonight, Iran's navy is gone. Their air force is in ruins. Their leaders, most of them, terrorist regime they led, are now dead. Their command and control of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps is being decimated as we speak.
Trump further said US forces in Iran are on track to complete their military objectives and they will end this very soon.
Operation Epic Fury, targeting the world's #1 state sponsor of terror, Iran. In these past 4 weeks, our armed forces have delivered swift, decisive, overwhelming victories on the battlefield.
The U.S. president asserted regime change has in fact taken place in Iran and all big Iranian leaders are killed.
In the meantime, discussions are ongoing. Regime change was not our goal. We never said regime change, but regime change has occurred because of all of their original leaders' death.
Though Trump said talks are in place, he warned Iran that U.S. will next hit electrical plants if a deal is not reached.
The new group is less radical and much more reasonable. Yet if during this period of time no deal is made, we have our eyes on key targets. If there is no deal, we are going to hit each and every one of their electric generating plants very hard and probably simultaneously.
On the global energy crisis, Trump said the high prices will come down once the war is over.
In any event, when this conflict is over, the strait will open up naturally. It'll just open up naturally. They're going to want to be able to sell oil because that's all they have to try and rebuild. It will resume the flowing and the gas prices will rapidly come back down. Stock prices will rapidly go back up.
The U.S. president said that U.S. does not need Hormuz for energy needs and those who do can secure it themselves.
There's no country like us anywhere in the world, and we're in great shape for the future. The United States imports almost no oil through the Hormuz Strait and won't be taking any in the future. We don't need it. We haven't needed it, and we don't need it.
Trump, however, repeated his earlier remarks that the war will soon come to an end as most of its military objectives has been achieved. Continuing with its operations in Lebanon, IDF now claims that it has struck at least 40 Hezbollah targets and struck dozens of terror infrastructure sites in the past 24 hours. This is IDF claiming it has eliminated over 40 Hezbollah terrorists, and it continues with its ground operations in southern Lebanon, combined with aerial, naval and ground strikes targeting the Hezbollah terror infrastructure. And we can see also visuals coming in from Beirut, Israel claiming 40 Hezbollah terrorists eliminated in 24 hours. And a recent video from Beirut also on your screens right now. So we see that the ground operations and even the aerial and naval strikes in southern Lebanon continues. It's become a massive part of the a massive flashpoint in this entire war. And the ground operations have witnessed multiple casualties as far as the operations of the IDF are concerned. It's expanding its ground invasion in Lebanon. Even the UN peacekeepers have been killed in this in the war zone, and now we have more expansion of this operation. 40 Hezbollah terrorists killed in 24 hours, says the Israeli Defense Forces. And Lebanon is on the edge, clearly, viewers. In fact, the IDF continues to warn the civilians to evacuate different places, different locations. Okay, this is the latest visual that has been released by Israel from southern Lebanon. We do not know the exact location yet, but trying to they intend to send out a message that they are targeting the Hezbollah, and more terrorists are being eliminated in its ground operations. And this is the latest visual from the site of operation that has been released by IDF. All right, now shifting focus to the elections back home in India. Ahead of the West Bengal polls, situation in Malda has escalated into a major political and legal crisis following the special intensive revision of electoral rolls. 7 judicial magistrates, including 3 women, were held hostage for several hours at the Kaliachak Block Development Office. Officers were deployed to oversee the SIR process, a court-mandated exercise to clean up the electoral rolls. And massive violence also broke out on the streets. More in this report.
Massive political row broke out ahead of elections in Kaliachak in West Bengal after revised list of special intensive revision. Seven judicial magistrates held hostage for several hours in West Bengal's Malda district over the deletion of names from the electoral rolls. The officers remained trapped inside the building late into the night, and their vehicles were vandalized by protesters. According to officials, the protesters initially sought a meeting with the judicial officers and began the agitation after being denied entry. Trinamool Congress supporters blocked the national highways, effectively cutting off North Bengal and South Bengal. After several hours of high tension, the police and district administration managed to evacuate the officers. However, the evacuation was not without danger. Union Minister of State Sukanta Majumdar condemned the incident and blamed Mamata Banerjee government for the violence.
महिला जो हमारे ये थे जुडिशियल मजिस्ट्रेट थे, उनके गाड़ियों को तोड़फोड़ किया गया। कॉन्वॉय ना जा पाए इसके लिए वहां पे रास्ते के अंदर बांस डाले गए, बम्बू डाले गए कि कॉन्वॉय आगे ना बढ़े। और जिस तरीके से के लेफ्ट फ्रंट के जमाने में अनीता देवान को इसी तरीके से एक महिला जस्टिस को गाड़ी से उतार कर पीट कर मार डाला गया था, उस तरीके की पूरी अभिसंधि थी, उस तरीके की पूरी प्लानिंग थी। और ममता बनर्जी का जो लगातार जो उसकाना, एक सेकंड वाला उसकाना, उनका जो बयान, वो बयान इसके पीछे जिम्मेदार है।
Meanwhile, BJP IT cell head Amit Malviya also said law and order cannot be allowed to collapse like this and urged for normalcy. Following instructions from the district judge, the officers stayed together and avoided individual movement to minimize risk. However, the situation continued to deteriorate even as all judicial officers have been evacuated as blockade continues. Meanwhile, the Supreme Court has pulled up the Mamata Banerjee government over the incident, calling it a brazen attempt to obstruct justice. The top court has issued show cause notice to senior officials and directed ECI to deploy security for more safety.
And we have some breaking news coming in right now. TVK leader Arnab Arjuna's vehicle rammed into a Trichy police officer in Trichy. Reserve Police Officer Satish, who was on security duty, he suffered a leg fracture, and police immediately rescued the officer, sent him to the government hospital, and that's the latest update we have right now. TVK leader Arnab Arjuna's vehicle rams into a policeman, a police personnel. His leg has been now, a police officer's leg has been fractured. That's the latest update we have right now from Trichy, where we have even TVK chief Vijay also filing nominations today, and Arnab Arjuna's vehicle ramming into Trichy police officer. You just see those visuals, the moment after he got hit by the car. He was rushed, and he's stable, what we understand, but his leg has been fractured. We have no statement yet, I believe, from the TVK as to this incident is concerned, but we'll get you first on Republic TV this visual and this news that is coming in from Trichy. So it was, of course, a very important day for the TVK. And of course, TVK chief Vijay held a rally today as he filed nomination for Trichy East Assembly seat. Thousands of fans had flocked when he was filing his nomination also. And there have been multiple controversies earlier in the previous Peravallur rally also. There was a case against Vijay for blocking ambulance route as well. So there's a lot of politics also unfolding. This is, of course, a story we'll keep a close eye on. Meanwhile, okay, viewers, now shifting focus to what's happening as far as the Congress is concerned. Congress is set to release a list of candidates today. For Tamil Nadu, Chief Minister M.K. Stalin spoke at a rally revealing that Rahul Gandhi will make the announcement of candidates for 27 constituencies where Congress is contesting in Tamil Nadu. Meanwhile, TVK President and actor and politician Vijay, along with Udayanidhi Stalin, filed the nomination Trichy East Assembly segment today.
TVK Chief Vijay has entered the foray from 2 seats in his maiden electoral plunge. He in fact also held a roadshow outside the Tiruchi airport ahead of filing his nomination for the Tiruchi East constituency. Udayanidhi Stalin, the DMK Youth Wing Secretary, filed his papers at the Chepauk Tiruvallikeni seat, from where he is seeking a re-election. Vijay flew from Chennai to Trichy and filed his nomination in company of party seniors. Udayanidhi Stalin, the son of DMK Supremo M.K. Stalin, came in a procession in an open jeep, along with supporters, and filed his papers before the returning officers. With the filing of nominations having commenced for the high-stake four-cornered contest, the two arch rivals, DMK and AIADMK, which have been ruling the state alternatively for the last 6 decades, gain momentum for a direct face-off in 121 constituencies across the state. In Tamil Nadu, the election will be conducted on the 23rd of April.
We have some breaking news coming in. We'll just try and get you more details as we have an update coming in from the Kremlin. Okay, viewers, so we just go to the Artemis launch. NASA's Artemis has successfully launched 4 astronauts from the United States today and Canada to space, and the astronauts will fly around the moon before returning to Earth. And for the first time in more than 50 years, astronauts are traveling to the moon as part of the Artemis program. Take a look at this report.
NASA fueled its powerful Space Launch System rocket today ahead of liftoff for humanity's first lunar mission in more than half a century. The mission carried 4 astronauts, Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Koch, and Canada's Jeremy Hansen. The crew will travel around the moon without landing or entering orbit, before heading back for a Pacific splashdown. The astronauts are expected to travel nearly 4,000 miles beyond the moon, setting a new record for the farthest distance traveled from Earth. Ahead of launch, the crew departed the Neil Armstrong operations and check out and board the Astrovan for the ride to Launchpad 39B. If successful, the Artemis mission will mark a major step towards NASA's long-term goal of returning humans to the moon and eventually sending astronauts to Mars.
All right, we shift our focus back to the Tamil Nadu elections. TVK Chief Vijay filed nominations today, and we will be getting you more details on that after this very, very short break that we are going into right now. Files his nomination from Trichy East. Why is the seat significant for him? We'll tell you much more on that.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates: IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
Our pure प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, ये संकट अलग प्रकार का है और इसके समाधान भी अलग प्रकार से ही तय किए जा रहे हैं। हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। आदरणीय सभापति जी, जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरी राजा,
मसाला।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, ये संकट अलग प्रकार का है और इसके समाधान भी अलग प्रकार से ही तय किए जा रहे हैं। हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। आदरणीय
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ,
Asia's largest news headquarters. Setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello viewers, a very good evening. We are live and we are breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest. As you can see, we are continuing our coverage of the war. Latest statement from Russia says they're ready to solve the Iran conflict. We'll get you all the details right here in Republic, but the headlines first. Let's get started. The top headlines we're tracking right now. We see that BJP is getting up for the Bengal polls. Amit Shah holds a mega roadshow in Bhabanipur ahead of Suvendu Adhikari's nomination. TMC workers disrupt Amit Shah's rally in Bhabanipur. TMC workers protest during Amit Shah's roadshow. Supreme Court pulls up Mamata government over judicial officers being held hostage. Supreme Court notes how judicial officers were gheraoed and threatened. Another instance of pre-poll violence in Malda. Protesters vandalize police vehicles. DVK Chief Vijay files nomination from Trichy East. Vijay holds mega roadshow after nomination has been filed. And big shake-up within the Aam Aadmi Party. Aam Aadmi Party replaces MP Raghav Chandha as deputy leader. And viewers, we go to the top story coming in. Now we see Russia is making a big statement, says ready to help resolve Iran conflict. And Russia is ready to contribute to resolving the Iran conflict, and President Putin is continuing to talk with regional leaders. This is what the Kremlin spokesperson Dmitry Peskov has said. So big updates coming in here on Republic TV, viewers. We'll tell you a little bit more about what is happening. Russia has made this big statement, and the statement says that Russia is ready to resolve the Iran conflict. Russia is ready to contribute to resolving the conflict in Iran, coming in the backdrop of its day 34 now of the war. And President Trump earlier had made a speech and had spoken about the claims that he has been making for the past few weeks, and also underscored his limited options in the ongoing war with Iran. So after Trump's speech, we see that Russia has said that Putin is discussing Iran war with the Gulf leaders, and Putin essentially is trying to come down to a resolution here. Okay, let's move ahead, viewers. U.S. forces releasing video of striking Iranian targets. Now, in a fifth week of the campaign, it is my operational assessment that we are making undeniable progress. This is what U.S. is saying. We do not see their Navy sailing, we do not see their aircraft flying, and their air and missile defense systems have been largely destroyed. This is coming in from US. That is right. So US has released this new video. Let's look at this video on our screens. This is released by the United States. Video of striking Iranian targets. And remember, this is coming just after what President Trump had said. President Trump had made a statement saying that the entire war situation would be over in 2 to 3 weeks. However, he has not given a timeline. And President Trump says that they will keep striking Iran. In the backdrop of President Trump's big address, which came in earlier this morning, we see that there's a new video which has been released by the United States. Speaking about U.S. President Donald Trump's address, U.S. President Trump delivered an address from the White House on the ongoing U.S.-Iran war, and minutes later, missiles launched from Iran towards the northern areas of Israel were intercepted with no casualties caused. A new wave of missile attacks began after Trump announced that he had destroyed Iran's missile capabilities. Take a look at this report.
The US President Donald Trump made the claim that the commander control of Iran is decimated. He reiterated that the US has attained all of their military objectives.
Tonight, Iran's navy is gone. Their air force is in ruins. Their leaders, most of them, terrorist regime they led, are now dead. Their command and control of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps is being decimated as we speak. Their ability to launch missiles and drones is dramatically curtailed, and their weapons, factories, and rocket launchers are being blown to pieces. Very few of them left.
With the change of regime in Iran, the US confirmed that Operation Epic Fury will continue. President Trump also highlighted during his speech that Iran had weapons that no one had, and that they will hit harder if there is no deal.
just 1 month since the United States military began Operation Epic Fury, targeting the world's #1 state sponsor of terror, Iran. In these past 4 weeks, our armed forces have delivered swift, decisive, overwhelming victories on the battlefield. Victories like few people have ever seen before.
Trump further stated the primary objective was to destroy Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity and stop the threat to the United States and its allies.
For this reason, in June, I ordered a strike on Iran's key nuclear facilities, an Operation Midnight Hammer. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. Those beautiful B-2 bombers performed magnificently. We totally obliterated those nuclear sites. The regime then sought to rebuild their nuclear program at a totally different location, making clear they had no intention of abandoning their pursuit of nuclear weapons.
In fact, he went on to thank the US allies in the Middle East and assured them that the US will not let harm come their way. Trump, while stating that it does not need the Middle Eastern oil, warned that the US has spared Iranian oil infrastructure, but going ahead, it could strike it. Uncle Sam also urged other countries to buy oil from the USA, while claiming that the US produces more oil than Russia and Saudi combined.
Remember, because of our Drill Baby Drill program, America has plenty of gas. We have so much gas. Under my leadership, we are #1 producer of oil and gas on the planet, without even discussing the millions of barrels that we're getting from Venezuela. Because of the Trump administration's policies, we produce more oil and gas than Saudi Arabia and Russia combined.
With the war nearing completion, he asserted that we will bring back Iran to Stone Age.
We are on track to complete all of America's military objectives shortly, very shortly. We are going to hit them extremely hard over the next 2 to 3 weeks. We're going to bring them back to the Stone Ages where they belong.
Iran's response to Trump's address was a sharp rebuke. It mocked Trump, calling it out to be living in a wonderland. The Iranian media also said Trump has the history of lying and bluffing. The response came not only in the form of words, but also missile launches towards Israel, right after Trump claimed he had annihilated its military and navy and air force.
Okay, getting some more updates coming in. Iran says that they're blocking Strait of Hormuz to aggressor vessels. This is a big statement coming in and not very different from what Iran has been saying. Now, Iran's foreign minister announced that Strait of Hormuz is closed to ships participating in aggression against Iran. Very big update. Also, Iran has made it very clear that they will be restricting access in the Strait of Hormuz. They will be tolling ships and will only let friendly nations pass by. They will not be letting aggressive nations or nations which are not cooperating with Iran to pass by. So this is an update coming in. Iran saying it will block Hormuz to aggressor ships. So back-to-back updates coming in here on Republic. Iran says it will block Hormuz to aggressor ships. This is a big update coming in from Iran. Iran already has blocked the Strait of Hormuz, and they said that they will continue to block the Strait of Hormuz for their enemies, and they will be letting those vessels pass through, only those vessels pass through which have taken permission from Iran in the Strait of Hormuz. So we are putting on those pictures which are coming in for you. Also, just remember, viewers, a lot of vessels are still blocked in that area, in the Strait of Hormuz. It's a narrow waterway. Getting you some more updates coming in. French President Emmanuel Macron says President Trump is undermining NATO by creating doubt about the US commitment. French President Emmanuel Macron said it would be unrealistic to launch a military operation to force open the Strait of Hormuz after US President Trump challenged US allies to work towards reopening it. So big updates coming in here, viewers on Republic TV. Macron's making that statement that Trump is undermining NATO. This is a huge update coming in. And Trump, now we see that many countries are reacting after US President Trump made that big address earlier in the day. So this is one more statement coming in from US President, from Macron, the French president. Now he's reacting to US President's address on the Iran-Israel war, which he had made a short while back, where Trump had addressed the nation on the Iran-Israel war, the US strikes on Tehran, and the fluctuating global oil prices. Let's go straight across to my colleague Rakshita joining us live from our Republic newsroom. Rakshita, Macron saying that's unrealistic to launch military operations in Hormuz. A lot of US allies, Rakshita, are not supporting US when it comes to in a military fashion. And yes, they are giving strategic support, maybe they are giving maybe diplomatic support, but they do not want to join in the offensive, and they also want de-escalation.
Absolutely. It was just yesterday we saw how the junior military minister says that from France that we are not going to launch any operation in the Strait of Hormuz. So France has been snubbing Donald Trump on his calls to actually carry out a military operation to open up the Strait of Hormuz. And now it's none other than the French President Emmanuel Macron himself who has said that it is an unrealistic operation. It would be unrealistic to launch any operation. The French president has been in Japan. He had discussed the security at the Strait of Hormuz with the Japanese Prime Minister Takaichi as well. But what Donald Trump is demanding something has no takers. Across Europe, we see even the UK saying this is not our war. We're not going to participate in that. We're not going to be dragged in this war. And Macron, remember, Trump today even trolled Macron, saying that he's feeling very bad for him, and he feels that he's still recovering. His right jaw is still recovering, alluding to that viral moment where his wife, Macron's wife, seemed to have just landed a little bit of a slap on his face. So Trump trolled, humiliated Macron this morning, but Macron continues to talk and focus about his calls for and is him berating the NATO, saying that he is undermining the NATO by threatening to leave it. Also, let's tell our viewers that Mark Rutte, who is the NATO chief, he is going to be in Washington very, very soon. After a few days, we understand, as there are concerns being raised if US does pull out of the NATO alliance. But yes, there are no takers for Trump's calls to make it a bigger war, to widen this the ambit of this war. Nobody is interested in Donald Trump's demands of widening this war, and because it is what the US and Israel have initiated, and this tensions, these concerns surrounding the Strait of Hormuz is something that now the US is unable to resolve, is unable to get an exit. It's unable to, in fact, pressure the Iranians, who are launching the waves of strikes one after the other. They refuse to budge, they refuse to bow down, and they are not at all loosening their grip in the Strait of Hormuz. And now Trump has been very much frustrated with that, but the European allies, the NATO members, are very much steadfast in their stance as far as participation in the military operations is concerned.
Yes, so a lot of US allies not really on the same page as President Trump when it comes to the Strait of Hormuz. Thank you, Rakshita, for getting us all those details. We're getting some more breaking news coming in. Philippines says Iran has assured safe passage of its ships and oil imports in Strait of Hormuz. Now, the Philippines got an assurance from Iran's foreign minister that its ships, fuel imports, and the Filipino seafarers would be allowed to pass safely through the Strait of Hormuz. So, big updates coming in here on Republic TV. Let's tell you exactly what has happened. We've come to know that the Iranian foreign ministers gave the assurance during a telephone call with Philippine Foreign Secretary Teresa Lazaro, who has requested that Iran designate that Philippines as a non-hostile country and ensure the safe passage of its ships and oil shipments through the strategic strait. The Foreign Affairs Ministry said, without elaborating further, the positive development is vital for Philippines, as it will not only ensure the safety of Filipino seafarers operating in the area, but will also help ensure energy security for the country. The Philippines is a long-time treaty ally of the US, imports a bulk of its fuel from the Middle East. Philippines saying Iran allowed safe passage of ships through Hormuz. And viewers, a war narrative is now shifting sharply. Even as tensions escalate in West Asia, Donald Trump has made a striking claim. The US does not need the Strait of Hormuz. In a strong message to the world, Trump has told countries dependent on this crucial oil lifeline to take care of themselves, even urged them to muster some delayed courage. We break it down in this report.
This is the Strait of Hormuz, the world's most critical energy lifeline and now a flashpoint in the US-Iran war. Earlier determined to secure Hormuz, US President Donald Trump has now shifted his stance. He declared in his war address that America does not need Hormuz.
There's no country like us anywhere in the world, and we're in great shape for the future. The United States imports almost no oil through the Hormuz Strait and won't be taking any in the future. We don't need it. We haven't needed it, and we don't need it. We've beaten and completely decimated Iran. They are decimated.
He goes a step ahead, saying that US imports almost no oil from the strait, while adding that US is now producing more oil than Saudi Arabia and Russia combined.
So to those countries that can't get fuel, many of which refuse to get involved in the decapitation of Iran, we had to do it ourselves. I have a suggestion. Number one, buy oil from the United States of America. We have plenty. We have so much.
Trump has now passed the burden, calling on other countries to protect the passage themselves, even urging them to show what he calls delayed courage.
Build up some delayed courage. Should have done it before, should have done it with us, as we asked. Go to the strait and just take it, protect it, use it for yourselves. Iran has been essentially decimated. The hard part is done, so it should be easy.
This comes even as the region remains on edge. Iran has effectively choked the strait, disrupting global shipping. Hundreds of vessels have been stalled, supply chains hit, and the impact already visible. Oil prices surging, Brent crude above $105 per barrel, and markets turning volatile. Even as Trump claims the war is now nearing completion, energy security is now turning into a global concern.
टूरिज्म को बढ़ावा देने का काम ये एनडीए की सरकार ने किया है। कांग्रेस पार्टी ने कभी आसाम के विकास के लिए कुछ नहीं किया। मैं आज यहां आया हूं तब राहुल बाबा आज यहां आए थे, बड़े गरज गरज कर बोल रहे थे, ये हो गया वो हो गया। अरे राहुल बाबा 15 साल तक आपकी सरकार रही, आसाम के लिए आपने क्या किया? भाइयों बहनों, 2004 से 14 आसाम में कांग्रेस सरकार रही, ऊपर भी मनमोहन जी की सरकार थी, नीचे भी कांग्रेस सरकार थी। आसाम के विकास के लिए क्या दिया? सिर्फ 1,28,000 करोड़। आसाम ने देश को प्रधानमंत्री दिया और वो प्रधानमंत्री ने आसाम को सिर्फ 1,28,000 करोड़ रुपए। जब हमारे नेता नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने यही 10 साल में 14 से 24 में 9,78,000 करोड़ रुपया देने का काम किया। 1,35,000 करोड़ के इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के काम 30,000 करोड़ से सड़क निर्माण, 95,000 करोड़ से रेलवे, 10,000 करोड़ से एयरपोर्ट, 9 मेडिकल कॉलेज, कई इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज और लाखों करोड़ों रुपए का असम में इन्वेस्टमेंट लाने का काम हेमंत विश्व शर्मा और नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने किया है। 22,000 करोड़ का मेघालय से असम का रोड बनाया, 18,000 करोड़ से गोहपुर नुमालीगढ़ कंट्रोल ग्रीनफील्ड रोड बनाया, भारतमाला परियोजना 443 किलोमीटर रोड बनाया, 3700 किलोमीटर ग्रामीण रास्ते बनाए, एशिया का सबसे बड़ा बोगीबील ब्रिज जिस पर रेलवे और गाड़ी दोनों जाता है, वो बनाने का काम यही समय में हुआ। ब्रह्मपुत्र नदी पर दुबरी फुलवाड़ी पर 5,000 करोड़ का ब्रिज बनाया, ढोला सदिया पुल 2,000 करोड़ का और गुवाहाटी की दोनों ओर ब्रह्मपुत्र को जोड़ने वाला 6 लेन का ब्रिज बनाने का काम हमारा चल रहा है। जल मार्ग बनाए, पर्यटन के लिए कई काम करे और मोदी जी 27,000 करोड़ के इन्वेस्टमेंट से भारत का पहला सेमीकंडक्टर कारखाना हमारे असम के अंदर लेकर आए। मित्रों, असम के अंदर असम कौशल विद्यालय की स्थापना, तुमुलपुर मेडिकल कॉलेज, धुबरी मेडिकल कॉलेज 188 करोड़ से क्षेत्रीय उत्कृष्टता केंद्र डिब्रूगढ़ में 122 करोड़ से पत्थरकंडी कृषि महाविद्यालय और 1100 करोड़ से 750 बिस्तर वाला एम्स बनाने का काम नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने किया। मोदी जी ने असम में IIM भी बनाया और सबसे बड़ी बात, महापुरुष श्रीमंत शंकर देव के जन्म स्थान पर बटद्रवा स्थान में पुनः विकास योजना 2 करोड़ खर्च कर एक विशाल सत्र बनाने का काम किया। भाइयों बहनों, कांग्रेस ने क्या किया? कांग्रेस
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, ये संकट अलग प्रकार का है और इसके समाधान भी अलग प्रकार से ही तय किए जा रहे हैं। हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। आदरणीय सभापति जी, जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं, इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा।
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा से MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH।
Character, the taste of success.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, मसाला।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, ये संकट अलग प्रकार का है और इसके समाधान भी अलग प्रकार से ही तय किए जा रहे हैं। हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। आदरणीय सभापति जी, जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं, इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। इस युद्ध के दुष्प्रभाव लंबे समय तक रहने की प्रबल आशंका है, लेकिन मैं देशवासियों को भरोसा देता हूं, सरकार सतर्क है, तत्पर है और पूरी गंभीरता से रणनीति बना रही है, हर निर्णय ले रही है। देश की जनता का हित हमारे लिए सर्वोपरि है।
Hello and a very warm welcome. You're watching Republic TV. I'm Gesu Bharadwaj. And viewers, now US President Donald Trump gave a rundown on the Operation Epic Fury so far, saying that nearly all military objectives have been met. They've been concluded. He also issued a threat against Iran, saying that he will continue to strike Iran hard enough to knock the country back to Stone Age times. Getting you all the details on his explosive comments. But first, here's a check on your headlines for the hour. Take a look. BJP gears up for Bengal polls. Amit Shah holds mega roadshow in Bhabanipur. TMC workers disrupt Amit Shah's rally in Bhabanipur. TMC workers protest during Amit Shah's roadshow. Supreme Court pulls up Mamata government over judicial officers being held hostage. Supreme Court notes how judicial officers were garrowed and threatened. Another instance of pre-poll clashes in Malda. Protesters vandalize police vehicles. TVK chief Vijay files his nomination from Trichy East. Vijay holds mega roadshow after nomination filed. Big shake-up within the Aam Aadmi Party. AAP replaces MP Raghav Chadda as their deputy leader. Viewers, now shifting focus to a breaking development that we're getting in. The LCA Tejas fleet of the Indian Air Force is set to resume flying by next Wednesday, that is the 8th of April. That is a confirmation that has been received by the HAL chairperson, Dr. D.K. Sunil, who confirmed the news in New Delhi today. Now, that's the latest that we're picking up. The Indian Air Force's fleet of LCA Tejas fighter jets expected to resume flight operations by Wednesday, that is the 8th of April. Now remember, the fleet had been temporarily grounded following a minor technical incident that occurred on the 7th of February this year, where an aircraft veered off the runway during a takeoff at a frontline base of the Indian Air Force. Now, HAL's chairperson, managing director, Dr. Sunil, stated on the 2nd of April today that the local modification committee has completed its review and final clearance is expected by the 8th of April, after which the Indian Air Force's LCA Tejas fleet will likely resume flying. That's the latest that we're getting in. In fact, joining us live on the broadcast is my colleague Ishan to get us more details. Ishan, you're closely tracking this story. LCA Tejas fleet now will be up in the air once again starting 8th of April. That's the latest that we're getting in. You know, their checks and balances have been done. In fact, they said that there was a minor error in the computer of the fighter that caused it to steer away from the runway. Ishan, get us more details.
Absolutely. On 7th of February, the incident occurred where an LCA Tejas had overshot a runway and then crashed in the nearby muddy area. All this was very important because after this, the entire fleet of LCA Tejas has been grounded for checking on what the exact issue was. Initial reports suggested there might have been some issues with the brake or there might have been some undercarriage issues, but we are still awaiting the final report on the exact reason for those crashes. Now, apart from this particular crash, there had been two earlier crashes. One was in Dubai, the other one was prior to that. The Dubai crash was ruled to be an pilot error. Now, these three crashes that had occurred had actually played a key role in grounding of the entire fleet. After grounding of the entire fleet, the fleet-wide checks were carried out, maintenance checks were carried out, and the causation of these accidents had to be taken into account. After taking all this into account, HAL had done extensive inspections to ensure that the entire fleet is shaped and there is no specific issue with the entire fleet or design in itself. And now, after completing these checks, HAL has finally come out, wherein the chairman himself came out and said that the fleet will be resuming flight operations from 8th. Now, Indian Air Force has been operating these aircraft for quite some time, and now we are expecting the induction of Mark II, and we are seeing that there is steady stream of the HAL orders that had come in. Now we are awaiting deliveries on those orders, wherein we can see that a lot of the orders that Indian Air Force had placed for the Tejas aircraft are still pending. So that had also been come into question, whether the aircraft design, if there was an issue with the design, it would have created an issue with the entire modification of the currently those aircraft that were to be delivered later. Now, after this, the resumption of flights showcases that there is no such issue with design, and the HAL remains the frontline fighter of the Indian Air Force, and thus it will take up flying duties from 8th of April, that is this coming Wednesday. Back to you.
Right, Ishan, thanks for getting us those details. In fact, viewers, that is about the LCA Tejas fleet of the fighter jet in the Indian Air Force that is going to be airborne once again on the 8th of April, following all software glitches having been resolved. That's what the HAL chairperson has said. Now, shifting focus, in a major reshuffle, the Aam Aadmi Party has now replaced Raghav Chadha as their deputy leader. In fact, they've appointed Dr. Ashok Mittal as the new deputy leader in the Rajya Sabha. Remember, he's replacing Raghav Chadha. That's the latest that we're getting in. Dr. Ashok Kumar Mittal now appointed as the new deputy leader for the Aam Aadmi Party in the Rajya Sabha. In fact, in an exclusive conversation, he speaks to Republic about this rehaul. He has called this a routine procedure. Listen into the conversation that my colleague had with the newly appointed Aam Aadmi Party deputy leader, Dr. Ashok Kumar Mittal.
आम आदमी पार्टी के राज्यसभा सांसद अशोक मित्तल हैं। अब राज्यसभा में आम आदमी पार्टी के डिप्टी लीडर होंगे, क्या कहेंगे? क्योंकि पहले डिप्टी लीडर राघव थे, अब डिप्टी लीडर आपको बना दिया गया, नई जिम्मेदारी, क्या कहेंगे?
सबसे पहले तो मैं अपने राष्ट्रीय संयोजक श्री अरविंद केजरीवाल जी का धन्यवाद करूंगा कि उन्होंने मुझे जिम्मेदारी दी, मुझे इसके काबिल समझा। और जो पार्टी की मुझसे एक्सपेक्टेशन है, उम्मीद है इस पद पर, उसको मैं पूरी मेहनत से, दिलो जान से, ईमानदारी से निभाऊंगा ताकि हम अपनी पार्टी को और ऊपर ले जा सके, अपने देश को और ऊपर ले जा सके।
लेकिन क्या कारण मान रहे कि अचानक परिवर्तन, अशोक मित्तल अब राज्यसभा में डिप्टी लीडर?
देखिए, ये एक नियमित प्रक्रिया है। राघव जी से पहले श्री एनडी गुप्ता जी डिप्टी लीडर थे, वो आए, आज मैं आया हूँ। और आज क्योंकि सेशन खत्म हो गया, नया सेशन शुरू होने वाला है, उसके लिए तैयारी के लिए उन्होंने मुझे जो जिम्मेदारी दी है, तो हम उसके लिए निभाएंगे पूरा।
कहीं ऐसा तो नहीं कि राघव पार्टी की लाइन नहीं बोल रहे थे? अरविंद केजरीवाल को लेकर जब बड़ा फैसला आया तो राघव का कोई रुख नहीं देखने को मिला, तो कहीं उसी का नतीजा तो नहीं?
देखिए, ये बहुत छोटी बातें हैं। और
सर, अपने नेता के बारे में अगर ना बोलना छोटी बात है?
नहीं, ऐसा नहीं जी। ऐसा, पहली तो बात मैं आपको बिल्कुल स्पष्ट रूप से बताना चाहूंगा, हमारी पार्टी में इस तरीके की कोई बात नहीं है। और ये मिले नहीं मिले, ये तो मुझे और आपको नहीं पता लगेगा ना, हर चीजें तो बाहर पब्लिक में नहीं आएंगी।
नहीं, सारे कार्यकर्ता उस दौरान सड़क पर थे, जश्न मना रहे थे पार्टी में, राघव ना दिखे, ना राघव का ट्वीट दिखा।
कई बार हो सकता है कोई यहाँ वहाँ हो, तो इस बात को तो हम कोई बेंचमार्क नहीं बना सकते, और ऐसी कोई बात है भी नहीं। हमारी पार्टी मजबूत है, एकजुट है और जोर से देश के लिए लड़ रही है।
तो इसका क्या पंजाब आने वाले चुनाव में असर भी देखने को मिलेगा?
देखिए, पंजाब का चुनाव जो कि जनवरी फरवरी 27 में होना है, हमारी पार्टी पूरे तरीके से इकट्ठी है। हमारे श्री केजरीवाल साहब की अगुवाई में हमारे मुख्यमंत्री मान साहब ने जो काम किए हैं पंजाब में, उससे जनता बहुत खुश है। और इस बार हम वहाँ सेंचुरी बनाने जा रहे हैं।
तो पार्टी में और राघव सब ठीक ठाक चल रहा है?
बिल्कुल ठीक ठाक चल रहा है।
कोई मनमुटाव तो नहीं राघव को लेकर?
अरे, आप एक ही बात क्यों पूछ रहे हैं? बिल्कुल नहीं है, कोई चिंता ना करें आप, हम पूरे मजबूत हैं, एकजुट है।
क्योंकि आप लोगों ने जो एक पत्र भी दिया राज्यसभा सेक्रेटेरिएट को, कहा कि आम आदमी पार्टी का टाइम राघव को ना दिया जाए, जिस तरह की जानकारी।
मुझे इस तरीके की कोई जानकारी नहीं।
Viewers, now shifting focus to the poll-bound West Bengal. Now, in the lead-up to the assembly elections, a major crisis of pre-poll violence unfolded in the Malda district, where 7 judicial officers, including 3 women, were held hostage for over 9 hours by protesters who were raging their anger against the voter roll deletion. This was against the SIR, the Special Investigative Revision Report. Now, at least 26% of names from the Malda district have been completely debunked as part of the SIR from the voter roll. Now, these hostages held the judicial officers, 7 of them, completely under hostage in siege in Kalai Chak. Take a look at this report.
Massive political row broke out ahead of elections in Kaliachak in West Bengal after revised list of special intensive revision. Seven judicial magistrates held hostage for several hours in West Bengal's Malda district over the deletion of names from the electoral rolls. The officers remained trapped inside the building late into the night, and their vehicles were vandalized by protesters. According to officials, the protesters initially sought a meeting with the judicial officers and began the agitation after being denied entry. Trinamool Congress supporters blocked the national highways, effectively cutting off North Bengal and South Bengal. After several hours of high tension, the police and district administration managed to evacuate the officers. However, the evacuation was not without danger. Union Minister of State Sukanta Majumdar condemned the incident and blamed Mamata Banerjee government for the violence.
महिला जो हमारे ये थे जुडिशियल मजिस्ट्रेट थे, उनके गाड़ियों को तोड़फोड़ किया गया। कॉन्वॉय ना जा पाए इसके लिए वहां पे रास्ते के अंदर बांस डाले गए, बम्बू डाले गए कि कॉन्वॉय आगे ना बढ़े। और जिस तरीके से के लेफ्ट फ्रंट के जमाने में अनीता देवान को इसी तरीके से एक महिला जस्टिस को गाड़ी से उतार कर पीट कर मार डाला गया था, उस तरीके की पूरी अभिसंधि थी, उस तरीके की पूरी प्लानिंग थी। और ममता बनर्जी का जो लगातार जो उस्काना, 1 सेकंड वाला उस्काना, उनका जो बयान, वो बयान इसके पीछे जिम्मेदार है.
Meanwhile, BJP IT cell head Amit Malviya also said law and order cannot be allowed to collapse like this and urged for normalcy. Following instructions from the district judge, the officers stayed together and avoided individual movement to minimize risk. However, the situation continued to deteriorate even as all judicial officers have been evacuated as blockade continues. Meanwhile, the Supreme Court has pulled up the Mamata Banerjee government over the incident, calling it a brazen attempt to obstruct justice. The top court has issued show cause notice to senior officials and directed ECI to deploy security for more safety.
Viewers, while the entire world is now looking at West Asia and the war that's ongoing, a very quiet rendition is also happening near the Cuban island. Now, first, Russia sent one ship carrying about 100,000 metric tons of crude to Cuba, and today Russia has announced, their energy minister Sergei Teslev has announced that Russia is preparing to send a second ship carrying crude oil to Cuba. Now, this follows closely the arrival of the first shipment that reached the island earlier this week, which provided critical relief to the island's severe energy crisis. Now, remember, Donald Trump also gave out a statement where he said that they are not going to sanction Russian crude that is reaching Cuba under humanitarian basis, saying that he had no problem with the Russian oil reaching the Cuban island. Now, remember, this was the first significant oil delivery to Cuba in 3 months, and now another Russia-flagged tanker, Antolony Kolodkin, which is currently docked at Cuba's oil terminal, delivered about 100,000 metric tons of crude. Another Russian tanker remains on its way to the Cuban island. Viewers, now shifting focus to what's happening. Now, Trump, in a primetime speech giving a rundown on the Operation Epic Fury, said he made an exclusive remark saying that the US, the United States, does not even need the Strait of Hormuz. He shifted the entire responsibility for the same Strait of Hormuz that he said that US's objective was to open the Strait of Hormuz to restart free navigation through the economic passage. Now he says that he has shifted all responsibility to international maritime bodies, saying that the US does not in fact need the Strait of Hormuz at all. Meanwhile, he said all of this without giving any rundown or exit plan of the US in the war that continues to rage on in West Asia. Take a listen.
This is the Strait of Hormuz, the world's most critical energy lifeline, and now a flashpoint in the US-Iran war. Earlier determined to secure Hormuz, US President Donald Trump has now shifted his stance. He declared in his war address that America does not need Hormuz.
There's no country like us anywhere in the world, and we're in great shape for the future. The United States imports almost no oil through the Hormuz Strait and won't be taking any in the future. We don't need it. We haven't needed it, and we don't need it. We've beaten and completely decimated Iran. They are decimated.
He goes a step ahead, saying that US imports almost no oil from the Strait, while adding that US is now producing more oil than Saudi Arabia and Russia combined.
So to those countries that can't get fuel, many of which refuse to get involved in the decapitation of Iran, we had to do it ourselves. I have a suggestion. Number one, buy oil from the United States of America. We have plenty. We have so much.
Trump has now passed the burden, calling on other countries to protect the passage themselves, even urging them to show what he calls delayed courage.
Build up some delayed courage. Should have done it before. Should have done it with us, as we asked. Go to the Strait and just take it, protect it, use it for yourselves. Iran has been essentially decimated. The hard part is done, so it should be easy.
This comes even as the region remains on edge. Iran has effectively choked the strait, disrupting global shipping. Hundreds of vessels have been stalled, supply chains hit, and the impact already visible. Oil prices surging, Brent crude above $105 per barrel, and markets turning volatile. Even as Trump claims the war is now nearing completion, energy security is now turning into a global concern.
Viewers, now Russia has issued multiple statements on the war that's ongoing in West Asia. First, Russia has called NATO a very dangerous, in fact, they've said that it's a violent alliance, a hostile alliance. Now, Kremlin spokesperson Dmitry Peskov reaffirmed that NATO is a hostile alliance that continues to demonstrate its confrontational nature. Now, this is based on the NATO's increased military presence near the Russian borders amid the ongoing war with Ukraine. Not just that, they have also offered to mediate in the ongoing war in West Asia in response to President Trump's recent war briefing that happened just today, and his threats to bomb Iran back to the Stone Ages. Kremlin expressed readiness to mediate in case the parties involved request Russia to contribute to resolving the conflict that's ongoing between US, Israel, and Iran. Now, Russia has been sending humanitarian aid to Cuba on one side and maintaining ties with Tehran. It's now looking to position itself as a potential diplomatic bridge to prevent a total regional collapse in West Asia. That's the latest that we're getting in from Kremlin. A statement where they say that NATO is a hostile alliance, hitting back at NATO for their increased military deployment near the Russian borders amid the ongoing war that Kremlin has been fighting against Ukraine. Viewers, now shifting focus to another big breaking development. A former foreign minister of Iran has been killed in strikes that were rained down on his home. He was severely wounded. He was in fact overseeing potential negotiations and meetings with US Vice President J.D. Vance through Pakistan. Now, this is former Iranian Foreign Minister Kamal Karazi, who's been seriously wounded following strikes on his home. There are no developments. There is no statement that's come in from the Iranian Foreign Ministry as of now about his health and his condition. He was overseeing potential negotiations and meetings with US Vice President J.D. Vance through Pakistan, and amid that, his house was struck and he's now been seriously wounded. That's the latest that we're learning in. Viewers, now former Iranian Foreign Minister Kamal Karazi has been seriously wounded following strikes on his residence. He was overseeing potential negotiations and meetings that were supposed to take place with US Vice President J.D. Vance through Pakistan. Viewers, now US President Donald Trump delivered an address from the White House on the ongoing US-Iran war. And minutes later, missiles were launched from Iran towards the northern areas of Israel, were intercepted with no casualties reported so far. Now, a new wave of missile attacks began after Trump announced that he had destroyed Iranian missile capabilities, complete mockery by the Iranian military of what Trump said. In fact, they also went on their social media to release footages of their strikes, and they said that this must have been a barrage that rained down straight from Mars. Take a look at this.
The US President Donald Trump made the claim that the commander control of Iran is decimated. He reiterated that the US has attained all of their military objectives.
Tonight, Iran's navy is gone. Their air force is in ruins. Their leaders, most of them, terrorist regime they led, are now dead. Their command and control of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps is being decimated as we speak. Their ability to launch missiles and drones is dramatically curtailed, and their weapons, factories, and rocket launchers are being blown to pieces. Very few of them left.
With the change of regime in Iran, the US confirmed that Operation Epic Fury will continue. President Trump also highlighted during his speech that Iran had weapons that no one had and that they will hit harder if there is no deal.
Just 1 month since the United States military began Operation Epic Fury, targeting the world's #1 state sponsor of terror, Iran. In these past 4 weeks, our armed forces have delivered swift, decisive, overwhelming victories on the battlefield. Victories like few people have ever seen before.
Trump further stated the primary objective was to destroy Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity and stop the threat to the United States and its allies.
For this reason, in June, I ordered a strike on Iran's key nuclear facilities, an Operation Midnight Hammer. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. Those beautiful B-2 bombers performed magnificently. We totally obliterated those nuclear sites. The regime then sought to rebuild their nuclear program at a totally different location, making clear they had no intention of abandoning their pursuit of nuclear weapons.
In fact, he went on to thank the US allies in the Middle East and assured them that the US will not let harm come their way. Trump, while stating that it does not need the Middle Eastern oil, warned that the US has spared Iranian oil infrastructure, but going ahead, it could strike it. Uncle Sam also urged other countries to buy oil from the USA while claiming that the US produces more oil than Russia and Saudi combined.
Remember, because of our Drill Baby Drill program, America has plenty of gas. We have so much gas. Under my leadership, we are #1 producer of oil and gas on the planet without even discussing the millions of barrels that we're getting from Venezuela. Because of the Trump administration's policies, we produce more oil and gas than Saudi Arabia and Russia combined.
With the war nearing completion, he asserted that we will bring back Iran to Stone Age.
We are on track to complete all of America's military objectives shortly, very shortly. We are going to hit them extremely hard over the next 2 to 3 weeks. We're going to bring them back to the Stone Ages where they belong.
Iran's response to Trump's address was a sharp rebuke. It mocked Trump, calling it out to be living in a wonderland. The Iranian media also said Trump has the history of lying and bluffing. The response came not only in the form of words, but also missile launches towards Israel, right after Trump claimed he had annihilated its military and navy and air force.
Viewers, from the war in West Asia to Donald Trump's statement, his speech, his rundown on epic fury, all the way to the violence that broke out in Malda in West Bengal. That's all that we could wrap for you in this edition of the News Bulletin. And on the other side, another incident of pre-poll violence in Malda has been reported where protesters vandalized police vehicles. In fact, a big shake-up within the Aam Aadmi Party. The AAP has now replaced MP Raghav Chadda as their deputy leader with Dr. Ashok Kumar Mittal. Getting you all the details on the two exclusives.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, ये संकट अलग प्रकार का है और इसके समाधान भी अलग प्रकार से ही तय किए जा रहे हैं। हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। आदरणीय सभापति जी, जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। इस युद्ध के दुष्प्रभाव लंबे समय तक रहने की प्रबल आशंका है, लेकिन मैं देशवासियों को भरोसा देता हूं, सरकार सतर्क है, तत्पर है और पूरी गंभीरता से रणनीति बना रही है।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा, आर प्योर मसाला।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, ये संकट अलग प्रकार का है और इसके समाधान भी अलग प्रकार से ही तय किए जा रहे हैं। हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Good afternoon, viewers. You're watching live and breaking, and I am Rakta Mishra with you, getting you all the latest updates coming in from the war zone and back home in India as several states head for the polls. We get you all the build up to that and much more. First, the headlines. French President Emmanuel Macron says Donald Trump is undermining the NATO alliance. Macron says it would be unrealistic to launch a military operation in Hormuz. Kremlin says that Russia considers NATO a hostile alliance. Russia ready to contribute to resolve the Iran war. TMC workers disrupt Amit Shah's rally in Bhabanipur. Workers protest during the roadshow. Supreme Court pulls up Mamata government over judicial officers being held hostage. Supreme Court notes how judicial officers were gheraoed and threatened. It calls it absolute failure of the state. Another instance of pre-poll violence in Malda of West Bengal. Protesters vandalized police vehicles. And a big shake-up within the Aam Aadmi Party. MP Raghav Chaddha replaced as the deputy leader in Rajya Sabha. Viewers, Iran's Revolutionary Guard say that they targeted US-linked steel and aluminium facilities in the Gulf states. Iran's the IRGC says that these strikes were just a warning that if Iranian industries are hit against Tehran's next response will be more painful. That's the breaking news we have right now. Iran says that it is now targeting US-linked steel facility, but that's just a warning. Tells IRGC that there would be a severe response. This is we can see that infrastructure related to US and Israel is being targeted now by the IRGC, and now Iran says that it will in fact unleash a severe response if there's more aggression, and that's the breaking news we have right now. Iran says, the Revolutionary Guards, IRGC, says that if Iranian industries are hit again, Tehran's next response will be more painful. Meanwhile, viewers, what's happening in Lebanon? The ground operations continue, and now the Lebanese Prime Minister said the situation in his country is critical. Now, Nawaf Salam has said that the situation in his country is very critical as Israel's military continues the invasion in the south, worsening the displacement crisis. And speaking in Beirut, Salam said that over 1 million people are the main victims of a war they have nothing to do with. He also gave a big salute to Lebanese people who have stayed in southern villages, pledging the state will support them and do whatever it takes to provide them with what they need. That's the breaking news we're getting in right now, viewers, from Lebanon. And we've seen that southern Lebanon is on the edge. In fact, we have a big breaking news now coming in from New Delhi. Government calls a special parliament session. The government has called for a special parliament session, and we'll just bring in more details as to what is the idea behind the special parliament session. It will be called this month. That's what we know, and this is a special parliament session that's going to be called. There could be some amendments in store around a particular law. We'll just get you the exact dates of this special parliament session. We do not know we'll just get you more updates as to what is this special parliament session about. And we will be be connecting with our political editor on the broadcast to give us more details on this special parliament session. It's going to be taking place probably mid-month, mid-April this month, and this could be surrounding a law, and it's going to be convened this month itself. So this is a special parliament session that is being called this month. I'll just stay on with us. We'll just be bringing you more details on this. All right, viewers, we'll get you the details later on. Let's go back to the war. The UAE air defenses engaged 19 ballistic missiles and 26 drones. The UAE air defenses engaged 19 ballistic missiles and 26 drones originating from Iran since the start of Iran's brazen attacks. The UAE air defenses have engaged 457 ballistic missiles, 19 cruise missiles, and 2,038 drones. That's the breaking news we have. UAE saying it's intercepted at least 19 ballistic missiles. So UAE continues to be continues to be targeted by Iran, and UAE has said that it has intercepted at least 19 ballistic missiles from Iran, the latest. All right, from India to the war zone now to the moon. The Artemis II mission, one for the books, the history, lifted off from the John F. Kennedy Space Center in Florida. 4 astronauts lifted off before sunset on Wednesday, starting a historic 10-day journey to fly by the moon and propel people farther into space than they have gone ever before. Here's more on that.
The Artemis II mission is scheduled to loop around the moon for the first time since the Apollo era. It is a crucial first chapter for an ambitious and risky program to eventually return people to the lunar surface, build a base there, and use it as a stepping stone to push deeper into the solar system. The liftoff depended on a rocket and capsule that have never transported humans before. The rocket cleared the tower and began the journey toward lower Earth orbit at 6:35 p.m. Artemis II launch was also spotted from a plane window at liftoff. The astronauts will circle the Earth, testing life support systems and making final checks before making the decision whether it is safe to burn their engines to head towards the moon. Minutes into the flight, the mission commander, Reid Wiseman, expressed renewed hope for the days to come. Shortly after launch, there was a partial loss of communications with the spacecraft. It has been fixed, but NASA engineers are still trying to understand what caused it. The Artemis II launch marks a risky, expensive, technically challenging landmark, the formal reopening of human ambition to explore the deep space. Going to the moon is inherently more dangerous. It means going farther and faster, relying on hardware that has never been used to transport humans anywhere, much less the moon. In an era of private and commercial space contracts, this is a traditional mission, drawing on a heavy lift rocket and capsule developed by NASA over more than a decade. The Artemis II mission astronauts are expected to travel 252,799 miles from Earth, shattering the Apollo record by more than 4,000 miles. The mission is a step toward returning to the moon's surface in the future. The astronauts aboard NASA's Orion spacecraft, Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Koch, and Jeremy Hansen of the Canadian Space Agency, will first go to the low Earth orbit. If all systems are fine, they will begin their journey to the moon, arriving 6 days after launch, following a figure-8 pattern that peaks at more than 4,600 miles beyond the far side of the moon. The mission will be a crucial test for the Artemis program, estimated to have cost $107 billion by the Planetary Society. Artemis III, planned for 2027, will test operations and systems to dock with landers being made by SpaceX and Blue Origin. Artemis IV in 2028 is expected to be the first time humans will set foot on the moon again.
Meanwhile, the war narrative is only shifting sharply, and even as the tensions escalate in West Asia, Donald Trump made a striking claim. He said that the United States does not need the Strait of Hormuz. In fact, he sent out a message which clearly somewhere shows that he's given up on the strait. Now he tells the countries dependent on the oil coming in from the Strait of Hormuz that they should take care of it themselves, even urging them to muster some D-Day courage. We break down that statement from Donald Trump in this report.
This is the Strait of Hormuz, the world's most critical energy lifeline and now a flashpoint in the US-Iran war. Earlier determined to secure Hormuz, US President Donald Trump has now shifted his stance. He declared in his war address that America does not need Hormuz.
There's no country like us anywhere in the world, and we're in great shape for the future. The United States imports almost no oil through the Hormuz Strait and won't be taking any in the future. We don't need it. We haven't needed it, and we don't need it. We've beaten and completely decimated Iran. They are decimated.
He goes a step ahead, saying that US imports almost no oil from the strait, while adding that US is now producing more oil than Saudi Arabia and Russia combined.
So to those countries that can't get fuel, many of which refuse to get involved in the decapitation of Iran, we had to do it ourselves. I have a suggestion. Number one, buy oil from the United States of America. We have plenty. We have so much.
Trump has now passed the burden, calling on other countries to protect the passage themselves, even urging them to show what he calls delayed courage.
Build up some delayed courage. Should have done it before, should have done it with us, as we asked. Go to the strait and just take it, protect it, use it for yourselves. Iran has been essentially decimated. The hard part is done, so it should be easy.
This comes even as the region remains on edge. Iran has effectively choked the strait, disrupting global shipping. Hundreds of vessels have been stalled, supply chains hit, and the impact already visible. Oil prices surging, Brent crude above $105 per barrel, and markets turning volatile. Even as Trump claims the war is now nearing completion, energy security is now turning into a global concern.
Have now a statement coming in from the Iranian army chief. Now, the Iranian army chief says, and I quote, "No enemy must escape if they attempt to carry out a ground operation. The spectre of war must lift from us, and it is unreasonable that other places be safe while our people are in danger. That no enemy must survive if they attempt to carry out a ground operation," says the Iranian army chief. So, unrelenting Iranian army, Iranian forces, saying that no enemy must escape if they attempt to carry out a ground operation, warning US and Israel, warning US against the ground operation. That's the now that's the statement coming in from the Iranian chief. All right, viewers, now shifting focus to what's happening in central Israel. Massive explosions and plumes of smoke seen rising into the sky after a powerful series of strikes hit Baharistan, Isfahan in central Iran. Okay, this is about central Iran, not Israel. Earlier this week, US strikes hit the central city of Isfahan, sending a massive fireball into the sky. And Israel continued its campaign, bombarding different areas of Islamic Republic. Tehran, meanwhile, attacked the facilities in the Gulf countries and launched missiles against Israel. And that's the video on your screens from Isfahan. Meanwhile, the attacks are only depicting the intensity of the war more than a month after the US and Israel launched, and the conflict has left more than 3,000 dead. This is the update from Isfahan. Remember, there's just near Isfahan, the nuclear facility exists, and that, of course, becomes a very key target of Israeli forces. All right, viewers. Meanwhile, so it's been a month, viewers, and everybody had their eyes and ears on Donald Trump's address to the nation on the war in Iran. Now, the president claimed that the war will end soon, while claiming that Iran will be hit even harder in the next 2 to 3 weeks. He reiterated most of his earlier remarks on opening of the Strait of Hormuz, military and weapon facilities in Iran, and regime change as well. Many of the questions in his speech that still remain unanswered, and he has recycled most of the things that he has said earlier. Take a look.
While Iran was continuing strikes in West Asia, not ready to back down, US President Donald Trump delivered a war address from the White House.
Never in the history of warfare has an enemy suffered such clear and devastating large-scale losses in a matter of weeks. Our enemies are losing in America, as it has been for 5 years under my presidency, is winning, and now winning bigger.
The US president again reiterated the claim that Iran has been decimated.
Tonight, Iran's navy is gone. Their air force is in ruins. Their leaders, most of them, terrorist regime they led, are now dead. Their command and control of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps is being decimated as we speak.
Trump further said U.S. forces in Iran are on track to complete their military objectives and they will end this very soon.
Operation Epic Fury, targeting the world's #1 state sponsor of terror, Iran. In these past 4 weeks, our armed forces have delivered swift, decisive, overwhelming victories on the battlefield.
The U.S. president asserted regime change has in fact taken place in Iran and all big Iranian leaders are killed.
In the meantime, discussions are ongoing. Regime change was not our goal. We never said regime change, but regime change has occurred because of all of their original leaders' death.
Though Trump said talks are in place, he warned Iran that U.S. will next hit electrical plants if a deal is not reached.
The new group is less radical and much more reasonable. Yet if during this period of time no deal is made, we have our eyes on key targets. If there is no deal, we are going to hit each and every one of their electric generating plants very hard and probably simultaneously.
On the global energy crisis, Trump said the high prices will come down once the war is over.
In any event, when this conflict is over, the strait will open up naturally. It'll just open up naturally. They're going to want to be able to sell oil because that's all they have to try and rebuild. It will resume the flowing and the gas prices will rapidly come back down. Stock prices will rapidly go back up.
The U.S. president said that U.S. does not need Hormuz for energy needs and those who do can secure it themselves.
There's no country like us anywhere in the world, and we're in great shape for the future. The United States imports almost no oil through the Hormuz Strait and won't be taking any in the future. We don't need it. We haven't needed it, and we don't need it.
Trump, however, repeated his earlier remarks that the war will soon come to an end as most of its military objectives has been achieved.
All right, back home here in India, Indian Navy has revealed that it was just minutes away from launching strikes in Pakistan from the sea during last year's Operation Sindoor. Navy Chief Admiral Dinesh K. Tripathi says that the force had maintained a highly aggressive posture during the conflict, underscoring India's maritime readiness. Here's more.
India's Navy Chief Dinesh K. Tripathi has stated that Indian naval forces were just minutes away from striking Pakistan from the sea during Operation Sindoor last year. Speaking at the naval investiture ceremony in Mumbai, the admiral said naval units maintained swift deployment and a highly aggressive posture throughout the tense conflict.
The period. It is now not a hidden fact that we were just minutes away from striking Pakistan from sea when they requested stoppage of kinetic action. Through swift and resolute actions during Operation Sindoor, the Indian Navy reinforced the nation's confidence and trust in its capabilities.
The operation was launched after the terror attack in Pahalgam carried out by Pakistan-trained terrorists. During the standoff, India deployed multiple naval assets, including the aircraft carrier INS Vikrant, establishing dominance in the northern Arabian Sea. The deployment effectively confined the Pakistan Navy to its ports and the Makran coast, reinforcing India's maritime deterrence. The Navy chief also warned that as global tensions rise, the seas are no longer secondary theaters in such cases.
Besides Operation Sindoor and the relentless operational tempo through the year, we were also very proud to showcase the breadth and depth of our operational capabilities to the Honorable Prime Minister during the historic 17 hours overnight embarkation with the Indian Navy on the Western Seaboard. At the same time, the Indian Navy upheld India's commitment as the first responder in the region
India's Navy Chief Tripathi said Operation Sindoor reflected Indian Navy's ability to project strength at sea and respond decisively to emerging security threats.
And now back to elections. Ahead of West Bengal elections, the situation in Malda escalated into a major political and legal crisis. Now, following the special intensive revision, the SIR of electoral rolls, 7 judicial magistrates, including 3 of them being women, were held hostage for several hours at the Kaliachowk Block Development Office. Now, the officers were deployed to oversee the SIR process. It's a court-mandated exercise, remember, to clean up the electoral rolls. But there was massive violence that was witnessed thereafter. The Supreme Court has also pulled up the West Bengal government for gherawing the judicial officers. Take a look.
Massive political row broke out ahead of elections in Kaliachowk in West Bengal after revised list of special intensive revision. Seven judicial magistrates held hostage for several hours in West Bengal's Malda district over the deletion of names from the electoral rolls. The officers remained trapped inside the building late into the night, and their vehicles were vandalized by protesters. According to officials, the protesters initially sought a meeting with the judicial officers and began the agitation after being denied entry. Trinamool Congress supporters blocked the national highways, effectively cutting off North Bengal and South Bengal. After several hours of high tension, the police and district administration managed to evacuate the office.
In this conversation. As far as all the conversations that are happening, we are following all the developments that are linked to this particular conflict, and several conversations are actually happening on this particular subject, and we're keeping track of all those. On your question regarding UNIFIL, these are matters that the United Nations is looking into for the time being. We are in constant touch with relevant agencies in the United Nations as to how best we can address these issues. So that is where we are. Neeraj, भारत और आपने भूटान की बात की, भूटान और चीन के बीच में या कोई अन्य देश के बीच में, हमारे पड़ोसियों के बीच में जब बातचीत होती है तो हम लोग उसको उन सारी गतिविधियों को अपने नज़र में रखते हैं, और जिस प्रकार का कोई अगर उठाना हो कदम तो उसको हम लोग उचित कदम उठाते हैं. Bangladesh Foreign Minister, as I told you last time also, once the visit is announced, we'll keep you informed of the visit, the agenda, and also share more details of this, of the bilateral visit. Raghavendra, Defense Minister of India has spoken, so I did not, elaborate anything more. He has spoken, he has on this particular matter. Salesh, to your question, Indian ships, I understand that as part of Operation Sankalp, which has been going on since 2019, if my memory serves me right, they are there in that area of Arabian Sea, Gulf of Aden, to secure shipping lines, which is in our interest, as also interest of several of our partners. They have been there to provide and secure maritime commerce, and they have also been supporting ships that are passing from that area. So that is where we are. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Take care.
Was just holding the briefing on the crisis and other issues concerned in connection with the crisis there in West Asia. All right, now we slip into a short break, viewers, but the other side will bring you the latest statement from Kremlin. Russia considers NATO a hostile alliance, it says, and that the country is ready to mediate. It's ready to contribute to resolve the Iran war.
Join International Institute of Hotel Management. Call 983-10-50,000.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है, अरे मेरे राजा। सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, ये संकट अलग प्रकार का है और इसके समाधान भी अलग प्रकार से ही तय किए जा रहे हैं। हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। आदरणीय सभापति जी, जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। इस युद्ध के दुष्प्रभाव लंबे समय तक रहने की प्रबल आशंका है, लेकिन मैं देशवासियों को भरोसा देता हूं, सरकार सतर्क है, तत्पर है और पूरी गंभीरता से रणनीति बना रही है, हर निर्णय ले रही है। देश की जनता का हित
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा से MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, ये संकट अलग प्रकार का है और इसके समाधान भी अलग प्रकार से ही तय किए जा रहे हैं। हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। आदरणीय सभापति जी, जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं।
Hello and a very warm welcome. You're watching Republic TV. I'm Gesu Bharadwaj, and now US President Donald Trump has given a rundown on the Operation Epic Fury so far. He in fact says that he will knock Iran back to the Stone Ages, and shortly after, Iran mocked the US President by launching fresh strikes on Israel. Getting you all the details, but first here's a check on your headlines for the hour. Take a look. French President Emmanuel Macron says Donald Trump is undermining the NATO alliance. Macron says it would be unrealistic to launch military operations in Hormuz. Kremlin says Russia considers NATO a hostile alliance. Russia ready to contribute to resolve the Iran war. TMC workers disrupt Amit Shah's rally in Bhabanipur. TMC workers protest during Amit Shah's roadshow. Supreme Court pulls up the Mamata government over judicial officers being held hostage. The top court notes how judicial officers were garrowed and threatened. Another incident of pre-poll violence in Malda. Protesters vandalized police vehicles. Big shake-up within the Aam Aadmi Party. AAP replaces MP Raghav Chadda as their deputy leader in Rajya Sabha. Viewers, now Pakistan has activated a coordinated false flag narrative targeting India. Now, the ISI DG Media Major General Mohammad Mushtaq conceptualized and drafted the narrative. The false flag narrative planted in leading Pakistani newspapers and channels. In fact, India has warned Pakistan against the false flag operation. Now, Pakistan claims their security sources say that Pakistan alleges they have decoded communications, suggesting India is planning a staged incident in Jammu and Kashmir. The ISI false flag narrative has been completely quashed. A potential terrorist attack could take place in India. That's the biggest takeaway of the false flag narrative. In fact, preemptively, the labels have been given to this as a false flag operation. That's the latest that we're learning in a big plot that is now been revealed from Pakistan. Pakistani nationals that are lodged in Indian prison to be used. They could be used for the operations inside India. That's the latest that we're getting in a big security threat for India. In fact, joining us live on the broadcast is our senior editor, Shravan Sen. Shravan, speak to us about the details of the matter. False flag operation right after there were statements that were made regarding India's military might against Pakistan also comes at the heels of the anniversary of the Pahalgam terror strike.
Well, in fact, Gesu, the full picture basically emerges right now. Earlier today, when Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh sent out a stern message to the Pakistanis saying that if at all they plan something, then it is going to come with a disastrous consequence. In fact, this time the response is going to be even much more than what the Pakistanis have seen in the past. Now, what was the reason why suddenly Raksha Mantri made that kind of a statement? Now, the full story basically comes in right now. In fact, what we have been able to piece together is that over the last 48 hours, there's been an attempt that has been made by Pakistan's ISI, and I'm going to put out the names in a short while from now, who exactly conspired this, how exactly was this being planned, and what was the objective. In fact, it turns out that this very Monday, entire ISI's narrative was basically planted in various newspapers and TV channels in Pakistan, where they basically alleged that a terrorist attack will take place in India, and it is a false flag operation. In fact, this would have been carried out by those Pakistani prisoners who are lodged in Indian prisons, and that would effectively give India a reason to carry out an attack in Pakistan. Now, that was the narrative that was typically built by the ISI. In fact, I'm given to understand Major General Muhammad Mushtaq Ali of the the ISPR was the man who basically gave the green signal on Monday. In fact, they had drafted all of this and a decision was basically taken that newspaper articles would be published. And it turns out that prominent newspapers in Pakistan did actually put out a news article suggesting that India is going to carry out a false flag operation, saying that a terrorist attack could actually take place. Now, it turns out that this was basically amplified by two others. One is the commander of the 10 Corps, and the other happens to be from the ISPR, that is Major General Zulfikar Ali Bhatti and General Amir Hassan Nawaz. Both apparently were also given this task to perhaps coordinate with news networks as well as several influencers in Pakistan, because they essentially wanted to amplify all of this. Now look at this in a larger picture. If you go back to what really happened in Pahalgam, just before that also, at least roughly about 20 to 23 days before Pahalgam attack, a similar sort of narrative was essentially built by the Pakistanis. Now it turns out that there has been an increased activity in Jammu and Kashmir. In fact, as we speak, there are 40 active Pakistani terrorists in Jammu and Kashmir, and the Indian security agencies have been absolutely on alert. But having said that, remember, the Pakistanis are once again trying to build this narrative in Pakistan right now, and that is the reason why perhaps Rajnath Singh, Raksha Mantri, had to call them out. In fact, not just this, if you look at the series of statements that have been made by our service chiefs also. In fact, a short while back also, Navy Chief made an address where he basically made a point about Operation Sindoor and the role that the Indian Navy basically played, that they were, minutes away from Pakistan, and perhaps, there would be devastating consequences if at all the Indian Navy would have carried out their operation as it was basically intended to do. Then you have another statement coming in from the Chief of the Army Staff, General Upendra Dwivedi, once again reiterating the fact that the armed forces are absolutely prepared. Operation Sindoor is ongoing. It had never ended, is the indication that the armed forces had always given. Now, with this entire narrative that is being built by the ISI, it's quite typical of the Pakistani ISI to basically carry out this kind of a propaganda. Yet again, you have a propaganda being floated by the Pakistani ISI. DG ISPR is responsible for it. Along with it, there are senior officers of the 10 Corps and ISPR are being given a specific specific task of amplifying this false flag narrative.
Right, Shravan. In fact, a preemptive propaganda by the ISPR and the ISI. Not just that, they've also released a 20-page dossier where they claim that even the Pahalgam terror strike was a false flag operation. Not just that, this very closely follows the ongoing, like you said, Operation Sindoor and all the obliteration that was caused inside Pakistani territories. Their air bases completely thrown out of action by the Indian Air Force in a coordinated strikes that were reported in the course of that a week that Operation Sindoor was active. How do we read this coming in? What does this mean for India's security situation going forward? And also, like you said, very typical of the ISPR and the ISI to release statements like these, to release misleading statements and narratives like these. But the question is, why and what for?
Well, in fact, Gesu, Pakistan is in a quagmire right now. If you really look at the situation at the western border right now for the Pakistanis, what we have essentially seen is that Afghanistan has also given them a tough time. Along the Durand line, several of Pakistani posts have been targeted by Taliban. Not just that, they have lost a dozen of their soldiers. Somewhere down the line for the Pakistanis, it has been, perhaps the most difficult period along the western border. Not just that, inside Pakistan also, with the TTP becoming extremely active, it has only thinned out the Pakistani army. And they've always essentially looked at a diversion. And General Munir, remember, has always spoken about this. The failed marshal in Pakistan has always gone back to what he calls the jugular vein of the Pakistanis, and that's the rhetoric that they have always depended on. But having said that, what is more important is to basically look at certain clues that have been dropped by the Pakistanis, very typical of them, that, there have been certain meetings that have taken place in Punjab. In fact, I'm given to understand a brigadier level officer of the Pakistani army has actually met terrorist operatives of Jaish-e-Mohammed as well as Lashkar-e-Taiba. And in fact, this particular meeting took place just about 2 months ago. It is again an attempt that is being made as the summer sets in. Infiltration attempts will certainly go up, because in the past we have seen 34 Pakistani terrorists have been neutralized, and thereafter what we have essentially seen is that at least about 40 of them are still active. So certainly there would be, as far as infiltration attempts are concerned, that will go up in all likelihood, given the fact that these meetings have taken place. Secondly, there would be attempts that they would be making to once again reactivate their modules, the modules that have been, the sleeper modules, if I may say so.
Right, Shravan. Thanks for getting us such a detailed rundown on the story. Now, quickly, also moving along and looking at what the Defence Minister Rajnath Singh has to say on the matter. He said that Pakistan can do all it wants. It can say whatever it wants. But in case there is an adversary from the side of the Pakistanis, they will be met with a lethal, a decisive response. Listen into the Defence Minister.
ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के दौरान पाकिस्तान को महज 22 मिनट्स में ही घुटनों पर लाकर खड़ा कर दिया था और भारतीय मिलिट्री हिस्ट्री में आतंकवाद के खिलाफ किया गया अब तक का यह सबसे बड़ा ऑपरेशन था। और मैं आपको ये बतलाना चाहता हूं कि यह ऑपरेशन अभी बंद नहीं हुआ है। यदि किसी प्रकार की नापाक हरकत पाकिस्तान की तरफ से हुई तो हमारे सैनिक उसका मुंहतोड़ जवाब देंगे, जिसे वो कभी भूल नहीं पाएंगे। और मैं एक ही सेंटेंस में कहना चाहता हूं, इस बार जो होगा वो अनप्रेसिडेंटेड एक्शन किया जाएगा हमारी आर्मी के द्वारा। यह भी मैं साफ तौर पर मैं कहना चाहूंगा। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के दौरान पाकिस्तान को महज 22 मिनट्स में ही घुटनों पर लाकर खड़ा कर दिया था और भारतीय मिलिट्री हिस्ट्री में आतंकवाद के खिलाफ किया गया अब तक का यह सबसे बड़ा ऑपरेशन था। और मैं आपको ये बतलाना चाहता हूं कि यह ऑपरेशन अभी बंद नहीं हुआ है। यदि किसी प्रकार की नापाक हरकत पाकिस्तान की तरफ से हुई तो हमारे सैनिक उसका मुंहतोड़ जवाब देंगे, जिसे वो कभी भूल नहीं पाएंगे। और मैं एक ही सेंटेंस में कहना चाहता हूं, इस बार जो होगा वो अनप्रेसिडेंटेड एक्शन किया जाएगा हमारी आर्मी के द्वारा। यह भी मैं साफ तौर पर मैं कहना चाहूंगा।
Viewers, now the Indian Army Chief General Upendra Dwivedi, along with the Indian Naval Chief Admiral Dinesh Tripathi, have issued a stern warning against Pakistan. They have said that our military is fully capable and in complete readiness to meet whatever adversary comes forward. Take a look at this.
भाग्यशाली समझता हूँ कि आज मैं पूरी नगरी में आया और भगवान का आशीर्वाद प्राप्त किया। मेरा मुख्य उद्देश्य था कि मैं भारतीय सेना की तरफ से आशीर्वाद मांगूं भगवान से, ताकि आगे आने वाले दिनों में भगवान का आशीर्वाद भारतीय सेना और उनके सगे संबंधियों के साथ बना रहे। और आज उसी की मैंने एक प्रार्थना की और मुझे यकीन है कि आगे आने वाले दिनों में भगवान के आशीर्वाद से भारतीय सेना बहुत अच्छा करेगी, आगे आने वाले दिनों में और ऊंचा उठेगी और अच्छी कार्रवाई करेगी। मैं दोबारा पूरी नगरी को इसके लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं और सबकी कृपा इस नगरी पर बनी रहे। और भगवान को जो उन्होंने संभाल के यहाँ पर रखा हुआ है, ये पूरे भारत देश के लिए बहुत गौरव की बात है और हमें आकर यहाँ पर बहुत ही शांति और पवित्र महसूस होता है। और मेरा कोशिश यही रहेगी कि हर साल यहाँ पर आऊँ और भगवान का आशीर्वाद और उनके चरणों में अपना शीश नवाऊं।
It is now not a hidden fact from striking Pakistan from sea when they requested stoppage of kinetic action. Through swift and resolute actions during Operation Sindoor, the Indian Navy reinforced the nation's confidence and trust in its capabilities. Besides Operation Sindoor and the relentless operational tempo through the year, we were also very proud to showcase the breadth and depth of our operational capabilities to the Honorable Prime Minister during the historic 17 hours overnight embarkation with the Indian Navy on the Western Seaboard. At the same time, the Indian Navy upheld India's commitment as the first responder in the region.
The Artemis II mission, one for the books, lifted off from the John F. Kennedy Space Center in Florida. Atop it, 4 astronauts who are going to fly by the moon in a 10-day ambitious mission with an aim to propel people farther into the space than they've ever been before. Take a look at this.
The Artemis II mission is scheduled to loop around the moon for the first time since the Apollo era. It is a crucial first chapter for an ambitious and risky program to eventually return people to the lunar surface, build a base there, and use it as a stepping stone to push deeper into the solar system. The liftoff depended on a rocket and capsule that have never transported humans before. The rocket cleared the tower and began the journey toward lower Earth orbit at 6:35 p.m. Artemis II launch was also spotted from a plane window at liftoff. The astronauts will circle the Earth, testing life support systems and making final checks before making the decision whether it is safe to burn their engines to head towards the moon. Minutes into the flight, the mission commander, Reid Wiseman, expressed renewed hope for the days to come. Shortly after launch, there was a partial loss of communications with the spacecraft. It has been fixed, but NASA engineers are still trying to understand what caused it. The Artemis II launch marks a risky, expensive, technically challenging landmark, the formal reopening of human ambition to explore the deep space. Going to the moon is inherently more dangerous. It means going farther and faster, relying on hardware that has never been used to transport humans anywhere, much less the moon. In an era of private and commercial space contracts, this is a traditional mission, drawing on a heavy lift rocket and capsule developed by NASA over more than a decade. The Artemis II mission astronauts are expected to travel 252,799 miles from Earth, shattering the Apollo record by more than 4,000 miles. The mission is a step toward returning to the moon's surface in the future. The astronauts aboard NASA's Orion spacecraft, Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Koch, and Jeremy Hansen of the Canadian Space Agency will first go to the low Earth orbit. If all systems are fine, they will begin their journey to the moon, arriving 6 days after launch, following a figure-8 pattern that peaks at more than 4,600 miles beyond the far side of the moon. The mission will be a crucial test for the Artemis program, estimated to have cost $107 billion by the Planetary Society. Artemis 3, planned for 2027, will test operations and systems to dock with landers being made by SpaceX and Blue Origin. Artemis 4 in 2028 is expected to be the first time humans will set foot on the moon again.
Viewers, now civilians, global oil supply routes and global markets are some of the worst hit by the ongoing conflict in West Asia. In fact, 3,000 people so far have been reported dead as part of the escalating tensions in the Gulf region. Not just that, massive explosions and plumes of smoke were seen rising into the sky after a powerful series of strikes hit Bahrain and Isfahan in central Iran. Now, this comes after Tehran also struck multiple facilities across the Gulf countries and launched missiles against Israel. These are the visuals on your screens that come in from Isfahan in central Iran. Huge explosive seen at civilian and energy infrastructure in Isfahan in Iran. Massive explosions and plumes of smoke that were seen rising into the sky. Viewers are now shifting focus. President Donald Trump gave a rundown on the Operation Epic Fury so far inside West Asia as the tensions continue to escalate. He made one very striking statement, very surprising one, where he said that the United States does not in fact care about the Strait of Hormuz. Now this comes in complete contradiction to his earlier statements where he said that the United States' only objective in the war is to make sure that free navigation in global oil supply can once again flourish through the Strait of Hormuz. He in fact shouldered the entire responsibility of reopening of the strait on international organizations, and he took away by saying that the United States does not need the strait at all, and whoever needs it and whoever needs oil that passes through the strait must go and open it for themselves. Listen into his remarks.
This is the Strait of Hormuz, the world's most critical energy lifeline and now a flashpoint in the US-Iran war. Earlier determined to secure Hormuz, US President Donald Trump has now shifted his stance. He declared in his war address that America does not need Hormuz.
There's no country like us anywhere in the world, and we're in great shape for the future. The United States imports almost no oil through the Hormuz Strait and won't be taking any in the future. We don't need it. We haven't needed it, and we don't need it. We've beaten and completely decimated Iran. They are decimated.
He goes a step ahead, saying that US imports almost no oil from the strait, while adding that US is now producing more oil than Saudi Arabia and Russia combined.
So to those countries that can't get fuel, many of which refuse to get involved in the decapitation of Iran, we had to do it ourselves. I have a suggestion. Number one, buy oil from the United States of America. We have plenty. We have so much.
Trump has now passed the burden, calling on other countries to protect the passage themselves, even urging them to show what he calls delayed courage.
Build up some delayed courage. Should have done it before, should have done it with us, as we asked. Go to the strait and just take it, protect it, use it for yourselves. Iran has been essentially decimated. The hard part is done, so it should be easy.
This comes even as the region remains on edge. Iran has effectively choked the strait, disrupting global shipping. Hundreds of vessels have been stalled, supply chains hit, and the impact already visible. Oil prices surging, Brent crude above $105 per barrel, and markets turning volatile. Even as Trump claims the war is now nearing completion, energy security is now turning into a global concern.
Viewers, that's all that we could wrap in this edition of the News Bulletin, but don't go anywhere. On the other side, we get you details of how Kremlin has now called NATO a hostile alliance as NATO continues to deploy more and more military troops across the Russian borders. We're getting you all the details on that statement, on that jibe from the Russian President Putin right after this short break. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, ये संकट अलग प्रकार का है और इसके समाधान भी अलग प्रकार से ही तय किए जा रहे हैं। हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। आदरणीय सभापति जी, जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं, इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। इस युद्ध के दुष्प्रभाव लंबे समय तक रहने की प्रबल आशंका है, लेकिन मैं देशवासियों को भरोसा देता हूं, सरकार सतर्क है, तत्पर है और पूरी गंभीरता से रणनीति बना रही है, हर निर्णय ले रही है। देश की जनता का हित
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े, चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
Director, the taste of success.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, मसाला।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, ये संकट अलग प्रकार का है और इसके समाधान भी अलग प्रकार से ही तय किए जा रहे हैं। हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। आदरणीय सभापति जी, जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं, इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। इस युद्ध के दुष्प्रभाव लंबे समय तक रहने की प्रबल आशंका है, लेकिन मैं देशवासियों को भरोसा देता हूं, सरकार सतर्क है, तत्पर है और पूरी गंभीरता से रणनीति बना रही है।
Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Very good evening, viewers. You're watching the latest edition of 6 Stories at 6. I am Arnab Goswami with you. We're going to just give you a lineup, an idea of the lineup this next 25 minutes that we're going to bring you. So first, we will start with what did Donald Trump really say and what he did not say in his speech on the war in Iran. Is he looking for an exit? Because he says that they are nearing the end of this war, but he says that Iran will be hit harder. So is it an exit or an escalation? We have to wait and watch. Iran, meanwhile, mocks Donald Trump. They say that it will wait for US and Israel to surrender and keep fighting. It will crush these forces, says Iran. Meanwhile, Trump says that US does not need the Strait of Hormuz. Well, has he now given up on the Strait of Hormuz? That's the big question. Tamil Nadu, meanwhile, heading to polls. It has witnessed the filing of nominations of two big leaders, TVK chief, of course, the debutant, and MK Stalin, the incumbent chief minister. We'll give you a lowdown of that. Also, in West Bengal, violence continues, and today's Supreme Court wrapped Mamata Banerjee government for the hostage crisis in Malda. Judicial officers carried out in Malda. And finally, we bring you get you the details of the historic liftoff to the moon, the NASA's Artemis. We'll get you more